Chapter 3364. Clang! Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword clashed fiercely with Canopy Marshall's nine-tooth nail palladium. Instantly, the sound of a great Dao bell rang out. Intense sparks flew from the collision. The collision of the two forces instantly erupted. It was as if two stars had violently collided together. The power that erupted from the collision was enough to destroy everything. How powerful was Qin Zhao's 70% inner world's power? Canopy Marshall's strength was also very strong. He came with great confidence, wanting to take down Qin Zhao. However, Canopy Marshall discovered that he was wrong the moment they exchanged blows. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and his eyes widened. He discovered that his strength was no match for Qin Zhao's strength. In just one exchange, he was forced to retreat continuously. He was at a great disadvantage. In this confrontation, he did not act carelessly, nor did he hold back in the slightest. Instead, he went all out in this battle. Even so, in the exchange with Qin Zhao, under Qin Zhao's powerful attack, his strength couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as his power collapsed, Canopy Marshall was forced to retreat step by step. Naturally, he was forced back. After retreating dozens of feet, Canopy Marshall finally stabilized his body. However, he was clearly in a sorry state. He had fought with Tian Xingzi for hundreds of rounds, but he had never suffered such a loss. However, in the exchange with Qin Zhao, he actually suffered such an outcome. This made Canopy Marshall feel very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Just now, he was disdainful of Qin Zhao. He even said that he wanted to take down Qin Zhao. However, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Qin Zhao in the blink of an eye. Canopy Marshall looked at Qin Zhao's expression. He was extremely embarrassed and couldn't say anything. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Such a situation was naturally very difficult for Canopy Marshall to accept. Tian Xingzi's brows furrowed deeply. Obviously, Qin Zhao's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. He knew Canopy Marshall's strength. However, in just one exchange, Canopy Marshall had suffered a great loss. How strong was Qin Zhao exactly? This made Tian Xingzi look at Qin Zhao with a grave expression. If Qin Zhao could defeat Canopy Marshall in one move, didn't that mean that he could also defeat him in one move? This was obviously a great blow to his pride. For countless years, Tian Xingzi had been firmly sitting on the throne of the Heavens Declarations Saint Board. No one had been able to shake his position. Now, did Qin Zhao really have the strength to challenge him and threaten his position? Although Qin Zhao's strength, Canopy Marshall's strength, Canopy Marshall's, Canopy Marshall. Qin Zhao cupped his fists towards Canopy Marshall and said, "Senior Canopy, thank you for letting me win. Sorry for offending you earlier. It's just that when we were in the chaos space, Qin Zhao, took advantage of you. If we were outside, Qin Zhao, would definitely not be a match for Canopy Marshall." Qin Zhao's words were rather humble, which made Canopy Marshall feel less uncomfortable. Canopy Marshall had already suffered a great blow. If Canopy Marshall's words were to provoke him, he would probably go crazy. Now that Qin Zhao was courteous to him, Canopy Marshall naturally could not find a way to vent his anger. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Ahem. Canopy Marshall coughed dryly and walked over. He looked at Qin Zhao with a strange gaze and said, "You are indeed a young hero. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Brat Qin Zhao, you are indeed very heaven-defying. I didn't believe it in the past, but now I have to admire you. You are indeed the pride of the immortal realm. But you are also right. We are in the chaos space, so I can't display my full strength. That's why you took advantage of me. Fine. Today's battle is my loss." Hearing that Canopy Marshall was willing to admit defeat, Qin Zhao smiled and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Zhao said, Canopy Marshal, if that's the case, then I hope you can abide by our agreement. This, Canopy Marshal gave Qin Shao a strange look and smacked his lip. Although he was very unwilling, he still said, okay. After dealing with Canopy Marshal, Qin Shao looked at Tian Xingzi and said, Senior Tian Xingzi, I wonder if you want to fight with me? Tian Xingzi's expression was cold. He looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes. A supreme domineering aura surged out. Tian Xingzi's aura was indeed incomparably powerful. Even Canopy Marshal could not compare to him. He said in a cold voice, Old Pig promised you, but I didn't. Who are you, Qin Shao? Why do I have to make this deal with you? I've never been restricted by anyone. I do what I want to do. Do you think you can stop me, Qin Shao? What are you going to do? Don't pretend to be compassionate here. You're just putting on a sanctimonious and hypocritical act. Let me give you a piece of advice. Our matter is not something you, Qin Shao, can interfere with. Be sensible and leave on your own. Tian Xingzi's strength and domineering aura were truly that of a peerless king. His words were like a command from heaven. Heaven and earth did not dare to defy him. He was so powerful that it made people feel a little suffocated. Qin Shao was also a little uncomfortable. He really should not have gotten involved in such a matter. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was indeed a little forceful for him to forcefully get involved. However, for the sake of the overall situation and for the greater good of the world, Qin Shao still could not stand by and do nothing. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Senior Tian Xingzi, please don't be so angry. I, Qin Shao, have no other intentions. I just want you to calm down and have a good talk. Don't hurt each other and end up with both sides suffering losses. That would not be good for anyone. Senior Tian Xingzi and Senior Canopy Marshal are both senior expert. They are the leaders of our generation in the great wide world. They can represent their respective forces and even a saint region. I also believe that both of you are smart people and should be able to sense that there is something fishy about this matter. But why can't you calm down a little? Why do you have to fight? The more you fight, the angrier you will be. Then you won't think about anything else. Do both of you really not have the slightest doubt? The impostor that I mentioned does indeed exist. I, Qin Shao, swear on my character and even my soul. Humph! Tian Xingzi snorted coldly and said, We have our own judgment on this matter. We don't need you to say anything. It's not up to you to teach us how to do things. Your words can't be said to me. Well, don't waste your breath anymore. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to move aside or not? Sigh, helpless. Qin Shao was really helpless. He really could not understand why these people would not listen to the truth. It did not make sense. Did they really not have the slightest doubt? Could it be that in the chaotic space, only the three of them believed in the existence of impostors? The others did not believe? They did not even have the slightest doubt? It did not make sense. Those who could enter the chaotic space were all top figures. They were the leaders of their respective forces and the outstanding figures of this era. How could people who stood at such a high position and were incomparably powerful and knowledgeable not have the slightest doubt in their hearts? It did not seem to make sense. Qin Shao really did not know what was going on. He was even very puzzled. But now that he had joined in, there was no reason to retreat. Therefore, Qin Shao could only fight to the end. I'm sorry, Senior Tian Xingzi. I can't retreat. I can't watch you all kill each other. If Senior Tian Xingzi insists on fighting, then fight with me first. Qin Shao said with a resolute face. The heaven's holy sun snorted angrily. Arrogant brat, you really consider everything beneath your notice. How savage. Okay. Since you insist, then there's nothing more to say. Humph, today I want to see how capable you are, Qin Shao. How dare you do this? Tian Xingzi was completely furious. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked Qin Shao. He knew that Qin Shao was very strong, but he still attacked. It was enough to show how angry he was. Perhaps he had been provoked by Qin Shao. That was why he had acted like this, disregarding everything else to protect his dignity. Boom! The moment Tian Xingzi attacked, it was indeed extraordinary. There was a rumbling sound. Such a loud sound caused people to be shocked. It felt as if the world was about to collapse and be destroyed. This battle formation was even stronger than Tian Peng's. He was indeed a strong opponent. However, Qin Shao was not afraid. The battle with Tian Peng had given Qin Shao a lot of confidence. No matter how strong Tian Xingzi's aura was, his strength must be similar to Tian Peng. If he could defeat Tian Peng, then he could definitely defeat Tian Xingzi. Therefore, Qin Shao still used 70% of the power of the world in his body to meet Tian Xingzi's attack. The two of them instantly clashed. It was as if two planets collided, and even more intense sparks erupted. Heaven and earth sank, the four seas collapsed, and the sky was destroyed. The sound of the collision of power was really frightening. In an instant, the world turned dark. It was as if all light had been annihilated. Although Tian Xingzi's aura was strong, he was still weaker than Qin Shao in terms of strength. Therefore, Tian Xingzi was also forced back by Qin Shao in this exchange. However, Tian Xingzi did not stop like Tian Peng. Instead, he charged at Qin Shao even more crazily. It seemed that Tian Xingzi's pride was not to be offended. Since Tian Xingzi was going crazy, Qin Shao had no way to retreat. He could only accompany him to the end. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, a huge vortex appeared in the void. It was as if a black hole had descended, pressed down on Qin Shao and suppressed the world. The power of such a huge vortex was really terrifying. The turbulent power roared out from the black hole, as if it could annihilate everything. This power was so strong that it made Qin Zhao's heart tremble. Behind the vortex, there was an indistinct figure. Clearly, someone was controlling this formidable and terrifying power. This strength was actually much stronger than the heaven's holy sun and the canopy martial. Just what kind of saint was this? However, Qin Shao did not have time to think so much. He could only fight with all his strength, pushing the power of his inner world to the extreme. Now it was 1 against 2. The situation was not good for Qin Shao. Soon, the two forces hit Qin Zhao's body one after another. The situation was as Qin Shao expected. These two forces were indeed incomparably powerful. It was enough to suppress everything. Although Qin Shao went all out, he was still not a match. He was directly defeated by this force and was sent flying. Author Cruel Death saying, Third Watch, Begging for Flowers. Chapter 3365. After flying out for a full 1,000 feet, Qin Shao barely managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, a figure walked out of the vortex. He was wearing a long black robe, which made him look particularly eerie. His eyes, which were like black holes, made him look even more eerie. He stood there, giving people the feeling that there was an invisible vortex around him. It was like a looming black hole, which was lingering around him. It was swallowing everything around him at all times. It looked a little scary. Tian Xingzi stood beside the man, and both of them were releasing powerful auras. Seeing this person, Canopy Marshal couldn't help but frown. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Qin Shao did not know who the man was, but he could guess who he was. He was obviously from the Great Way Sanctuary. He stood up for Tian Xingzi. He was so powerful that he must be one of the top few people on the Heavens Declaration. In addition, the aura on his body gave people a feeling of annihilation. Qin Shao immediately guessed who the man in front of him was. He was Yuan Zhen, who was ranked second on the Heavens Declaration. He was the only one who fit all these criteria. He had to admit that his strength was indeed terrifying. However, if Tian Xingzi was not here, Qin Shao felt that he might be able to fight with him. He might not even lose. Yuan Zhen's arrival made the atmosphere a little tense and oppressive. Yuan Zhen stared coldly at Qin Shao with his black hole-like eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Qin Shao of the Immortal Realm, you're quite a busybody. How dare you look down on the Great Way Sanctuary? I wonder who gave you the courage to do so? Don't you like to fight? Come on, I'll fulfill your wish and let you have a good fight." Qin Shao frowned. It was not that he did not dare to fight with Yuan Zhen, but his goal was not to fight with anyone. His goal was to not see the people of the 6 domains killing each other and hurting the harmony. Now that the Yuan Annihilation God wanted to fight him, Qin Shao was naturally unwilling to do so. If this continued, the nature of the battle would change completely. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he was in the right. Moreover, Qin Shao was also considered weak. Although he had Brother Pure and Yuan as his helpers, he still seemed to be somewhat stretched. There was no meaning in a pure battle. In the face of Yuan Annihilation God's provocation, Qin Shao was silent for a moment. Just when Qin Shao was in a dilemma, a bright light suddenly appeared. Like a bolt of lightning, it flashed across the horizon and turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky. Golden light shone as if a swan was descending. One of them wore golden armor and held a golden staff in his hand. He wore a golden crown with 2 long feathers on his head, and his entire body was covered in golden hair. His appearance immediately made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. At a glance, he knew who the person in front of him was. This was also an existence that Qin Shao had always admired and admired. Since the beginning of the primordial universe, he had heard of this person's legendary deeds. The person who had come was the victorious fighting Buddha, who ranked first on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. In addition to the victorious fighting Buddha, he also had several famous titles, such as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and Sun Wukong. He ranked first on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. It was said that he was the existence closest to the reincarnation sovereign in the Great Thousand World. He was definitely the first person below the reincarnation sovereign. It was even said that the victorious fighting Buddha's strength was enough to fight with the reincarnation sovereign. Regardless of whether this was true or not, at least the victorious fighting Buddha was definitely the first person below the reincarnation sovereign. The victorious fighting Buddha had come. The sky was full of golden Buddha flashes, reflecting the heavens and earth. Yuan Zhen had appeared, the victorious fighting Buddha had appeared, the Heaven's Saint and Marshal Tianping were also here. It was really a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha, Yuan Zhen, aren't you ashamed? You are already so old, but you still dare to bully the younger generation of the celestial realm. Do you really want to fight? Come, I, old son, will accompany you in battle. Coincidentally, I am also itching for a fight, but I haven't had the chance to find someone to fight with. The victorious fighting Buddha waved the Jingu Bang in his hand and bared his teeth at Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Stupid monkey, why are you here to join in the fun? Qin Shao is not from the heaven realm, nor is he from the Buddhist sect." The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, "Don't make such a clear distinction. We are all from the celestial realm. We are all from the Great Thousand World. I, old son, just can't stand you bullying the weak. I quite admire this brat Qin Shao. You are a world god and ranked second on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. Aren't you ashamed to stand up for others and bully a younger generation? I, old son, can't just stand by and watch. I definitely have to get involved. What's wrong? Are you, Yuan Zhen, unconvinced? If you are, then let's fight. I am always ready to fight with you." "You humph." Yuan Zhen snorted angrily and scolded the stupid monkey. However, he felt helpless in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. In terms of strength, he was no match for the victorious fighting Buddha. He was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with this stupid monkey. Therefore, it wasn't to the point where he had to fight this stinky monkey. Seeing that Yuan Zhen was defeated, the victorious fighting Buddha walked toward Qin Shao and sized up Qin Shao. He looked as if he wanted to see who Qin Shao was. "Haha, are you Qin Shao?" the victorious fighting Buddha asked after sizing him up. Qin Shao cupped his fists and nodded. "Yes, senior. I am Qin Shao. I have long heard of the victorious fighting Buddha's supreme reputation. It is an honor to finally meet you today." The victorious fighting Buddha waved his hand and grinned at Qin Shao. I, old son, have heard of your great name since a long time ago. I know that an extraordinary genius has risen to prominence in our immortal domain. I have always wanted to meet you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Not bad, not bad. You are even more outstanding than I had imagined. Very good. Even Old Pig and the Heaven's Holy Child were defeated by you. Your strength is not bad. From the looks of it, Qin Zhao's reputation is not undeserved. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, it is truly astonishing. I cannot help but admire you. After being praised by the victorious fighting Buddha, Qin Shao smiled and said, "Senior, you are too kind. Perhaps I have a slight advantage in the primal chaos space. If we were outside, it would definitely be impossible." The victorious fighting Buddha waved his hand and said, "There is no need to be so humble. As a person, you should still be a little arrogant. When it's time to be heroic, you should also be heroic. Whether it is outside or in the primal chaos space, strength is strength. This is ability. Even if it is not absolute, it is enough to explain some things. So, you don't have to feel anything. If you can do this in the primal chaos space, you can still do this outside." Qin Shao smiled. Since the victorious fighting Buddha said so, there was no need for him to be humble anymore. Perhaps the truth was more or less the same. Qin Shao would not unduly belittle himself. It was just that he had always been a modest person. "By the way, Qin Shao, I have heard that you killed the people of the Fire Palace and the Strength Divine Palace. Is that true?" the victorious fighting Buddha suddenly asked. Qin Shao frowned. It seemed that the fire god was really sparing no effort to smear his reputation and take revenge on him. He was actually spreading rumors about him everywhere. Now, it seemed like everyone knew that he had killed the people of the Fire Palace and the Strength Divine Palace. Previously, Senior Tian Peng and Senior Tian Xingzi had also mentioned this matter. Now, the victorious fighting Buddha was bringing it up again. Qin Shao felt helpless. "Senior son, if I say that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me, that I did not kill anyone, and that everything was deliberately framed by impersonators, I wonder if senior son would believe me?" Qin Shao said with a serious face. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at Qin Shao and laughed. After laughing for a while, he said, "Although your words are hard to believe, most people might not believe you. But I, old son, believe you." Hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao was touched. That's right. Along the way, no one was willing to believe him, Qin Shao. But unexpectedly, the victorious fighting Buddha believed him. This made Qin Shao very happy. "Senior son, may I ask why you believe me?" Qin Shao asked. The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, "First of all, I, old son, believe in your character. I, old son, have always believed in my eyesight and intuition. You don't seem like an evil person. You should be a benevolent person. Moreover, you have some Buddhist nature. From what I, old son, know that you've comprehended Buddhism before. Unfortunately, you didn't walk the path of Buddhism. Those who can comprehend Buddhism generally have a pure and kind heart. Moreover, I, old son, also believe in the existence of impersonators. Although I, old son, have never encountered one, I still believe it's possible. According to some signs, there is indeed such a possibility. Of course, the most important thing is, based on your performance just now, I believe you're not that kind of person. You're a person who is willing to stand up for justice in the world. You're a righteous person. I, old son, don't believe you would do such a shameless thing. Moreover, I, old son, feel that you, Qin Shao, should also be a man who dares to take responsibility for his actions. If you say that it has nothing to do with you, then I, old son, am willing to believe you. Qin Shao smiled. It was very gratifying to be able to gain the trust and recognition of others. This made Qin Shao admire the victorious fighting Buddha even more. Qin Shao continued, Yes, Senior Sunday. I can say with absolute certainty that impersonators do exist. Therefore, I feel that Senior Tian Peng and the others might also have impersonators involved in this matter. It's precisely because of this that I wanted to come out and stop them from killing each other. I feel that this would be a detrimental matter for the 6 regions. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded and said approvingly, Yes, Qin Shao, you did the right thing. Thank you for stopping them. Yes, no matter what the reason is, killing each other is not a good thing. If I, old son, was here, I definitely wouldn't have let them act so recklessly. Even if there's something going on, it's time to calm down and talk things out clearly. At times like this, the people of the 6 regions should unite as one and face the outside world together. Only then will we have a chance of surviving this calamity. Internal strife will only benefit the evildoers. I, old son, will handle this matter. You don't have to worry about anything. Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction. With the victorious fighting Buddha taking care of this matter, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 3366. Yuan Yen, what do you think about this matter? Don't tell me you also want to fight and kill? The victorious fighting Buddha asked Yuan Yen. Yuan Yen looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said softly, Fighting and killing is indeed meaningless. It's too damaging to harmony. However, this matter should be resolved, right? How do you intend to resolve this matter, victorious fighting Buddha? The victorious fighting Buddha said, Tell me everything that happened in detail, and then analyze it in detail to see if there are any suspicious points. All right, Yuan Yen said and agreed to the victorious fighting Buddha's suggestion. Thus, the people from both sides recounted the matter in detail and the contradictions between the two sides. After listening, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that someone from the heavenly court had died at the hands of the great Tao sacred realm. That person belonged to Yuan Yan's faction. Therefore, the heavenly court's 5-man team led by Marshal Tianpeng had come to find trouble with the Tian's Xingzi's group. Coincidentally, the Tian's group of 5 was also looking for trouble with Marshal Tianpeng's group because someone from their group had also died at the hands of the heavenly court. What was even more coincidental was that the person that both sides were talking about was the person who had died. In other words, the person who had died on the heavenly court side had become the murderer in the eyes of the Tian's group. On the other hand, the person who had been identified as the murderer by the heavenly court had become the murderer in the eyes of the Tian's group. It was precisely because of this that both sides insisted on their own words and refused to give in to each other, quarreling endlessly. Naturally, a big fight had broken out, resulting in the intense scene just now. Until now, both sides were still quarreling, each saying that they were right, and no one was convinced by the other. The people on both sides were full of arrogance. After all, these two sides definitely represented the 2 most powerful forces in the entire Great Thousand Domains. One side was the Heavenly Court, and the other side was the Great Tao Sacred Realms Yuan Clan and the Jiutian Tao Palace. These were people who represented the most powerful forces in the Great Thousand Domains. Naturally, they were full of arrogance and would not easily submit to others. Especially when it was such a big matter, neither side wanted to admit that their people were like this. With this quarrel, it seemed like they were about to fight again. Qin Shao frowned. This matter was obviously very strange. There was a big loophole there. However, why would the two sides continue to argue over such a huge loophole? Why would they end up fighting in the end? Would he still not believe his words? This situation was truly a little strange and puzzling for a moment. However, when Qin Shao saw the people on both sides arguing until their faces turned red, he seemed to understand why. It was probably due to their arrogance. Since both sides were unwilling to admit this matter, they naturally believed that it was the other party's fault. As long as they put the blame on the other party, their side would be able to wash away the blame. It was precisely because of this that neither side was willing to back down in the slightest, resulting in such a situation. In fact, as long as both sides took a step back and calmed down and thought about it, they would find that there was something very strange about this. It was a very simple matter, and it was not that complicated at all. It was far simpler than Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao had thought that it would be very complicated. He thought that the impersonator's methods were so brilliant that neither side would be able to think of this level. However, after knowing the whole story, Qin Shao really did not know what to say. For such a simple matter, was it necessary to fight to the death? It was completely unnecessary. If they ended up killing each other, the gains would not make up for the losses. These people are really drunk. I'm convinced. I really admire them. Their brains must be flooded with water, right? Brother Pure smacked his lips and muttered. Qin Shao shook his head at Brother Pure, indicating that he should not talk nonsense here. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to provoke these people. After hearing this, the victorious fighting Buddha said to Yuan Yen, "This matter is very strange. If one person is killed by another, it is impossible for him to revive and kill the other person. These two people killed each other at different times and in different places. Is that possible? Isn't that a joke? Therefore, there is obviously something wrong here. Perhaps there really are impersonators in the primal chaos space." Yuan Yen, what do you think about this matter? Yuan Yen did not object to the victorious fighting Buddha's words. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, I also agree with the great sage. If that's the case, then there is indeed something very strange about this matter. Although we can't be sure for the time being, there is no harm in making a bold guess. Perhaps there are imposters in the primal chaos space. There are always unknowns in the primal chaos space. There may also be things in the vast thousand realms that we do not know about. There is no harm in making a bold assumption. That way we will be able to explain things better. Let's not care about the truth of the matter for now. Let's first come up with a possible hypothesis and explain this matter rationally before slowly verifying it." The victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen quickly reached an agreement. The smoothness of the matter surprised Qin Shao. Qin Shao had really thought that this matter would not be resolved so easily. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It was beyond his imagination. The victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen had reached an agreement so quickly, and that was the best thing that could happen. Since the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen had reached an agreement, the others naturally did not dare to say anything. Thus, the contest between the two sides came to an end. However, it was clear that there was still some reluctance between the two sides. Marshal Tianping pursed his lips and said, "Big Brother Monkey, are we really going to let this matter rest? You know that these people are really too arrogant. They are really bullying us too much. They don't put us in their eyes at all. How can we let these people offend the prestige of our heavenly realm? If we don't teach these people a lesson today, they will really think that there is no one in our heavenly realm. How dare they flaunt their power in our heavenly realm? This old pig cannot tolerate it." Slap. As soon as Marshal Tianping finished speaking, the victorious fighting Buddha slapped him hard on the face. The victorious fighting Buddha glared at Marshal Tianping and scolded, "You stupid pig, you only know how to fight. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary treatment. This is the time for our 6 regions to unite and think of the big picture. You like to fight so much. When the great calamity arrives, you will be in the limelight. Why are you in such a hurry? After being scolded by the victorious fighting Buddha, Marshal Tian Peng immediately became obedient. It was clear that he was still very afraid of the victorious fighting Buddha. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly. So this was the reason why the two sides were fighting so fiercely. Well, both sides had their own pride and did not give in to each other. Naturally, there would be intense sparks. Once they started fighting, it would naturally be difficult to stop. Fortunately, the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Zhen were presiding over the situation and controlling the situation. At this moment, a mighty force suddenly came over. There were dozens of people in this group. These people were divided into a few camps. There was the elemental sanctuary camp led by the fire god, the power sanctuary camp led by the mighty god, the immortal sanctuary camp led by Fushi Zhantian, the sword cultivator sanctuary camp led by Tao Hai, the great Dao sanctuary camp led by Crown Prince Yuan, and the heart sanctuary camp led by Master God Wu Exin. Famous names appeared one after another. The existences on the Heavens Declaration, God List, and Saint List were basically all gathered. Such a formation could not be said to be small. The people of the 6 great sanctuary had basically all gathered together. With a mighty formation, they were heading over here. There were many unfamiliar faces that Qin Shao had not seen before. The grandiose arrival of the troops really had a kind of monstrous aura, causing people to involuntarily feel a bit of fear in their hearts. Strange, so many people, why did they suddenly gather together? Something like this had never happened before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. The people of the 6 great domains gathered together. This gave people a feeling that it was not a good thing. It was very likely that something big was about to happen. The victorious fighting Buddha waved the Jingu Bang in his hand, and a ray of golden light flashed out of his eyes as he looked at those people. Soon, the mighty crowd had already gathered here and gathered with the 2 groups of people. Everyone had gathered. There were actually close to 100 people. However, this number did not seem right. There must be more than 100 people from the 6 great domains who had entered the chaotic space. Therefore, there were still many people who had not appeared. Could it be that many people had died in the chaotic space? However, there were also some people that Qin Shao did not see, such as the woodcutter old man, Gu Lingyue, and Saint Ming Hua. The woodcutter old man should be fine, right? Qin Shao was a little worried that he did not see the woodcutter old man. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it should be impossible. The woodcutter old man was still very powerful, so he should be fine. Moreover, the woodcutter old man had always been a maverick and did not like to offend others. He was extremely low-key and would not provoke any enemies. Unless he was targeted by the impersonator. That was somewhat possible. Qin Shao knew that the impersonator was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Seeing these people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He had a feeling that these people were coming for him. This premonition did not seem to be wrong. Sure enough, Qin Shao soon felt many hostile and murderous gazes converging on him. These gazes were very unfriendly, which meant that there was something wrong. Very quickly, Qin Shao also became the target of public criticism. Everyone's gazes converged on him. This also made the victorious fighting Buddha and the others look over with some doubt. So many people from the 6 regions gathered here. Could it be that they were here for Qin Shao? If that was the case, then this Qin Shao was a little too influential, wasn't it? It was definitely not an ordinary thing to be able to gather the forces of the 6 regions. Qin Shao looked at these people, especially the fire god, whose eyes were full of undisguised resentment. It was so strong that it was almost tangible and was about to burst out. An intense rage, hatred, and murderous aura seemed to have formed a monstrous wave that swept towards him secretly, as if it wanted to devour him. Just this aura alone was already extremely powerful and oppressive. If someone was timid, they would have been scared out of their wit. Qin Zhao's frown deepened as he stared at the crowd. There were people from the immortal realm and the human realm among them. What were they doing? Chapter 3367. The first to step forward was still Huoshan. Huoshan angrily pointed at Qin Zhao and shouted, "Qin Zhao, you still haven't changed your ways. You've committed all sorts of atrocities. It seems that you've long since pledged allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance. That's why you've killed so many people in the chaos. You've massacred our 6 realms. Qin Zhao, you've got some nerve. Your crimes are unforgivable. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Today, the people of our 6 regions have gathered here for a single purpose, and that is to kill you, Qin Zhao. We will have you, Qin Zhao, pay for your blood with your blood. We will have you, Qin Zhao, receive the punishment you deserve." That's right. Someone from the Strength Saint realm has died at Qin Zhao's hands. Someone from the Heart Force Saint realm has died at Qin Zhao's hands. Someone from the Sword Saint realm has died at Qin Zhao's hands. Someone from the Great Tao Saint realm has died at Qin Zhao's hands. The various Saint realms expressed their stance one after another, all of them radiating intense hostility and murderous intent toward Qin Zhao. Although those from the Immortal realm didn't say anything, it was clear from their expressions that they were on the same side as the other 5 realms. From the looks of it, someone from the Immortal domain should have died at the hands of Qin Zhao. That was why it was like this. Otherwise, there was no reason for Fushi Zhantian to remain silent. The way Fushi Zhantian looked at Qin Zhao was cold and serene. His gaze was filled with a powerful force. Vaguely, there seemed to be a flash of murderous intent. Those from the 6 realms were enraged. They viewed Qin Zhao as the common enemy of the 6 realms. All the spearheads were aimed at Qin Zhao. "Yo, Qin Zhao, it seems that I've underestimated you," Tian Peng teased as he looked at Qin Zhao with a smile. He lifted his chin and continued, "You're really something. You're really ruthless. I thought you only killed people from the Fire Palace and the Power Shrine. I didn't expect you to not let anyone from the 6 regions go. No one from any region can escape from your evil claws. Yes, very awesome. Even this marshal admires you. However, what you've done is extremely inadvisable." The battling Buddha looked at Qin Zhao. In reality, he still believed in Qin Zhao. He had said before that he didn't think there was anything wrong with Qin Zhao, and he still insisted on this point. At this time, Qin Zhao really wanted to cry but had no tears. "Impersonator, you're really ruthless in your play. Killing the Fire Palace and Power Shrine's people wasn't enough? It seemed like the situation wasn't chaotic enough, and the water wasn't muddy enough, so they wanted to stir things up again. Now, the water in the entire chaotic space had been completely stirred up." After impersonating himself and killing people from the 6 regions, he had created so much hatred for himself. What was he going to do now? How was he going to resolve this? How was he going to appease the anger of the people from the 6 regions? Once hatred got to his head, it would be very difficult for him to calm down. If he couldn't calm down, he definitely wouldn't listen to anyone's explanation. Moreover, if there was no evidence for any explanation, it would be even less convincing. At the thought of this, Qin Zhao felt a headache coming on. Previously, dealing with the people from the Fire Palace and Power Shrine was already a headache. It was all thanks to Brother Pure and Yuan's explosiveness at the last moment that they managed to escape. Now they were facing people from the 6 regions. No matter how strong Qin Zhao was, he was no match for them. There was no way he could deal with the people from the 6 regions. At the thought of this, he felt like killing himself. Moreover, the battle array this time was much stronger than the previous one. "Brother, what the hell is going on? Isn't this too much?" Brother Pure was really worried this time. Qin Shao laughed bitterly and shook his head. I also want to know what's going on. It must be the impersonator's doing. You're really going to let me die in this place? You're really overestimating me by using me for this big plan. It wasn't a good thing to be thought so highly of. Ahem. Brother Pure couldn't help but cough dryly and say helplessly, Sigh, it's all because you're too strong and dazzling. So, only by using you as a pawn can we blow up the situation, no? Only then can we provoke the anger of the people of the 6 regions and stir up this pool of water. It seems that being too outstanding isn't a good thing. Fortunately, Brother Pure isn't strong or dazzling at all. So, this kind of thing won't happen to me. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Perhaps that was true. Anyway, Qin Shao must have been targeted by the impersonator. This should be the reason for this. However, all of this wasn't important now. What was important was that all of this had happened and had become an irrefutable fact. Therefore, there was no way to change anything. They could only deal with the current situation. Facing the accusations and anger of the people from the 6 regions, Qin Shao felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. The feeling of being wronged was really unbearable. It was really worse than death. Brother Qin Shao, what should we do now? These people are so fierce. We're in danger. Yuan was timid to begin with. The situation in front of her made her even more worried. She looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. She was so anxious that tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Seeing Yuan like this, Qin Shao felt a little distressed. At this time, Yuan was indeed going to suffer a little if she followed him. Qin Shao said to Yuan with a serious expression, If anything happens later, follow Brother Pure and let him protect and take care of you. Yuan, don't say anything or object. You must listen to me this time. Otherwise, I'll really get angry. And Brother Pure, if you still treat me as a brother, then listen to me this time and do as I say. You're not allowed to interfere later. Your task is to take care of and protect Yuan. I believe that as long as you don't get involved, the people from the 6 regions won't do anything to you. If Yuan wants to act rashly, you must stop her. Brother Pure, my good brother, I, Qin Shao, have never asked you to do anything in my life. This time, I'm begging you. This. Brother Pure also looked conflicted and embarrassed. He didn't want to agree to such a thing. However, how could he not know that Yuan was the most important? He must protect Yuan, otherwise, how could he, Qin Shao, face his master, Li Sheng? This matter was more important than Qin Zhao's life. Therefore, Brother Pure could only nod and agree. Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm still alive, I'll definitely protect Yuan. I won't let anything happen to her. Brother Qin Shao, Yuan was a little anxious, but before she could finish her words, Qin Shao snapped, That's enough. That's it. Otherwise, I'll really get angry and I'll really ignore you. Hearing Qin Zhao's resolute words, Yuan knew Qin Zhao's character. She knew that Qin Shao was a man of his words. Therefore, Yuan had to swallow the words at the tip of her tongue and did not say it again. In the end, she gave up the idea. Brother Pure took Yuan to one side. Yuan's delicate face was really tender and pitiful. Her watery eyes sparkled with sparkles. The tears hanging in her eyes seemed to be about to burst out at any time. Her appearance really made people feel pity for her. After settling Brother Pure and Yuan, Qin Shao felt much more relaxed. Although he had lost 2 big helpers, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He had a clear conscience. Even if he died, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Shao glanced at the people of the 6 domains. Looking at the furious crowd, he could see that a great disaster was about to befall Qin Shao. In the face of the power of the 6 domains, which he had absolutely no way to resist, did Qin Shao have any room to retreat? No, he had no room to retreat. He could only rest after a battle. Qin Shao, do you admit to your crime? Fire deity shouted again. He wanted to denounce Qin Shao and make Qin Shao admit to his crimes. Qin Shao looked at Fire Deity. He did not show any sign of weakness, nor did he have the slightest intention to retreat. He looked at Fire Deity with a blushing face and said, "Fire Deity, I've already made it very clear to you last time. I didn't kill anyone. There's a huge conspiracy going on here. There's an impersonator who's trying to frame me, pretending to be me and using my identity to slaughter the people of the 6 regions, stirring up conflict and stirring up chaos in the primal chaos space." Fire Deity snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Qin Shao, you're still saying the same thing? You said the same thing last time, and now you're saying the same thing? Even if you want to make up a lie, can't you be more serious? At least make up a different story, right? You're still saying the same thing. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think anyone will believe you? Qin Shao, you're a complete beast in human face. You're a despicable, shameless villain, and a treacherous person with wild ambitions. I think you've secretly sided with the Bloodbath Alliance or the Nightwalker clan, haven't you? You claim to be a righteous person, and a chivalrous person. You're just a sanctimonious beast. You're so young, but you're already so pretentious. You're so shrewd. You're always saying that there are imposters. I think you're one of those imposters, aren't you, Qin Shao? People of the 6 domains have died at your hands. I'm not the only one who saw you kill people. Fire Deity, everyone in the 6 domains saw it with their own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? You're about to die, but you still don't repent? Don't you know how to obediently admit to your crimes? Humph, if you obediently allow yourself to be captured now, then perhaps we can give you a quick death and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, humph, I'm afraid that even cutting you into pieces would be a light punishment." Fire Deity's words immediately received a lot of support. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I used to think that Qin Shao was a great person. I didn't expect that I was blind. Humph, Qin Shao, how dare you slaughter people of the 6 domains and openly make an enemy of the 6 domains? You're courting death by standing on the opposite side of the 6 domains. Qin Shao, you killed people of the immeasurable shrine. How should you be punished? Do you still want to deny it? Humph, don't even think about denying it. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I have wronged you? Qin Shao, I've really misjudged you. I've misjudged you. I really didn't expect you to be so sinister and cunning. As a person of the immortal region, you didn't even let people of the immortal region go. Do you still have a little conscience? Conscience? How could he have a conscience? He'd have been eaten by dogs long ago. He even killed people of the 9 provinces of the mortal realm. Do you still have a conscience? Isn't that laughable? Extremely laughable. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update, begging for flowers, begging for flowers. Everyone, don't be too stingy. If you have any, just donate. Chapter 3368. The people of the 6 regions were condemning Qin Shao one after another, as if they wanted to nail Qin Shao to death in the abyss of evil. Judging from the angry voices, it could be seen that everyone was sure that Qin Shao was the murderer who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. He was a heinous person. Therefore, everyone was enraged and wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. If he provoked public anger and became the target of public criticism, he would fall into the abyss of despair. Qin Shao knew very well that he was in a very bad situation now. If he couldn't calm the crowd down, he was afraid that he would definitely die today. Once they took action, Qin Shao would definitely be defeated. If he was defeated, it meant that he would die. There was no doubt about it. However, how could Qin Shao be willing to die here? What if he was humiliated and wronged to death here? Would he accept his fate? No, Qin Shao had never accepted his fate. He had always firmly believed that his fate was in his own hands and not in the hands of heaven. His life had always been in his own hands and was not controlled by anyone else. Even if the heavens wanted his life, Qin Shao, he would go against the heavens and break the heavens. What was there to be afraid of? Faced with the crowd's criticism and condemnation, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. Instead, he said firmly, "Everyone, I can understand your feelings at this time. I can understand what you all are thinking. However, before you all attack, please listen to me, Qin Shao, for a few words. I, Qin Shao, am right here and can't run away. You don't have to be in such a hurry, do you? Even if you want to kill me, Qin Shao, you should at least give me a chance to speak, right? Therefore, I, Qin Shao, would like to ask you to calm down for the time being and listen to me first. It won't be too late for you to make a final judgment." Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to say something, Vulcan naturally knew that Qin Shao wanted to exonerate himself. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by Qin Shao. This man is sinister, cunning, and despicable. He can tell any kind of lie. The evidence is irrefutable. Didn't the people of our 6 regions gather here to kill Qin Shao? Now that Qin Shao is right in front of us, what else do we need to say to him? In my opinion, let's kill Qin Shao first. There's nothing more to say." Vulcan's provocation also attracted the approval of many people. Originally, many people were full of anger in their hearts. At this time, they naturally wanted to find an outlet to vent their anger. They wanted to vent their anger on Qin Shao. However, there were some who disagreed with Fire God's word. Anyway, Qin Shao won't be able to run away. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. If we want to kill him, we should give him a chance to speak. That's right. We are righteous people. How can we be so overbearing? Even if we want to kill someone, we should let the other party know the reason before he dies. We can still give him a chance to speak. Qin Shao, if you have anything to say, just say it. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. However, if you want to avoid death, don't waste your effort. That's absolutely impossible. Originally, some people agreed with Vulcan's suggestion. Vulcan also supported Vulcan. However, the leaders of the other 4 regions did not say anything. Instead, they maintained their silence. As a result, Vulcan's suggestion did not receive unanimous approval. Naturally, there was no way to carry out his plan. This made Vulcan very unhappy. He really did not want to give Qin Shao any chance to speak. If there was a chance to speak, there might be some tricks. It was very likely that there would be an unforeseen event. If he did not give Qin Shao any chance to speak or resist, he would directly nail Qin Shao to death and kill him in one fell swoop. That would save a lot of trouble. Wouldn't everything be over then? Wouldn't he, Vulcan, also get his revenge? But now, Vulcan had no way of changing everyone's opinion with his own strength. Therefore, Vulcan could only grit his teeth and grit his teeth. But there was nothing else he could do. Let's listen to what Qin Shao has to say today. He wanted to absolve himself of the crime? That was absolutely impossible. Vulcan would be the first to disagree. He would definitely pin the crime of murder on Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao could not produce sufficient evidence to prove his innocence, Vulcan would definitely keep a close eye on Qin Shao. After Qin Shao's gaze swept across the crowd, he spoke with a serious expression. "Everyone, since entering the chaotic space, I have been with Yuan Yuan. We have never been apart for even a moment. After that, Brother Pure has also been with me. Recently, we have been acting together as 3 people and have never been separated. I would like to ask you, those who said that they saw me, Qin Shao, killing people, the Qin Shao you saw, if I'm not wrong, was acting alone, right? Isn't this a very obvious flaw? Because the Qin Shao you saw was not me at all. In fact, it was the impostor." As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a few questioning voices were immediately heard. "Qin Shao, I saw you killing people. You were indeed alone. But this is not enough to prove that it was not you who killed people. Also, we have heard of your theory about the impostor, but so far, no one has proved that the impostor really exists. For the time being, it's just a guess. Since it's just a guess, it can't be taken as true. It's not enough to prove anything. You don't have to say that your two friends are testifying for you. They are very good friends of yours. It's not strange for them to give false testimony for you. You won't be able to prove anything with your words alone. Only if you can provide concrete evidence. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly, "If I had concrete evidence, I would have given it to you long ago. Why would I put myself in such a difficult situation now? I have two witnesses, but you don't believe them. You think that they are my friends and can't testify for me. But originally, when we moved through the primal chaos space, we were only in groups of 2 or 3. If you can't come out as a witness because of this, then I guess nothing can be proven. That itself is a very unreasonable thing. If you don't want to believe me, Qin Shao, then I can swear with my soul. This can't be false, right?" "Swear with your soul? Are you sure Qin Shao isn't joking?" So this is your wishful thinking." A sarcastic voice sounded. Hearing this, Qin Shao frowned and thought, what does this mean? Swearing with my soul is being sneered at? It doesn't make sense. After the sarcastic person sneered, he continued, "What a good soul oath. Why do you pretend to be confused, Qin Shao? This is the chaotic space, not the outside world. Everything is isolated here. All the laws are completely imprisoned. There is no way to use them. This is a place where even the laws have no way to shine in. Do you think a soul oath is useful here? It's useless at all. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say a soul oath here? Huh? That's it? A soul oath is completely ineffective in the chaotic space?" But after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao immediately felt relieved. It seems that such a situation does exist. After all, the chaotic space is a completely independent space. It is completely isolated from the outside world. This makes me speechless. Even the unique skill of a soul oath can't be used. Is it really impossible to explain clearly? If it is outside, once you encounter a situation that you can't explain clearly, you can use this unique skill. You can directly swear with your soul to show that you are telling the truth. In this way, it would be persuasive enough to make others believe what you said. However, in this chaotic space, even a soul oath has lost its effect. This is a very embarrassing thing. This trick also doesn't work. What should I do? How can I convince everyone? Just by relying on my mouth? Qin Shao wished that his mouth was so powerful. Qin Shao, what else do you have to say? Is this your so-called explanation? If that's the case, then I advise you to save your breath. It's useless. You can't move us with these words. There's no way we can believe you. Another person from the Great Tao Sanctuary spoke. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Everyone, do you really believe that I, Qin Shao, am the one who massacred the people of the 6 regions? Don't tell me that I, Qin Shao, don't have any character in your hearts? Do you think that I, Qin Shao, am really a despicable, shameless, treacherous, and sinister villain? Those who know me a little know that I, Qin Shao, have always been at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. I, Qin Shao, have always taken it as my duty to uphold justice in the world. I, Qin Shao, have also joined the Righteous Alliance long ago. I have always been fighting against evil forces and defending justice. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. I am worthy of living in this world and guarding the righteousness in my heart. It has not been easy for me, Qin Shao, to get to where I am today. How could I possibly side with the Nightwalkers of the Bloodbath Alliance? Well, even if you don't believe me, then there is a situation. I don't know if any of you have thought about it carefully. That is, how stupid am I, Qin Shao, to kill people in front of others every time? And I only killed one person and left the other one alive. How crazy am I, Qin Shao, to be? If I, Qin Shao, really wanted to kill people, I would have planned it perfectly before I acted. I would not have left such a big flaw, would I? Moreover, I killed all the people of the 6 regions. Isn't that just drawing hatred to myself? Isn't that just looking for trouble for myself? If I wanted to kill people, would I have to be so high profile? Would I have no plan? Would I be so stupid? Let me ask you, if you were in my shoes, would you really be so crazy? Are you so reckless that you're courting death for yourself? No matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't be so stupid, would I? Qin Zhao's heartfelt words obviously did not get everyone's approval. Immediately, many people voiced their doubts. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who can be sure about this kind of thing? The Bloodbath Alliance's methods are very vicious. It's not impossible for them to rope you in. That's right. So what if you join the Righteous Alliance? There may be spies in the Righteous Alliance. People who kill people are always crazy. I believe that they can do anything crazy. They may not be stupid. They just don't think so much at the time. It's normal to kill them first. Chapter 3369. It's also possible that you did it on purpose. You deliberately used such an abnormal method to confuse us. You made it seem impossible for me to do it, so that you could use it as an excuse to escape our trial. It's possible, isn't it? Such a method doesn't seem to be clever, but in fact, it's very clever. That's right. There are still many people who use reverse tactics. It's very possible that you played such a trick. Seeing is believing. So many of us have seen it with our own eyes. How can you quibble? Humph, that's ridiculous. You want to use this as evidence? Then tell me that many people kill their brothers and fathers, deceive their masters and ancestors. Logically speaking, this is also unreasonable, right? If this is your only explanation, then I think you'd better shut up. I've given you a chance to speak. You can die now. Qin Zhao, don't waste your breath. No matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape death today. The so-called explanation is nothing more than your own words. Humph, that's right. Impersonator? Who can prove the existence of impersonators? Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's kill him together. Under the anger of the crowd, no one wanted to listen to Qin Zhao anymore. The main thing was that there was no way to prove Qin Zhao's words. They would be questioned and denied. In such a situation, under the anger of the crowd, as long as there was no conclusive evidence, it was difficult to believe. What's more, there were some people who might not like Qin Zhao from the beginning, such as Vulcan, who would jump out to stir up trouble, stir up everyone's emotions, and arouse everyone's anger. In this way, naturally, everyone would target Qin Zhao and would not easily listen to Qin Zhao's words. Under the instigation of some angry people, the crowd began to attack Qin Zhao again. They wanted to join forces to kill Qin Zhao. In the face of such a situation, Qin Zhao could only feel helpless. What could he do? He had explained everything that he could, but no one believed him. Now, how could he come up with conclusive evidence to prove the existence of impersonators? Unless he could catch an impersonator on the spot, but this was completely impossible. Therefore, this made Qin Zhao feel a little helpless. He was unable to prove his innocence. Could it be that he, Qin Zhao, was destined to die here today? No, Qin Zhao was unwilling. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. It must not happen. It must not happen. But what should he do? How could he save his own life? He didn't know. There was no way to speak of. He couldn't even ask for help. Brother Chuanjie and Yuan obviously couldn't help. It was impossible for Qin Zhao to let the two people join in such a dangerous thing. Therefore, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solution. There was no way to solve this problem. Humph, if there were only a dozen people, Qin Zhao would still have the confidence to fight. Maybe he could even fight. However, there were dozens of people here. They were the main forces of the 6 regions. There were many famous supreme existences here. The top figures on the Heavens Declaration, Divine List, and Saint List were basically all here. But even the Holy Sun Yuan, World God Seagate, and even Old Man Destiny, who was an incomparably powerful figure, were all present. Under such circumstances, how could he, Qin Shao, possibly fight? This was something that he didn't even need to think about. This battle would only lead to death. There was no doubt about it. Such a battle was simply hopeless. There was no hope of winning. But besides fighting, what else could Qin Shao do now? Besides Brother Pure and Yuan, who believed in him and were willing to help him, who else could stand up for him at this time? No one else. This made Qin Shao feel isolated and helpless. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that he couldn't blame others. He really couldn't prove his innocence in this matter. It was normal for others to find it hard to believe. In fact, no one was wrong. They were all fighting for their own interests. Brother Qin Shao, don't die. I don't want you to die. Don't. Yuan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry. Her tears flowed down her cheeks, making people feel sorry for her. If Brother Pure had not held her back, she would have run out and died with Qin Shao. Brother Pure's eyes also turned red. He stared at Qin Shao. How could he not want to go out and accompany Qin Shao? How could he not want to fight with Qin Shao? But he could not. He had a more important task now, which was to protect Yuan. He could not let Yuan get hurt. This task was more important than Qin Zhao's life. Brother Pure, don't hold me back. Let me go and help Brother Qin Shao. We must help him. Otherwise, he will die. He will really die. How can we watch Brother Qin Shao die? No, we can't do that. Brother Pure, I beg you. Let's help him together. Yuan is not afraid of death. I'm really not afraid of death. Yuan begged Brother Pure with a crying face. Yuan's desperate action made many people jealous of Qin Shao. Yuan was the daughter of Sage Li, the daughter of Reincarnation Master. How could she be so infatuated with Qin Shao? Was she willing to give up her life for Qin Shao? Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said to Yuan, I'm not afraid of death. I also want to go and help Qin Shao. He is my best brother. For him, I can even give up my life. But I can't do that. In contrast, your safety is more important than his life. Do you know that? Qin Shao doesn't want you to get hurt, so I can't let you go. Do you understand? Yuan shook her head and said, No, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I just know that Brother Qin Shao is dying. I can't watch him die. I can't. Did she not understand? Maybe, but was it useful? It could not change anything. Facing the angry crowd, the surging killing intent, and the ferocious eyes, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. However, Qin Shao was fearless. He still stood there with a determined look on his face, ready to fight. He had a clear conscience, so he was not afraid. Even if he died, he would be able to stand tall. However, Qin Shao was really unwilling to be wronged. Was he really going to die in this way? The methods of the impersonator were truly ruthless. They were truly too ruthless. Perhaps his performance in the chaotic space was too eye-catching. A tall tree attracts the wind, so he was targeted by the impostor. Could he only blame himself for being unlucky? Or did he have to go through these tribulations and tribulations if he wanted to be the savior of the world? How could it be so easy to be the savior of the world? Everyone, Qin Shao spoke again. In his loud voice, there was still indomitable, neither servile nor overbearing. There was no fear at all. He was still determined. He looked at the crowd with firm eyes and said, Everyone, I know that you may not believe what I say now, and I can't convince you. After all, I really can't provide any conclusive evidence to prove that everything I said is true. Although I'm very sure, and I can guarantee with my integrity that everything I said is true. But to be honest, I really can't provide any conclusive evidence to prove the existence of the impostor. However, before you all attack, there are still some things that I must say. I must tell everyone. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. I have a clear conscience, and I have a clear conscience. I will admit to what I did. But I won't admit to what I didn't do even if you kill me today. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed. If everyone insists on killing me, Qin Shao, today, then go ahead and do it. There is no need to feel any burden in your heart. From your point of view, you did nothing wrong. You are just adhering to your principles. So if you want to do it, then do it. However, I, Qin Shao, have something to say first. I, Qin Shao, am definitely not a person who will wait for death. Today, I will definitely not allow myself to be captured without a fight. I will definitely fight to the death. If all of you fight, then it will be a pure battle of life and death. There will be no feelings to speak of. I, Qin Shao, will definitely not show any mercy. Life and death will be up to fate. Everyone, let's do it. Qin Shao stood there with the sky-opening sword in his hand, looking quite resolute and heroic. He was high-spirited and vigorous, but also resolute and vigorous. Let's fight. Let's fight for our dignity and the unyielding belief in our hearts. Today's battle was not only for ourselves, but also for the justice of the world. Things had developed to this point and had been pushed to such a high level, so there was nothing to think about anymore. In fact, Qin Zhao's words could still move some people and resonate with some people's hearts. Some people really wanted to believe Qin Zhao's words. However, there were still people who jumped out and did not give people a chance to think too much. Everyone, please don't listen to this man's words. The way I see it, his mouth is still full of nonsense and lies. No matter how much he says, he is just trying to get away with the crime. He said that he has no way to prove his innocence, so there is nothing to say. Let's kill him first to avoid any more trouble. Fire God stood out again, once again arousing everyone's desire to kill Qin Shao. Many people nodded in agreement. Even if some people were willing to believe Qin Shao, they did not dare to say anything under such circumstances. They could only go with the flow and fight until the end. Let's do it. Let's do it. Someone gave the order, and the people of the 6 regions immediately took out their weapons and were ready to attack. As long as someone took the lead, they would be able to incite a great battle. Fire God stared at Qin Shao. He naturally wanted to be the leader and lead the people of the 6 regions to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. He had been preparing for this for a long time and had also been looking forward to it for a long time. How much he wanted to see this day. And this day was about to come. How could he not be excited and happy? Just as Fire God was about to make the first move and officially start the battle, a voice suddenly sounded. Are you really going to act so rashly? Although Qin Shao has no way to prove his innocence, there are many things in this world where there is no way to prove one's innocence. Does not necessarily mean that one is guilty just because there is no way to prove one's innocence. Don't you think that your logic is very preposterous and shameless? Aren't you trying to pin the crime on someone else? Chapter 3370. Hearing this voice, many people couldn't help but be taken aback and look over. It was a woman's voice, very pleasant to the ears. Obviously, the first person to speak up for Qin Shao and speak up for Qin Shao was a woman. First, Li Sheng's daughter, Jin Yuan, cried for Qin Shao and desperately wanted to protect Qin Shao. Moreover, the fact that a woman had spoken up for Qin Shao caused many people to be astonished. Why was he, Qin Shao, so popular with women? Who was it this time? Everyone's eyes immediately looked over, and their gazes quickly landed on a figure. The person who spoke up for Qin Shao was none other than Gu Lingwei, the young palace master of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace. As the young palace master of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, Gu Lingwei's status naturally went without saying. Such a woman of status actually stood up for Qin Shao at this time. This was really a very strange thing. After all, Gu Lingwei was also a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. The people of the other 4 palaces of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace were all here, and all of them were furious and wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. Especially Huoshan, who was the leader of the 6 regions gathering this time. But Gu Lingwei, who was also a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, stood up for Qin Shao. Wasn't this standing on the opposite side of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Wasn't this fighting against one's own people? Naturally, there were some people who couldn't understand what was going on, and they had a lot of guesses. Many people admired Qin Shao and were also jealous of Qin Shao. Gu Lingwei. Seeing that Gu Lingwei dared to speak up for Qin Shao, Huoshan was the most upset at this time. He had already secretly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. His eyes were spewing out thick flames of anger. Abominable, truly abominable. He originally thought that Gu Lingwei might still have feelings for Qin Shao and was still thinking about their old relationship. In fact, it was very likely that she still had feelings for Qin Shao in her heart. It wasn't too bad before, and she didn't express it too clearly, but this already made Huoshan very unhappy. But this time, she actually directly expressed it. How could he, Huoshan, tolerate it? Therefore, Huoshan was also furious, and he stared at Gu Lingwei in a rage, as if he wanted to eat her. His appearance was indeed very unsightly. Gu Lingwei, as a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, is to say this at this time. That's right, Gu Lingwei. What exactly is your relationship with this Qin Shao kid? Why are you shielding him like this? He killed the people of the 6 regions. This is an indisputable fact, something that many people witnessed with their own eyes. Even he can't deny it, so what right do you, Gu Lingwei, have to exonerate him? Could it be that you, Gu Lingwei, have also long become a demon? Otherwise, I really can't think of why you, Gu Lingwei, would speak up for Qin Shao at this time. Covering up for a murderer, are you in cahoots with him? Gu Lingwei, you should take back what you just said. We reckon that you just said the wrong thing out of a moment of kindness. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to think about this matter carefully. Gu Lingwei frowned coldly and looked at the people who were speaking. I have nothing to do with Qin Shao. As the young palace lord of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, who dares to say that I'm a demon? Why don't you stand up and let us have a good talk? You've all opened your mouths and framed me like this. Is this what a man should do? What? You're allowed to speak, but I, Gu Lingwei, can't stand up and say a word? If you think I'm wrong, then you can refute me with convincing words. Why do you have to open your mouths and accuse others? Are you used to accusing others? Then tell us, what did we say wrong? That's right. If you have the ability, then show us the evidence. If you can't, then shut up and don't get in the way of us killing people. Gu Lingwei, although you're the young palace lord of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily a good person. Don't think too highly of yourself. Gu Lingwei's words had clearly provoked a wave of anger. Therefore, many voices of objection sounded, not giving Gu Lingwei much face at all. In front of such angry people, there were indeed many people who could not remain calm and could not speak properly. Gu Lingwei looked at the people who were shouting very fiercely and said, "All right, since that's the case, then let me ask you. I just saw a lone sword cultivator saint die. Was he killed by you guys? Ridiculous, this is simply ridiculous. Gu Lingwei, when did you learn to slander others?" Gu Lingwei, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to forcibly accuse us of crimes? Do you have the qualifications to do so? Gu Lingwei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did we kill a sword cultivator saint? How could we possibly kill someone from the 6 realms? Gu Lingwei continued, "All right, since you all say you didn't kill him, then it's none of your business. That's fine. Prove your innocence. This request isn't too much, is it? As long as you can prove that you didn't kill him and that you're innocent, Then I'll believe that you really didn't kill him. If you can't prove your innocence, then I'm very sorry, but I'll have to believe that you killed him. Oh right, when you prove your innocence, don't drag the people close to you out to testify for you. They don't have the right to testify. After all, they might help you exonerate you and lie. Come, prove your innocence one by one. You, the men were truly choked by Gu Lingyue's words. If that was the case, then how were they supposed to prove their innocence? They'd been with their companions the entire time and hadn't gone anywhere else. It was even more impossible for a murder to have occurred. But how were they supposed to prove their innocence? If their companions couldn't testify, then how were they supposed to do so? Wasn't that preposterous? One of the men snorted angrily and said, "Preposterous, this is the greatest preposterous thing in the world. How could such a thing happen? If you randomly accuse someone of something like this, then wouldn't everyone be guilty?" Gu Lingyue immediately retorted, "Didn't you randomly accuse Qin Shao of something like this? Now that I'm accusing you of something, you're unhappy? There are so many of you. Didn't you all firmly believe that Qin Shao was the murderer, and that as long as he couldn't prove his innocence, then he was guilty? Now that I casually accuse him of something, you can't prove your innocence either, can you? I just want to use this as an example to tell you that if you can't prove your innocence, then you're definitely guilty. In other words, how are you going to prove that everyone was killed by Qin Shao? Yes, you'll say that everyone has a witness. But everyone only has one witness. In other words, everyone's words were said by one person and determined by one person. There are no other witnesses to prove this matter, right? According to your logic, the testimony of one person isn't enough to be believed, is it? A gloomy voice sounded. Gu Lingyue, you're deliberately trying to exonerate Qin Shao. What are you trying to do? What's the relationship between me and this Qin Shao? Is it worth it for you to protect him like this? Even at the expense of the dignity of your Heavenly Law's Dao Palace? Your Heavenly Law's Dao Palace also has people who died at the hands of Qin Shao. Are you going to side with an outsider like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? We have 6 witnesses, enough to prove that Qin Shao is a murderer. The assumption you made just now, without even a single witness, is completely absurd. So your words, Gu Lingyue, have no logic to speak of. You're standing up for Qin Shao, but I think you're just doing it out of selfishness. Gu Lingyue shook her head. I don't have any selfishness. I'm not familiar with Qin Shao and have no relationship with him. I'm only saying this because I don't want you to kill the wrong person. In the face of a great disaster, we of the 6 regions should be united against the outside world, and not kill each other. Moreover, I've also encountered some situations, and I've always felt that impersonators do exist. I'm just saying that I have no way to prove that impersonators do exist. Of course, even if I could prove it myself, I don't think you'd believe my words alone. So, I just want to urge everyone to restrain themselves and calm down. Don't act impulsively, lest you fall into the trap of others. Humph. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Oh my, Gu Lingyue, your words are very righteous, aren't they? But why do I feel like you're putting on a sanctimonious air? You dare say you don't have any selfishness? Others may not know, but I know that there is a lot of concern between you and Qin Shao. On your path of reincarnation, you and Qin Shao are very lovey-dovey in this life. You even had a wedding ceremony, didn't you? I think you're deliberately standing up for Qin Shao because of old ties, aren't you? You're Huashen's fiancé. This is something everyone knows. Don't you feel ashamed to say this in front of Huashen? The leader of the Golden Palace of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace said, as if he were standing up for Huashen. Huashen's expression was already very ugly, and now it was even uglier. Huashen glared coldly at the leader of the Golden Palace. His words seemed to be standing up for Huashen. However, if he were to say it in front of so many people, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation as the fire god? His fiancée was standing up for his old flame in front of him? How could he, the fire god, show his face now? Therefore, how could the fire god not be angry? His expression darkened. Gu Lingyue's expression was also ugly, and she was very angry. She glared fiercely at the leader of the Golden Palace and said coldly, "It's just a matter of the past on the path of reincarnation. It's long gone from my memory. I've already said what needs to be said. If you insist on saying this, that's your business. Humph, then don't say anything. Shut up." "That's right, what's there to say? Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's do it. Yes, let's kill Qin Shao first." Seeing that Gu Lingyue stood up for him, Qin Shao was touched. It seemed that Gu Lingyue had not completely forgotten about him. Unlike what she had shown before, she did not completely ignore him. It was just that she had her own difficulties, and she had no choice but to do this. If this was the case, then no matter what, he must break through all obstacles and bring Gu Lingyue back to his side. But, alas, it would be difficult for him to turn the situation around. Chapter 33-71. I believe in Qin Shao. He won't kill the people from the 6 regions. Don't you think it's too rash to come to such a conclusion that you want to kill Qin Shao? At this moment, another voice abruptly rang out, and a figure walked out. It was a hunchbacked old man. He was extremely skinny, and his clothes were ragged. Qin Shao secretly rejoiced in his heart when he saw the person who had come. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The man was none other than the woodcutter old man. The woodcutter old man was ranked 4th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was a very independent person and did not have good relations with anyone. It was as if there was no one in the entire great thousand world that he was familiar with. He was a loner and had always been a loner. Therefore, many people were surprised to see the woodcutter old man speak up for Qin Shao. The woodcutter old man had never meddled in other people's business. However, this time, he actually spoke up for Qin Shao despite the fact that the world was against him. This was very strange. It was too strange. Qin Shao was also surprised. He had not expected the woodcutter old man to speak up for him at this time. This was something that would cause public outrage. Gu Lingyue had also angered the crowd when she spoke up for Qin Shao. "Woodcutter old man, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly speaking up for Qin Shao? Are you very close to him? Or have we been wrong about you all this time? Have you also become an evil demon?" A man from the Great Wei Saint region said. He was also ranked in the top 20 on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was also a well-known figure. However, he seemed to be unhappy that the woodcutter old man had spoken up for Qin Shao, so his words were very sarcastic. The woodcutter old man glanced at him coldly. His gaze was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. When the man was glanced at by the woodcutter old man, he felt inexplicably guilty and involuntarily took a step back. Such a subconscious action caused a trace of embarrassment to appear on his face, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm an evil demon? Then who do you think you are? You like to pin charges on people, don't you? I dare you to say that again." The woodcutter's cold voice rang out. He did not hold back at all, directly revealing his edge, domineering and cold. As long as the man dared to say another word, there was no doubt that the old man would kill the man first. The woodcutter was definitely a man of his word, a man of his word, and a man of his word. Once provoked, there would definitely not be any good outcome for them. Therefore, how could that man dare to say anything more? This kind of eccentric person would never act according to common sense, and would never be afraid of any factors. Moreover, he was indeed in the wrong at this moment. Just now, he had spoken out of turn, but he didn't expect to be beaten back by the woodcutter so quickly. Does it matter whether I'm familiar with Qin Shao or not? Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my personal standpoint. I've seen Qin Shao twice before, and I know his character very well. I believe that he won't kill the people of the 6 regions. Moreover, there are many doubtful points in this matter. There are many things that have not been completely clarified. Don't you think that it's too hasty to jump to conclusions? The implications of this matter are great. Have you ever thought about what if you kill the wrong person? Qin Shao is an unprecedented genius in the Great Thousand World. He's a person with great talent and potential. He's also a war general who can take charge of an area. Don't you think that it's ridiculous that you want to kill Qin Shao now when you haven't figured out everything? I know that some of you are just a little jealous, and you're just taking advantage of the situation. The catastrophe of the Great Thousand World is about to arrive, and there are still people with such dirty hearts. Don't you feel ashamed? In the face of this imminent catastrophe, if the 6 regions don't work together, I'm afraid that all of us here may die in the catastrophe. At this critical moment, instead of working together, you're thinking about killing each other. Isn't that ridiculous? The woodcutter's words struck a chord in many people's hearts. Indeed, some people had such thoughts. The woodcutter, who had always been a man of few words, had suddenly spoken so much today. Woodcutter, aren't your words a little too harsh? A cold voice sounded. It was the fire deity who had spoken. If there was anyone here who wanted Qin Shao dead the most, it would definitely be the fire deity. He had long wished he could cut Qin Shao into 1,000 pieces. First, Gu Lingyue had spoken up for Qin Shao. Now, even the woodcutter, who had always been a busybody, had stood up for Qin Shao. This really made the fire deity very unhappy. The fire deity glared at the woodcutter with a cold and angry expression. He was not afraid of the woodcutter at all. Whether Qin Shao killed the people of the 6 regions or not is not up to you to decide. You can't produce any evidence to prove that Qin Shao didn't kill anyone, can you? It's just based on your intuition. That's not enough, is it? Isn't that too irresponsible? This is a major matter that concerns the lives of several people in the 6 regions. How can it be changed with just a few words from you? There's nothing suspicious about it. The matter is already very clear. It was Qin Shao who did it. If I, the fire deity, said it alone, then perhaps I'm lying. However, at least 6 people in the 6 regions saw it with their own eyes and stepped forward to guide him. Isn't this enough to prove the problem? If this doesn't prove the problem, do you think a few words from you can prove the problem? In the face of the fire deity's rebuke, the woodcutter said coldly, "A suspicious point is a suspicious point. It doesn't matter how many people came forward to testify. Besides, you're the one who has the most experience here. I've also heard a little about the grudge between you and Qin Shao. You've spared no effort to kill Qin Shao. Do you dare to say that you don't have any selfish motives?" The fire deity said angrily, "Yes, that's right. I admit that I do have some selfish motives. I do hate Qin Shao to the core and want him dead, but Qin Shao deserves to die. He deserves to die. I do have a personal grudge against him, but can this erase his crimes? I have absolute reasons to kill him. Why can't I? Just because I have a grudge against him, I have to suppress my hatred and not show it? Is there a problem if I show it? Is it deliberate? The woodcutter, you've lived for a long time. Tell me, what kind of logic is this?" The woodcutter shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own selfish motives. This is nothing. I also have my own selfish motives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood up for Qin Shao. However, selfishness is selfishness. As a person, one has to pay attention to the conscience of heaven and earth. The truth is the truth. There is indeed a big problem in this matter. This can't be ignored. No matter what you think, I absolutely believe that Qin Shao is innocent. I also believe that there are indeed impostors. You are all existences standing at the peak of the great wide world. It's impossible that you don't know that anything is possible. You can't completely deny this matter just because it has never appeared before. You can't say that it doesn't exist just because you can't prove it for the time being, right? There's no harm in daring to assume everything, right? Humph. The fire deity sneered and said, "At the end of the day, you just want to exonerate Qin Shao. Then I'll make it clear to you. We must kill Qin Shao today. Old woodcutter, do you really want to get involved? Do you want to go against the law of the world? Do you want to save him from our hands? However, it's not that I look down on you, nor am I deliberately mocking you. I'm afraid that with your strength alone, you won't be able to do anything at all, right? Therefore, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. There are some things that are best left alone. If you don't take care of other people's business, you'll hurt yourself." The woodcutter did not say anything else. Instead, he fell silent. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. It seemed that he was hesitating whether to make a move or not. Could it be that he, the woodcutter, would really go against the law of the world and become enemies with the people of the 6 regions for the sake of Qin Shao? It was obvious that this situation was not something that could be changed by 1 or 2 people stepping forward. How could a few people be able to withstand the power of dozens of people from the 6 regions? If he stepped forward, he would only be asking for trouble. Senior Woodcutter, Qin Shao is very grateful that you've stepped forward to speak up for Qin Shao. I'm very touched. Thank you for your righteousness, Senior. Qin Shao will remember it. However, this is between me and the 6 regions. Senior, you don't have to get involved. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. Why would I be afraid of being framed? Even if I die today, I, Qin Shao, will not accept this accusation. Don't even think about putting this accusation on me, Qin Shao. Qin Shao saluted the woodcutter with cupped fist. He was very grateful to the woodcutter. Although Qin Shao had met the old woodcutter twice before, they had some interactions there. However, Qin Shao did not expect that the woodcutter would step forward to speak up for him in this matter. Stepping forward in such a situation was equivalent to standing against the people of the 6 regions. How much courage and determination did one need to do such a thing? However, the woodcutter did it without hesitation. With such affection, it was enough. Qin Shao was very touched. The woodcutter looked at Qin Shao and suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing heartily at the sky, the old woodcutter's cold eyes became resolute. "Ha ha ha, if you're born as a human and you don't even dare to do what you want to do, then what's the point of living? Wouldn't it be too cowardly if you don't even dare to stand up for something that you've decided on? Wouldn't it be ridiculous if you shrink back because you're afraid of death and lose your bottom line? I, the woodcutter old man, have lived my entire life. I can be considered to have experienced countless storms and experienced countless life and death situations. I've long since seen through everything. I thought that standing aloof from worldly affairs and being a loner would be a carefree life. However, after cultivating for so many years, I gradually understood that there are some things that I have to persevere on. I stepped forward to speak up for Qin Shao not only because I want to believe in him, but also for the safety of the Great Thousand World and the survival of the 6 regions. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. However, the sad thing is that at this time there are still many people who are extremely selfish. Today I, the woodcutter, will step forward to fight with you. What do you think? Author Kenshang said, 4th update, it's the last few days of the month. Chapter 3372. What? The woodcutter's words immediately caused an uproar. Many people were greatly shocked and looked at the woodcutter in astonishment. They were all wondering if the old man had gone crazy. Was he really going to be so crazy? Was he really going to become enemies with the people of the 6 regions? Did he really want to die? Standing out at this time and risking his life for Qin Shao, wasn't that simply courting death? There was no way he would have a chance to live. He was crazy, he was really crazy. The woodcutter had always been a maverick. He did not fight with the world, did not incur enmity with others, did not meddle in other people's business, and did not belong to any faction. Therefore, he had never offended anyone or any faction, and his sense of existence was very weak. It was also because of this that not many people were hostile to the woodcutter. However, the woodcutter's somewhat crazy actions really surprised many people. Apart from being surprised, they were also quite angry and displeased. Anyone who stood up for Qin Shao should be killed together with him. The woodcutter straightened his body and stood there like a javelin. He stood proudly in the sky and shone with a peerless sharpness. He stood there as if he was unbreakable and indestructible. This was his resolute attitude, and no one could doubt him. Once the woodcutter old man decided on something, there was no room for regret. Looking at the woodcutter, Qin Shao was so touched that he did not know what to say for a moment. He felt that he did not have a deep friendship with the woodcutter, and they had only met 3 times previously. Including this time, they had only met 4 times. The time they had spent together was also very short. Perhaps they did not know each other very well. However, such a senior had taken the initiative to stand up for him at his most dangerous time and disregarded his life to support him. How precious was this! This was something that only close friends could do, but the woodcutter had done it. However, Qin Shao also understood that the woodcutter had done this not only because he thought highly of him, but also because the woodcutter had a heart to protect justice in the world. He had a heart to work hard for the peace of the great thousand world. There was a persistence there, and there was a bottom-line principle that he insisted on. Such a person was worthy of incomparable respect. Qin Shao looked at the old woodcutter and didn't know what to say. There was no need to say anything at this moment. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. Old woodcutter, are you really going to die for Qin Shao? This matter has nothing to do with you to begin with. It's too late for you to regret and leave now. Once we make our move, there will be no leeway for us to turn back. Humph, you're only seeking your own death by joining in. Do you, woodcutter old man, really want to be so crazy? Vulcan sneered and said to the woodcutter. The old woodcutter glanced at Vulcan and didn't say anything else. He had already explained everything with his actions. There was no point in saying anything else. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. As an old woodcutter, he didn't like to talk much. Today, he had already made an exception. Since the woodcutter old man insists on seeking death, let's grant him his wish. Humph, what a lunatic! Let's kill him together. Humph, he's only ranked 4th on the Heavens Declaration. He really thinks he's a big shot. He's courting death. Many people were affected by Vulcan's words and started to scold him angrily. In the face of these scoldings, the old woodcutter still stood there resolutely. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Qin Shao. It was obvious that this person wanted to stand up for Qin Shao and fight with Qin Shao. Just like the old woodcutter, this person had done something crazy. The most surprising thing was that this person was Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue actually stood up for Qin Shao? Could it be that the rumor that Gu Lingyue was a couple with Qin Shao on the reincarnation road was true? Moreover, she still has feelings for Qin Shao? Therefore, when Qin Shao was in danger, she was so crazy that she stood up for him without any regard for her own life. Such a move could not help but make people think of these aspects. Gu Lingyue cracked. Crack. Vulcan clenched his fists so hard that they almost broke. The anger in his chest was like an uncontrollable volcano that was about to erupt. His anger had reached an extreme level. He was so angry that his whole body trembled violently. Dense killing intent flashed in his eyes, which was extremely terrifying. How could his fiancée be so crazy for another man without any regard for her own life? Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? How could he, the god of fire, tolerate such humiliation? Hateful, hateful! At this moment, he wished he could kill Gu Lingyue. This woman had embarrassed and humiliated him in front of so many people. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Lingyue stand up for Qin Shao. Lingyue Yu Qin Shao was surprised and happy at the same time. He really hadn't expected Gu Lingyue to stand out without regard for her own life. She wanted to fight and die with him. Qin Zhao's face suddenly burst into a big smile. He felt warm and comfortable in his heart. In this case, Gu Lingyue still loved him. It must be so. This made Qin Shao even more certain of this matter. This was also something he had always wanted to know. Today, he finally got a very definite answer. The pressure in his heart had been lifted at this moment. Gu Lingyue was a woman worth him risking his life for. A woman worth him protecting for a lifetime. However, the situation was still very unfavorable to him at this moment. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not want Gu Lingyue to come out and fight with him at this time. It was too dangerous. Young palace master, what are you doing? Come back quickly. We can't get involved in this matter. Saint Minghua immediately became anxious and hurried over to pull Gu Lingyue away. However, Gu Lingyue was unusually determined. She was not moved at all and had no intention of leaving. Saint Minghua was really anxious. However, she was inferior to Gu Lingyue in terms of strength and status. How could she force Gu Lingyue to leave? If Gu Lingyue really did not want to leave, there was nothing she could do. Sister Minghua, I know what I'm doing. I've never been clearer than now. I've been hiding and suppressing myself. I've said goodbye to the past and everything. I want to be a cold and ruthless woman. I can do this. I really can. I've been working very hard to be Gu Lingyue and be the young palace master of the Water Palace. I also think that I can continue to do this because this is my mission. This is a fate that I can't get rid of. It's a responsibility that I should bear. I've never complained. I've been working hard. I really want to do well. But I really can't do it. I can't watch Qin Shao be killed here. Therefore, I have to stand up today and fight side by side with Qin Shao and the woodcutter old man to bring back some light for our great thousand world. Sister Minghua, don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. You should know my character. Lingyue Yu, Saint Minghua wanted to say something, but after looking at Gu Lingyue, she hesitated. In the end, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could she not know Gu Lingyue? In terms of understanding of Gu Lingyue, Saint Minghua was probably the one who knew her best in the entire Water Palace. Gu Lingyue's thoughts could not escape her eyes. She also knew Gu Lingyue's character very well. She also knew what Gu Lingyue was thinking in her heart. She knew all of this. She was very clear about it. However, was she really going to watch Gu Lingyue die today? What should she do? She could not persuade Gu Lingyue, and there was no other way. She would rather die than let Gu Lingyue be hurt at all. However, it was useless. Even if Gu Lingyue was willing to die, it would not change anything today. Alas! Saint Minghua could only sigh and shake her head. She then let out a long sigh and said, "Fine, fine. Sister Lingyue, since you insist on doing this, I can't persuade you. Since that's the case, I'll die with you. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back and complete this task." Gu Lingyue stepped forward, and Saint Minghua also joined in. In this way, in addition to the woodcutter old man, there were two more people who joined Qin Zhao's team. They wanted to fight with Qin Shao and protect Qin Shao with their lives. Such a matter was truly driving one crazy. They admired and envied him. There were actually so many people who were willing to die with Qin Shao? What the hell were they thinking? Crazy, all of them were crazy. What kind of ability did Qin Shao have? What kind of magic did he have to make people so crazy about him? The people of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace all had ugly looks on their faces. This was also a disgrace to the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace. Could it be that the people of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace were going to kill each other? Were they really going to kill Gu Lingyue? Fire deity was about to go crazy. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle Gu Lingyue to death to vent the hatred in his heart. His fiancée, his woman, actually gave up her own life for another man. Ha! How ironic, how ironic! To the fire god, this was a great humiliation. Gu Lingwei, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Fire deity roared madly in his heart. If he could, he wanted to kill Gu Lingwei. The woodcutter old man, Gu Lingwei, and Saint Minghua stepped forward one after another, which naturally made some subtle changes to the situation. However, the overall situation was not affected much. With just the strength of these three people, there was no way they could change anything. It was nothing to the strength of the 6 regions. At most, it would just add a little trouble. It was not a big deal. Brother Pure and Yuan were also greatly encouraged and touched. Brother Pure, even Sister Gu Lingwei stepped forward bravely. She risked everything and even betrayed her water palace to stand up for Brother Qin Shao and fight for Qin Shao. She is willing to sacrifice her life for Brother Qin Shao. Since Sister Gu Lingwei dared to do it and is not afraid of death, why should we be cowards? No, we have to go out and fight with Brother Qin Shao. Even if we die, so what? Brother Pure, don't hold me back. Let me go. I want to fight with Brother Qin Shao and die with him. Yuan was the most touched and encouraged, so she also pushed Brother Pure away and rushed out to stand on Qin Shao's side. She wanted to stand on the same side as Qin Shao. This time, Brother Pure did not stop her. Not only did he not stop her, but he also walked out with her. Chapter 33-73. Ha! How can Brother Pure miss out on such a thing? Brother Pure laughed heartily and stood beside Qin Shao. He and Yuan each stood on one side, as if they were Qin Zhao's 2 guardians. Seeing that Brother Pure and Yuan had also stood out, Qin Shao immediately became a little anxious. First Gu Lingwei, now Yuan, this made Qin Shao a little crazy. Gu Lingwei, Yuan, what are you doing? This is not something you can get involved in. Hurry up and leave. Don't do anything stupid for me, Qin Shao said anxiously. Gu Lingwei took a deep look at Qin Shao and said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this entirely for you, but for the justice in my heart. The justice in my heart is firm, and the peace of the great 1,000 domains. You, Qin Shao, don't have such a big influence in my heart. Whatever I, Gu Lingwei, want to do, I don't need your permission. So, Qin Shao, you don't have to say anything about what I'm doing. I know very well what I'm doing. Lingwei, you Qin Shao still wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Gu Lingwei. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I don't want to hear it. Let's leave this matter at that. After saying that, Gu Lingwei turned her head to one side, as if she was no longer paying attention to Qin Shao. This action really made Qin Shao feel very helpless. There was no other way. It seemed that it was impossible to make Gu Lingwei leave. Alas, Qin Shao really didn't want to see this, but what could he do now? When women became serious, it was indeed a very scary thing. Qin Shao had no other choice. This was the only way. Qin Shao looked at Yuan, but before she could say anything, Yuan spoke first. Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to say anything. I know what I'm doing. Even big sister Gu Lingwei is willing to fight for you without regard for her life, so why can't I? I don't care. Even if you beat me or scold me, I won't leave. I'll fight with you and die with you. It's no big deal. I'm not afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of? These people are too evil. They're too much of a bully. Humph. You also Qin Shao was even more speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Lingwei couldn't persuade him, and neither could Yuan. Sigh, these 2 silly women, really silly women. Why do you have to do this? Death was not a good choice. It was not a good thing. If these 2 women couldn't persuade him, Brother Pure definitely couldn't persuade him either, so Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to speak to Brother Pure. He just looked at him deeply and said, Good brother, for life. Ha ha, good brother, for life. Dying together is also a touching thing, isn't it? Brother Pure grinned and laughed loudly. Even in the face of death, he couldn't be weak. He should be heroic and righteous. The momentum that a man should have couldn't be weak. In this way, a total of 5 people stepped forward to fight with Qin Shao and die for Qin Shao. The most enviable and admirable thing about Qin Shao was that there were 2 great beauties who stepped forward, and both of them were of noble status. One was the young palace master of the Water Palace, and the other was the daughter of Sage Li. These 2 beautiful women were coveted by many people, but they were willing to risk their lives for Qin Shao. The affection between them was enough to make people understand. A woman who was willing to die for a man must like this man, or even love this man deeply. What do we do now? If we really fight, we can't kill them too, right? Humph, kill them too. What's there to do? They asked for it, so they can't blame us. Since they asked for it, we'll just fulfill their wish. Cough, are we really going to kill them too? Won't we make a big deal out of this? Let it be. What's there to be afraid of? What else can we do? Just because Gu Lingwei and the others stepped forward to stand up for Qin Shao, we have to shrink back? That doesn't make sense, does it? The people of our 6 regions have already gathered here. How can we retreat? If we want to fight, we can only stand until the end. There's no room for negotiation. That's right. Who cares? Let's just do it. If anyone dares to help Qin Shao, we'll just kill them. There's nothing to say. Although there were beauties like Gu Lingwei and Yuan Yuan, they still couldn't quell their determination to kill Qin Shao. Moreover, such a situation would only infuriate some people even more, causing some people to become excited as if they had taken drugs. Their desire to kill Qin Shao also became a little stronger. There were only 5 people, so they couldn't change anything. Although they knew that they couldn't change anything, Gu Lingwei and the others still stepped forward without hesitation, regardless of their lives. This was the strength of their resolute belief that supported them. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Right at this moment, another burst of laughter rang out. A burst of boorish laughter erupted from the battling Buddha's mouth. The victorious fighting Buddha, who ranked first on the Heavens Declaration and was second only to the Reincarnation Supremacy, naturally attracted a lot of attention when he spoke. Everyone looked over and focused their attention on the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha carried his Jingu Bang on his shoulder and walked towards Qin Shao. Such an action caused many people to have some guesses in their hearts. They also had a bad premonition. Qin Shao also looked at the victorious fighting Buddha. For a moment, he didn't understand what the victorious fighting Buddha wanted to do. The victorious fighting Buddha's action made the atmosphere a little tense and oppressive. No wonder he was the victorious fighting Buddha. Just one sentence from him could change a lot of things. After taking a few steps, the victorious fighting Buddha stopped. He chuckled and said, "You people are really interesting. It seems like you're used to fighting among yourselves and killing each other. That's why you don't take it seriously." All of them are extremely enraged by this matter. They've seized the opportunity to kill the people that they don't like. However, I, old son, am different from you. I, old son, still believe in Qin Shao. I also believe in the existence of impersonators. Of course, I, old son, don't have any proof. I've only come to this conclusion based on my experience, my feelings, and the many things I've encountered in the primal chaos space. I, old son, also feel that you people have gone too far. These children have stepped forward without any hesitation and are not afraid of death to protect the justice of the world. I, old son, am the victorious fighting Buddha. I possess boundless light and boundless Buddha. How can I just watch as you people do this? Your actions have no regard for the righteousness of the great 1,000 realms and the safety of the world. You're only doing this for your own selfish reasons. Don't you feel that your actions are very shameful? If you don't feel that you must insist on fighting, I, old son, will play with you today. If anyone wants to kill Qin Shao, they'll have to ask if the Jingu Bang in my hand agrees to it first. I, old son, haven't fought in a long time. My hands have been itching for a fight recently. Perhaps I, old son, will be itching for a fight today. Come, all of you. Come at me. The victorious fighting Buddha stepped forward. Marshal Tianpeng also came with his 9-tooth nail. Ha, brother monkey, if you want to play, bring me along. How can you leave me out of a fight? If you want to play, let's play together. I'm your loyal companion, brother monkey. The victorious fighting Buddha and Marshal Tianpeng both stepped forward. The other 4 people from the heavenly court also stepped forward. This meant that the 6 people from the heavenly court had joined in. They stood in Qin Zhao's camp and supported Qin Shao. The situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. It was no longer a subtle change. This was a big one. The strength of the victorious fighting Buddha and Canopy Marshal was undeniably powerful. With their participation, the balance was naturally broken. Including the woodcutter old man and the other 4, there were a total of 11 people. There were also freakishly powerful existences like the victorious fighting Buddha and Marshal Tianpeng. There was also Qin Shao. He was also a freakishly powerful existence. As such, this power had become extremely powerful. It was absolutely not something that could be looked down upon. The people from the 6 regions were speechless. Many people were confused. What was going on? What was going on? Was there a need for this? Many people who had been full of passion and wanted to make a move could not help but hesitate at this time. The situation had changed a lot. If they attacked again, even if they still had the absolute advantage, they would have to pay a heavy price, right? If they wanted to kill Qin Shao, who knew how many people would have to die here? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves? At first, everyone was furious because Qin Shao was alone. There were dozens of people from the 6 regions. With dozens of people against Qin Shao, they were naturally fearless. They felt that they could do anything to him. However, it was different now. The current situation wasn't so good. Many people were wondering how charismatic Qin Shao was. He was able to make so many people stand out and fight for him. They were even willing to risk their lives. Crazy, this was really crazy. Such a thing really made them jealous. Looking at the victorious fighting Buddha and the others, Qin Shao was so touched that he didn't know what to say. Senior son, Senior Canopy, thank you. Since he didn't know what to say, he might as well make it simple. Qin Shao thanked the victorious fighting Buddha and Marshal Tianpeng. Marshal Tianpeng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Why are you thanking me? I'm not doing this for you. I'm just following Brother Monkey. I just want to fight a little. Don't thank me and don't be touched. I'm not familiar with you." Although Marshal Tianpeng said that, how could Qin Shao not know that he said that on purpose? The victorious fighting Buddha didn't care. After glancing at Qin Shao, he said, "Qin Shao, I, old son, admire you very much. How can I watch you die? So, you have to live well. No matter what others do, I, old son, believe in you." The word believe was enough. Chapter 3374. Even though the victorious fighting Buddha and Canopy Marshal had spoken so casually, as if their actions had nothing to do with Qin Shao still couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. However, Qin Shao was no fool. How could he not understand the meaning behind their words? At this moment, he could only feel touched in his heart. The victorious fighting Buddha had used his boundless Dharma and supreme brilliance to illuminate the heavens and earth and intimidate everything. The victorious fighting Buddha's support had indeed given Qin Shao a sense of security and had completely affected the entire situation. However, this was still not enough. Although the situation had caused a huge impact and had broken the balance, many people were worried. However, how could the anger of the people of the 6 regions be quelled so easily? The fact that the people of the 6 regions had gathered here meant that they were full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. How could they so easily break the decision that they had made? If they stopped just like that, how could the people of the 6 regions still have any face left? This was especially so for the forces that had lost their people. Wouldn't they be utterly disgraced? Naturally, many people would not agree to such a thing. Moreover, the situation had already reached this point. Many people no longer had a way out. Regardless of whether it was because of their pride or because of their burning anger, they did not want to give up so easily. Seeing so many people supporting Qin Shao had indeed made many people feel extremely unbalanced. Jealousy had also given birth to some hatred. The fire god spoke again. Victorious fighting Buddha, Marshal Tianping, all of you want to stand up for Qin Shao, right? I have always respected all of you. I believe that the people of the 6 regions also respect all of you very much. However, when it comes to such a major issue, won't the 2 of you become a laughingstock? The murderer who killed the people of the 6 regions is now here. We want to bring him to justice and let him receive the punishment he deserves. However, the 2 of you insist on going against the law and going against the people of the 6 regions to support Qin Shao. What is the meaning of this? Right now, I really don't understand the intentions of the 2 of you. Don't tell me that the victorious fighting Buddha really wants to intimidate the people of the 6 regions with his own strength. Although the victorious fighting Buddha is extremely powerful and we all admit that he is the strongest person after the reincarnation supremacy. However, no matter how powerful he is, does he think that he can rely on his own strength, or rather, the strength of the heaven realm to save Qin Zhao's life? Does he think that the 6 regions are nothing? Isn't such an act a little too arrogant? The people of the 6 regions have already gathered together to suppress Qin Shao. Naturally, we won't give up so easily. Otherwise, won't we be ridiculed by the world? How can the dignity of the 6 regions be trampled and humiliated like this? Fire God's words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. His words made the peoples the heavens realm, fighting Buddhas. That's right. This matter was related to the dignity of the 6 regions. It was related to the dignity of the forces behind them, who didn't have a strong sense of pride in their hearts. If he admitted defeat in this matter and retreated, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world? How could they easily back down in such a situation? Would they back down just because the victorious fighting Buddha was on their side? No, they couldn't. They couldn't do that. Therefore, the fighting spirit in many people's hearts was ignited once again. It burned fiercely and fiercely. This made the anger in their hearts even more turbulent and surging. The fire god looked at the people of the 6 regions again and said in a loud and clear voice, "Everyone, please don't forget our original intention and why we're here. We're here to uphold our justice, for our dead companions, for our dignity, and for the justice in our hearts. Now, the murderer is right in front of us, but some people insist on defying the world and jumping out to protect Qin Shao. Are we supposed to back down because of this? Are we afraid? Everyone present here represents the peak powers of the 6 regions, the leaders of the various major powers, and the face of the various major powers. If we compromise because of some resistance, wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? Therefore, we must fight. We must fight. So what if the victorious fighting Buddha and the others are on Qin Zhao's side? Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Are we still going to be us? No, we can't back down. We have no room for retreat. We can only fight. There are dozens of people in the 6 regions. As long as we work together, we'll be invincible. No force or person can stop us. We'll definitely be able to wipe out everything and get our revenge. The victorious fighting Buddha is indeed very powerful. He's indeed very respected by us. However, he made a mistake today. We don't have to take it to heart. Let's just fight. It's nothing. There's no such thing as enemies. It's just that we're on different sides. I, the fire god, am here. Please don't back down. Stand up bravely and fight alongside me. We'll take back the dignity that belongs to us." The fire god's words were indeed very inspiring. They could stir the blood in everyone's hearts. These words made many people's blood boil with excitement. Yes, dignity was the most important thing. Sometimes it was even more important than life. Moreover, there were many people. Many things would be magnified by a lot. The 6 regions had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about anything. If they really fought, as long as they worked together, they would be able to wipe out everything. There was no need to fear the victorious fighting Buddha. Because of this, the people of the 6 regions were still full of fighting spirit. They still didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. The fire god had once again stirred their fighting spirit to an extremely high point. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't seem to care at all. He grinned and waved the golden-banded staff in his hand. Come, come. Since you're not willing to back down, let's fight to our heart's content. I, old son, don't like to talk so much nonsense with you. Anyway, it's not going to work. You have your own opinions, and I, old son, have my own opinions. We just have different opinions and different standpoints. There's nothing else to it. There's no need to say anything else. Let's fight. Humph! An extremely angry voice rang out, and a tall and imposing figure stood out. He glared at the victorious fighting Buddha and said furiously, "Sun Wukong, do you really think you're that powerful? Do you really think you can suppress the people of the 6 regions with your strength alone? Isn't this action a little too overbearing? How can we, the people of the 6 regions, be suppressed by the victorious fighting Buddha alone? If you insist on fighting today, then don't blame us for not holding back. Although you're very strong, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. I'm afraid you won't be able to win against the people of the 6 regions. Sun Wukong, have you really thought this through? Are you really going to fight us to the death for someone who has nothing to do with you? Are you going to die here today? Once the battle really starts, I'm afraid it'll be a fight to the death. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, there's a chance he'll die here. This is the chaotic space, not the outside world. If it were the outside world, Sun Wukong might still have some ability to preserve his life. However, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he won't be able to use it here. Here, his strength is limited, and so is his ability to preserve his life. Ah! The victorious fighting Buddha laughed loudly. His laughter was still as calm as ever, and he didn't show any signs of weakness. He was still as heroic and righteous as ever. He still possessed that peerless and overbearing aura. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the person who spoke and said, "So what if I live? So what if I die? I, old son, don't say that I've become indifferent to life and death, but I'm not afraid of death, am I? I'll do what I, old son, believe should be done. Even if I have to throw my life away, so what? Why wouldn't I dare to fight? I, old son, have already made up my mind. Even if I have to fight to the death, it's nothing. I won't back down." Someone has to protect the righteousness of the world. What you're protecting is what you believe, and what I, old son, am protecting is what I, old son, am protecting. Perhaps there's no right or wrong. It's just a matter of personal opinions. I, old son, am not saying that you're wrong. I just hope that you can calm down and deal with this problem properly instead of escalating the situation to such an extent. The reason why I, old son, am standing up, other than the 2 reasons I mentioned earlier, is because there's another very important reason. There's also a conflict between our heaven realm and Yuan Yan's great Tao sanctuary. Just now, Tian Peng and Tian Xingzi's group were also fighting fiercely. If Qin Shao hadn't appeared in time to stop them, there might have been people sacrificed in that battle. As for the reason why we fought, I'll explain it so that everyone can understand what's strange about it. One of our people from the heaven realm was killed by a person from the great Tao sanctuary, so Tian Peng brought a few people to find trouble with the people from the great Tao sanctuary to take revenge. But at the same time, one of Tian Xingzi's people was also killed by our people from the heaven realm. They were also looking for us to take revenge. When the two sides met, they naturally fought. But in the end, they found out that the murderers we identified were actually killed by the other side. Doesn't everyone find this matter very strange? Two people died at different places at different times, but the other party was the same person. How is this possible? Therefore, we also have reason to suspect that behind this matter, there's a plot by the impostor. They want us to fight and disrupt the entire chaotic space. Do you all think that there's a better explanation for this matter other than the impostor? If there is, then who will come out and explain it to me? Or do you all think that I, old son, am lying? There are more than 10 people on both sides who can bear witness to this matter. I, old son, Tian Peng, Yuan Yen, and Tian Xingzi can testify. The 4 of us have testified at the same time. Is there anything else that you all have to doubt? What? Was there really such a thing? When the victorious fighting Buddha said this, it immediately caused an uproar. Many people began to discuss. Chapter 3375. How could 2 people kill each other at the same time and place? How is that possible? This was only possible if someone had disguised themselves as them to commit the crime. Could it be that impersonators really exist? That can't be. Are there really impersonators? Could it be that we have really wronged Qin Shao? Many voices of discussion rang out, and the atmosphere suddenly became less tense. The fire deity was furious when he saw that the situation he had worked so hard to stir up had dissipated. If this matter was really done by impersonators, then it would be very strange. Based on the situation along the way, if there really is an impersonator, then this impersonator must be extremely smart and cunning. He must be very skilled at scheming and plotting. Impersonating 2 people, killing 2 people, and framing 2 people. What kind of logic is this? I'm afraid that even a 3-year-old child would find it very strange. As soon as Vulcan's questioning voice fell, it immediately attracted many voices of support. Yes, I also find it hard to believe that this was really done by impersonators. How could they be so naive? Such a low-level mistake shouldn't have happened, right? I also find it hard to believe that the victorious fighting Buddha wouldn't deliberately make up a story just to side with Qin Shao, right? If it wasn't deliberately made up by the victorious fighting Buddha, then what is going on? The fire deity looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said, "Victorious fighting Buddha, please give us a reasonable explanation for this situation. The situation you're talking about is completely incomprehensible. Therefore, I, old son, can't explain it clearly either. However, I, old son, am certain that this matter must have something to do with impersonators. Methods don't necessarily have to be conventional. The more unconventional and unconventional they are, the more likely they are to have sinister intentions. Now, when I, old son, say it out loud, no one can understand it. No one believes it. When looking at a problem, you don't have to look at it from the surface. When he put it this way, it did seem to make some sense. It was an obvious mistake, so both sides refused to admit it. It was because of this that a great battle broke out between Martial Canopy and Holy Sun Tian. Therefore, this matter was indeed thought-provoking and thought-provoking. Victorious fighting Buddha, at the end of the day, you still can't come up with a reason that can convince everyone. If even the most basic logic can't be explained, how can we believe it? However, this matter concerns the dignity of the people of our 6 regions. We cannot easily back down. The battling Buddha shrugged. It's fine, it's fine. I know I won't be able to convince you. Since that's the case, let's do it. I, old son, will have a good fight today. Even if I die, it's fine. Fortunately, there were many people from the 6 regions, so there was nothing to worry about. The person who came was none other than Yuan Ju. The victorious fighting Buddha had always been the most powerful person in the Great Thousand World, second only to the reincarnation supremacy. He had always occupied the first place on the Heavens Declaration. For countless years, no one had been able to shake the positions of these two people in the slightest. Both of them were invincible and powerful. Just their names alone were enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Fortunately, they were in the chaotic space, so their strength was greatly restricted. They would not be as strong as they were outside. After all, no one knew just how freakishly powerful the battling Buddha and Yuan Yen were in the outside world. With such invincibility, it was not impossible for him to fight against all of them by himself. After all, Holy Sun Tian was also a legendary figure. He, Holy Sun Tian, had always occupied the first place on the Heavens Declaration's saint list. He was also an extremely powerful existence. Holy Sun Tian had also stepped forward. Tian Ho, naturally, had undergone a great change. From the looks of it, the 6 regions no longer had the upper hand in the battle. The battling Buddha rolled his eyes at Yuan Ju and said with a grin, "I thought you would stand aside and watch the show. You're finally willing to step forward? I just wanted to see more of your performance. Since I've seen enough, I naturally have to step forward." Qin Shao also smiled. Yes, he also felt that he was really lucky this time. His luck was really heaven-defying. This was indeed something that Qin Shao had not expected at all. With such a powerful force here, it was enough to intimidate everyone. Perhaps this was why the heavens did not want to destroy him. The people from the 6 regions were not very calm now. However, the atmosphere had been stirred up by the fire god. What should we do now? What should we do? Do we really have to fight? This is not a joke. If we fight again, I think many of us will die. Is it worth it? If we really have to fight, then we'll just pile up the lives. Who has the courage to sacrifice so fearlessly? Who would want to take the lead? Anyway, I won't do such a thing. Yes, I don't want to die either. If it was just a moment ago, I might have given it a try. But now, I think there's no need to fight anymore. I'll give up. Humph, are you really going to give up? Don't you even care about your dignity? Of course I'm going to fight. I won't be like you, cowardly and cowardly. The situation had indeed become very unfavorable. Even the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Ju had stepped forward to support him. Chapter 3376. The situation had taken a subtle turn. Many people had different thoughts in their minds. The people of the 6 realms weren't very united in the first place. They had only come together because of a common hatred and anger. Under the instigation of the fire god and the others, they had gathered here to suppress Qin Shao. They had raised the banner of upholding justice and defending the dignity of the 6 realms to besiege Qin Shao. But in reality, there were indeed some people who had selfish motives. If the people of the 6 regions wanted to kill Qin Shao alone, it would naturally feel like everyone was pushing him down. Everyone could also roar and shout that they wanted to kill Qin Shao. But now, the situation was completely different. Naturally, there weren't many voices. Therefore, the situation had become a bit of a stalemate. There were indeed many people in the 6 realms who weren't willing to back down. A white-robed old man walked out with a monstrous aura that shook the surroundings. He stood in front of the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen and looked at them coldly. His aura didn't pale in the slightest. He quickly spoke, "Victorious fighting Buddha, Brother Yuan Yen, we've known each other for countless years. Are you really going to do this today? My Xuanji sect also has people who died at Qin Zhao's hands. I'm afraid it's hard to explain and convince the masses by calling him an impostor. This is between us and Qin Shao to begin with. You're stepping forward to produce sand for Qin Shao. How can this be justified? Today's matter with just the 2 of you, you want us to back down? Isn't this a bit too overbearing? Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? We're old acquaintances. Aren't we forced to fight each other on the battlefield? Someone who could speak to the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen in such a manner obviously had a powerful background. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at him and said, "Tianji Elder, you can't say that. I've already stated my reason for stepping forward. I'm not saying that I'm blindly biased towards Qin Shao. I'm just asking everyone to calm down. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. Don't start a fight right away. Things might not be what you think, so it's better to deal with it calmly." It turned out that this white-robed old man was Elder Tianji. He was ranked third on the heavens list. Although he wasn't as famous as the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Zhen, the fact that he was ranked third on the heavens list was enough to show how powerful he was. Old Man Profound Theory was the leader of the Profound Secret School. Someone from Xuanji sect had died at the hands of an impostor. Naturally, he wasn't going to let the matter rest so easily. Profound Theory cultivators' ranking on the Heavens Declaration had always been lower than that of the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen. After today's incident, if he were to back down, then where would his face be? Therefore, Old Man Profound Theory didn't want to back down so easily. He still wanted the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yen to back down and not get involved. However, it was quite clear that the battling Buddha wasn't going to give him any face. He was still as resolute as ever. "Humph, calmly deal with it? Tell me, how should I deal with it calmly? How are we supposed to calmly deal with something like this?" Profound Theory asked in a cold, angry voice. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, "Old Man Profound Theory, you're a living fossil. You've lived for much longer than I, Old Man Sunday. How can you be so unreasonable? You're ranked third on the heavens list. You're the leader of the Profound Secret School. You're such a supreme existence, yet you're speaking like a young man. There are many suspicious points in this matter. Why can't we deal with it calmly? There are many problems that others can't think of. Don't tell me that you, Old Man Profound Theory, can't think of them as well? You've said so much, yet you're still going to do this? You're making me feel very strange. What exactly are you trying to do?" Old Man Profound Theory's weathered face became even colder. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. Yuan Yen also said, "That's right, Old Man Profound Theory. Why do you have to be so tangled up with those people? This kind of matter needs to be dealt with calmly. There are many suspicious points in this matter. Are you going to turn a blind eye to it? Is it simply because someone from your Profound Secrets sect died that you, Profound Secrets old man? If that's the case, then someone from our side died as well. Won't we also go crazy?" Old Man Profound Theory said in a deep voice, "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with the old man. The old man will only deal with the old man's problem. Today's matter cannot be easily backed down just because of your support. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to take Qin Shao away." When Old Man Profound Theory stepped forward to speak, many people began to respond. Fire God was naturally the first to respond. "That's right. No matter how much you say, it won't change the fact or prove anything. Since that's the case, it's impossible for us to back down. At most, we'll just fight. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Fire God, Taohai, and the Strength God also stepped forward. Many people stood out to speak. Although it was only a small number of people, these people represented the forces behind them. Every one of them represented a force and had a group of forces supporting them from behind. Therefore, this wasn't something that could be underestimated. Grandmaster Profound Theory took the lead, standing there with an air of arrogance. With him overseeing things, many people felt a little more confident. The victorious fighting Buddha said, "Our purpose in standing up is not to fight everyone. Of course, I, old son, have never been afraid of fighting. So, you don't have to try to threaten me with your numbers. I, old son, will never fall for it. I just want you to calm down and think about it carefully. Don't blindly jump to conclusions. Otherwise, you'll bring great losses to the great 1,000 realms and the 6 regions. Otherwise, you'll fall into the trap of evil. I'm not standing up to protect Qin Shao. I'm standing up to resolve this matter properly. Old Man Profound Theory looked deeply at the victorious fighting Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Then what do you mean? Do you want to fight or not? If you don't want to fight, why don't you back down?" The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, "Whether you fight or not is up to you. If you insist on fighting, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. If you don't want to fight, then we can discuss anything. Isn't it better to talk things out? The truth of Qin Zhao's matter might not be what you see. I, old son, completely believe in Qin Shao, but I also believe in your words. Everyone should be right, but it's very likely that there's something going on in the middle. In the end, aren't you still trying to make excuses for Qin Shao? If you do this, will you be able to convince the others? Will you be able to make the people of the 6 realms willingly back down?" Old Man Profound Theory said in a low voice. The victorious fighting Buddha thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll propose a plan and see if you can agree. Since both sides have their own principles, neither of us wants to back down. How about this? For the time being, we don't have a way to prove the existence of the impostor, so we can't completely clear Qin Zhao's name. However, you can't be 100% sure that Qin Shao is the culprit behind Qin Zhao's massacre of the 6 realms. So, since Qin Shao is very suspicious right now, let's not push the blame onto him for the time being. How about this? If Qin Shao can't prove his innocence by the end of the 100-million-year period, and if he can't find the impostor, then we won't participate in this matter. If you want to do anything to Qin Shao, we definitely won't say a word. What do you think?" The victorious fighting Buddha's words immediately caused the people of the 6 realms to discuss among themselves. Old Man Profound Theory frowned deeply as he considered the matter, weighing the pros and cons. Fire God's eyes flickered with anger. He naturally didn't want to agree to this proposal. Thus, he didn't think too much about it and immediately objected. "I object. We absolutely can't give Qin Shao so much time. If we delay, things will change. Long delays may lead to unexpected changes. This is something we've already confirmed. Why should we give Qin Shao another chance? With so many witnesses from the 6 realms, we can definitely convict Qin Shao of the crime. There's nothing fishy about it. Those who say it's fishy are just trying to absolve Qin Shao of the crime." But at this point, Fire God's voice seemed a little weak. Not many people supported him. After all, there was a very practical problem involved in this. If they didn't agree to this plan, then they would have to fight. Everyone's lives were precious. Who would be willing to step forward and sacrifice themselves? Who would be sacrificed? Probably no one would be willing to sacrifice themselves for this matter. Once the war started, there would definitely be a lot of bloodshed. Many people would have to be sacrificed. This was a very practical matter. Thus, many people had no choice but to seriously consider this matter. They had already begun to think of retreating. What's more, the victorious fighting Buddha had already made a huge concession. He didn't blindly protect Qin Shao either. Instead, he gave them a deadline. Yuan Yin also said, "That's right, everyone. Why don't you think about it? Right now, all of us are in the primal chaos space. No one can leave. For the next 100 million years, everyone can only stay in the primal chaos space. If it's real, it can't be fake. If it's fake, it can't become real. So, if Qin Shao really is the murderer, when the time comes, he definitely won't be able to prove his innocence. He'll still die. If we kill Qin Shao now, wouldn't it be a tragedy when we find out that he's an impostor in the future? Wouldn't it be a very laughable and shameful thing? Anyway, Qin Shao can't run away. Why don't we give him some time to prove his innocence? If you don't even give him the time and opportunity to prove his innocence, how can he prove it? Isn't this very unreasonable? I also support the victorious Fighting Buddha's suggestion. Why don't you think about it carefully? If we really have to fight, I'm afraid no one will have a good time. I'm afraid it will bring immeasurable disaster to the 6 regions. This is what those evil people and dark forces want to see. The people of the 6 regions should unite as one and face the enemy together. Author, Cruel Death. It's the last 3 days. Please send flowers. It'll be a waste if you don't send them. Chapter 3377. Although the victorious Fighting Buddha's solution didn't sound like a very good one, it wasn't convincing enough for everyone to agree with. However, this plan was still feasible. Until there was no better solution, it wasn't a bad one. The most important thing was that the current situation was indeed very unbearable. Everyone, are you going to compromise just like that? Are you all willing to endure such humiliation? Could it be that the hot blood in your hearts has already dissipated? Are you all going to let go of your hatred just like that? Let go of the dignity of our 6 realms? Let go of the dignity of your own faction? Are we going to cower just because of a few words from the victorious Fighting Buddha and Yuan Zhen? You're retreating now. Is it right to hold back those who have died? Are you right to hold back your conscience? So everyone, please listen to me, the Fire God. Don't be intimidated by a few words from the victorious Fighting Buddha. There are many of us from the 6 realms. As long as we work together, what do we have to fear? We'll definitely be able to overcome everything. This time, the Fire God's words didn't receive much response. After all, many people's hearts had already been shaken and lost their will to fight. Thus, the Fire God's provocation wouldn't be effective this time. Seeing that no one responded to him, the Fire God flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're all cowards. Cowards! However, no matter how angry he was, no one responded to him. Even the Strength God fell silent, his expression frosty. He didn't say anything. The victorious Fighting Buddha looked at Profound Theory. Of the 6 realms factions, Profound Theory was clearly the most virtuous and respected person. He was the one with the most authority. What do you say, Profound Theory? Are you going to fight, or are you going to agree to my plan? Profound Theory had been pondering this question for a long time. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally came to a decision. Profound Theory looked at the victorious Fighting Buddha and said, "All right, I agree to your plan. If Qin Shao can't prove his innocence by then, and if he can't prove the existence of the impostor, then we'll gather again. If that's the case, we'll definitely regroup and kill Qin Shao. I hope that when the time comes, you all will keep your word and not get involved." The victorious Fighting Buddha nodded and said, "Don't worry, old man Profound Theory. We're also people who care about face. Naturally, we'll keep our promises. At that time, we will definitely not interfere in the slightest." Vulcan was very unhappy. He stood up and said to Profound Theory, "Profound Theory Elder, you can only represent your Profound Theory sect, right? At most, you can represent the Great Tao Sacred Realm. What right do you have to represent the other 5 realms? To make decisions for the other 5 regions?" "Humph, our Elemental Saint Realm will be the first to disagree. Old man Profound Theory, if you're willing to back down, then your Profound Theory School can withdraw. Otherwise, the entire Great Path Sacred Realm can withdraw. Leave this matter to the other 5 regions. It's enough. We don't need the help of the Great Path Sanctuary." Even now, Vulcan was clearly still unwilling to give up. He still wanted to put up a fight, hoping to turn the situation around. Profound Theory glared at Vulcan with displeasure. "If you don't want to, then do it yourself. This old man won't stop you. Vulcan, if you have any grudges against Qin Shao, then do it yourself. It's one thing for you to drag in people from the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace, But why must you drag in people from the other 5 regions? The people of the other 5 regions also have their own ideas. They are not acting under your orders. If you want to do something, no one will stop you. You can do it yourself. Why do you have to provoke others? You're a coward if you don't act? You're a disgrace? If you want to die, no one will stop you. But don't drag others down with you. You, Profound Theory's words made Vulcan furious, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, Vulcan knew his own limit. He knew he wasn't a match for Profound Theory. Whether it was outside or in the chaos space, he probably wasn't a match for Profound Theory. In front of Profound Theory, the fire god naturally had to rein in his temper. Vulcan looked at the leaders of the other regions, but he was quickly rejected by the leaders of the other regions. Apart from Strength Sanctuary's Might God, who hadn't yet expressed his stance, the other 4 regions all expressed their agreement with Profound Theory. They all accepted his proposal. Now, only Elemental Sanctuary and Strength Sanctuary hadn't expressed their stance. The victorious Fighting Buddha's fiery eyes of truth swept over, his gaze landing on Vulcan. What does Elemental Sanctuary say? If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. Don't waste my breath. I, Old Sun, will face you all alone. That way, people won't say I'm bullying you. If such domineering words had come from anyone else's mouth, Vulcan definitely wouldn't have been convinced. But when these words came from the victorious Fighting Buddha's mouth, Vulcan had no choice but to accept them. How could he dare fight the victorious Fighting Buddha? Therefore, Fire Deity had no choice but to admit defeat. Fine, Elemental Sanctuary, accept. Vulcan fiercely clenched his teeth, squeezing out a few words with great difficulty. These words made him feel very uncomfortable, as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, he could only agree. The victorious Fighting Buddha looked at the Strength God. This time, before the victorious Fighting Buddha could speak, the Strength God directly admitted defeat. My Strength Sanctuary also agrees with this plan. The victorious Fighting Buddha nodded in satisfaction. Good, since everyone agrees with Old Sun's proposal, then it's settled. If anyone dares to violate this agreement in the future, then don't blame Old Sun for being impolite. You should all believe that Old Sun is a man of his word, a man of his word, and a man of his word. Therefore, I hope that everyone will properly abide by this agreement. When the time is up, Old Sun definitely won't participate in it in the slightest. Since the people of the 6 regions had already agreed, there was naturally nothing more to say. The people of the 6 regions left one after another. Vulcan was furious and immediately left as well. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Staying there would only make him feel worse. Gu Lingyue also left. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Gu Lingyue and Minghua Saint had already left. The woodcutter old man had also left with the crowd. He didn't say anything to Qin Shao either, so Qin Shao didn't have to say a word of thanks. Soon, only victorious Fighting Buddha and Yuan Annihilation God were left. Qin Shao was extremely grateful to these 2 people who had saved his life. He clasped his fist and said, Senior victorious Fighting Buddha, Senior Yuan Annihilation, thank you for stepping forward and saving my life. Canopy Marshal was immediately unhappy. He said, Qin Shao, you still have me. Qin Shao coughed awkwardly and immediately said to Canopy Marshal, Senior Canopy, thank you for stepping forward. You spoke up for me. Qin Shao can't thank you enough. Qin Shao will remember your kindness. I've offended you before. I hope Senior Canopy will be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against Qin Shao. Canopy Marshal was finally satisfied. He waved his hand and said, Well said, I'm not such a petty person. I'll take it that you didn't know what happened before. I forgive you. Qin Shao smiled. Canopy Marshal was indeed an interesting person. Previously, he had misunderstood the Canopy Marshal. It turned out that the Canopy Marshal was quite loving. However, Qin Shao had a question. Canopy Marshall and Zhu Beiji should be the same person. Whether it was in the legends of the small world called Earth in the primordial universe or in the statue recorded in Gao Laozhuang, Zhu Beiji had the head of a pig and the body of a human. He didn't look like this at all. Shouldn't he look like a pig? Canopy Marshall in front of him was handsome, tall, and powerful. He was definitely a handsome man. Wasn't the difference between the two a little too big? The difference was like heaven and earth. However, Qin Shao didn't have the nerve to ask this question. It seemed that this wasn't the right time to ask this question. It would be very disrespectful. The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, Qin Shao, this is all I can do. I've bought more than 80 million years for you. But you can only rely on yourself for the rest. Of course, we'll also look for the impostor and try to find him as soon as possible. If we can't find the impostor before the deadline, then there's really no way to make things clear. I'm afraid I won't be able to reverse the situation. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck, Qin Shao. But I don't believe that as long as the impostor is still in the chaotic space, there will be a way to find him. Many reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions are guarding outside the chaotic space and have sealed the entire chaotic space. Don't even talk about life inside, not even a sliver of space can escape. Therefore, unless the impostor commits suicide and dies in the chaotic space, there's absolutely no way he can escape. However, the impostor must be very powerful to be able to kill people wantonly in the chaotic space. Such a powerful existence shouldn't have killed itself so easily, Lin Feng said. Let's all work hard together and try to find the impostor. Not only will we clear your name, but we'll also restore the dignity of the 6 regions. Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao was greatly moved. He looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said, Senior son, thank you for trusting me so much. While others were doubting me, Senior son was able to trust me so firmly. He trusted this person whom he met for the first time. I, Qin Shao, really don't know what to say. I can only thank you. I, Qin Shao, will definitely do my best to clear my name. I also believe that there will be a day when the truth comes to light. I, Qin Shao, will definitely not die in vain in this chaotic space. That's right. How rare was it to have complete trust in someone. She had only met him once. It could be said that she didn't know him at all. They had always been strangers, but she could actually trust him so much. Therefore, Qin Shao was very grateful and respected the victorious fighting Buddha very much. In addition to strength, the victorious fighting Buddha's character was even more admirable. Alright, then that's it. We have to go. You guys be careful. After saying this, the victorious fighting Buddha left with the people of the heavenly realm. The Yuan, annihilation god, and the others also left. In the end, only Qin Shao and the other 2 were left. Everyone left, and the crisis of death was thus resolved. Author, Cruel Death 6th Update, continue to ask for flowers. Chapter 3378. Ha ha ha, brother, you really are. Really, your luck is heaven-defying, ha ha ha. After sending everyone off, Brother Pure immediately laughed happily. He clicked his tongue and said, Tisk, TSK, I never thought that you would be able to escape this calamity with such a perfect method. I was really in despair at that time, and my mind went blank. I thought that brother was definitely going to die this time. But I really didn't think. First, it was the woodcutter old man, then Gu Lingwei, then the victorious fighting Buddha, and now Yuan Yin. They all came out one by one to support you, and they were willing to disregard their lives to fight with you. What kind of friendship is this? What kind of charisma is this? Ha ha. Who in the great 1,000 domains is still unconvinced? Is there a second person who can do this? No, absolutely no. In the whole world, only my brother Qin Shao can do this. Qin Shao smiled. He was indeed very happy. He had never thought of such a thing, and he didn't dare to think about it at all. This time, it had given him too many surprises. These were all situations that he couldn't imagine, but they really happened. However, what made Qin Shao the happiest was that Gu Lingyue was willing to disregard her life and offend the heavenly laws Dao Palace to stand up and speak for him. Qin Zhao's thoughts seemed to have been seen through by Brother Pure. Brother Pure chuckled and said, "But brother, the happiest person for you should be Gu Lingyue. I have to say, I misjudged Gu Lingyue before. I thought that she was really cold-blooded and heartless, that she really turned her back on you and threw you to the back of her mind. Her cold-blooded way of doing things really made brother very unhappy. But today, seeing her stand up for you without hesitation, regardless of her life and death, I forgive her. It seems that she just has some difficulties of her own, which is why she was like this before. But in her heart, she still has you, brother. It's a favor. How can it be so easy to give up?" Yuan nodded as well and said, that's right. Big brother Qin Shao, I knew it. Big sister Gu Lingyue definitely still loves you. I merely said that big sister Gu Lingyue had her own difficulties and had no choice. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, that should be the case. He also believed it now. In fact, he had his suspicions before. However, he now knew that Gu Lingyue had been forced to do what she had done. She had her own difficulties. It could only be said that many things were out of her control. Now that he understood, he felt relieved. Yuan, what about you? Brother Pure suddenly asked. Me? What about me? Yuan looked at Brother Pure in confusion. Brother Pure grinned. Don't you also love Qin Shao? Yuan was stunned by the question. She was completely dumbfounded. She stared at Brother Pure with wide eyes, stunned on the spot. After a long while, she finally reacted. Yuan hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, No, I don't know anything about love. I'm still young, okay? Hoo, Brother Pure, don't talk about me like that. You'll lead me astray. I'm Big Brother Qin Zhao's sworn brother and sister. We're relatives. It's not like what you said. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I don't understand at all, and I don't like to understand. Do you understand? Qin Shao also glared at Brother Pure speechlessly. Brother Pure smiled strangely. He said, Okay. I'm just joking. Let's not talk about it anymore. Ha, don't be nervous. It's actually nothing. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Although there are still more than 80 million years, it will definitely not be an easy task to find the imposter. Therefore, we still have to plan this matter carefully and figure out how to find the imposter. If we can't prove our innocence, we'll still be in great danger in the end. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a matter of urgency. It was something that needed to be thought about. This matter indeed gave Qin Shao a headache. Of course, it was more of anger. The imposter is indeed shrewd and cunning. He's very targeted, purposeful, and resourceful. Step by step, he pushed me to the point where I'm the public enemy of the 6 regions. And his purpose is to let the people of the 6 regions besiege and kill me. I believe that the imposter's purpose is to create chaos in the chaotic space, not just to kill me, Qin Shao. But there's one thing that I don't quite understand. If he's just trying to create chaos in the chaotic space, it's difficult to achieve a good result by just framing me, right? After all, no one could have predicted the situation just now. If the victorious fighting Buddha and the others hadn't stepped forward to protect me, I would definitely have died in the hands of the people of the 6 regions. If the people of the 6 regions joined forces to kill me, Qin Shao, it wouldn't be difficult at all. So, Brother Pure, do you think that the imposter's purpose of creating chaos in the 6 regions doesn't seem to be achieved by doing this? Qin Shao shook his head. He had been thinking about these questions in his heart, but there were still some doubts. Brother Pure thought for a moment and said, Yes, Qin Shao. The situation you described is indeed very puzzling. I can't explain why. However, since the impostor did this, he must have his own intentions. It won't be easy to completely throw the primal chaos domain into chaos and cause the 6 regions to kill each other. Perhaps this matter needs to be done step by step. After all, it's still early. There's still more than 80 million years to carry out this matter. It's possible that there will continue to be explosions in the future. Let's do it step by step. Perhaps framing you is just the first step. If this move succeeds, it's very likely that he will do the same in the future. Yes. Qin Shao agreed with Brother Pure's statement very much. After thinking about it, he felt that this statement was very likely. It was indeed so. Qin Shao said again, "There's one more thing that I'm very puzzled about. The matter between Tian Peng and Tian Xingzi is also very strange and illogical. I find it hard to believe that this matter was really planned by the impostor. Perhaps it's a rebellious heart, or perhaps the impostor deliberately did this to set up a smoke bomb to confuse everyone. However, I still feel that this matter is not like that. It doesn't seem to be the doing of the impostor. Because this matter didn't achieve any effect. If the impostor wanted to plan this matter, it's impossible that he didn't achieve any effect. Generally speaking, the impostor only schemed against me and turned me into a murderer who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. This scheme is very good. It achieved very good result. In my case, how could there be such a trick that only a child could play? Isn't this very illogical? Isn't the contrast a little too big? What can he achieve? I really don't understand this matter." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, you're right. When I first heard about this matter, I also felt that it was very strange and difficult to understand. I also felt that it was very illogical. After your analysis, I also feel that it's very likely that there's a problem with this matter. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem likely that it has anything to do with the impostor. Of course, it's still a little hasty to conclude this matter for the time being, but we can't completely rule out this possibility. In other words, everything is still possible. It's just that there are some aspects that we haven't thought of yet. After all, we can't understand everything. It's also possible that we've entered a wrong way of thinking." After shaking his head, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, it's also possible. A wrong way of thinking is indeed possible. However, I still adhere to a principle. That is to say, if this matter was done by the impostor, there must be a purpose. If the impostor wants to do something, there must be a goal. Otherwise, it would be completely meaningless. I don't quite believe that the impostor would do something meaningless. They really couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand." After thinking for a while, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both shook their heads. Forget it. Since they couldn't figure it out, they wouldn't think about it anymore. No matter how much they thought about it, they wouldn't have any clue. It would only give them more headaches. What they had to do now was to find a way to uncover the impostor. Brother Pure, have you ever thought that the impostor is very likely to be among us? In fact, there might even be impostors in the 6 regions just now. Qin Shao suddenly thought of this. Qin Shao had seen the impostor before. Previously, the impostor had disguised herself as Gu Lingyue and swindled 3 power origin crystals from him. At that time, although Qin Shao had some doubts and felt that there was something very wrong with Gu Lingyue, he didn't think too much about it. At that time, he really didn't think that there would be impostors in this world. That was why Qin Shao came up with such a thought at this moment. Brother Pure frowned and thought for a while before saying, "It can't be, right? How could the impostor be so brazen? Just by blending into the crowd of the 6 regions?" "Yes, I think it's still possible." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Only by blending into the crowd quietly and then waiting for an opportunity to strike, can they possibly strike accurately and succeed every time. In this way, they can hide very well and not let others discover their existence. It's also more convenient for them to act and not be suspected by anyone. There's another situation. How did these impostors enter the chaotic space? The many reincarnation supremes of our 6 domains are guarding the chaotic space, completely sealing it off. In theory, there shouldn't be any other life form that can enter the chaotic space from the outside, unless there's originally a life form in the chaotic space. But this possibility should be extremely low. If there was, the Samsara Supremes would have discovered it after so long. Therefore, I think the most likely possibility is that they were sent in by the Samsara Supremes. It's just that they disguised themselves so well that even the Samsara Supremes didn't discover them. Or maybe they were sent in by the evil Samsara Supremes, such as the Samsara Supremes of the Immortal Domain. Author Ken Shang said, 7th update, let's go crazy today. Are there any more fresh flowers? We'll continue the battle tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 3379. Qin Shao remembered that the woodcutter had told him not to trust anyone except himself. In other words, anyone could be the impostor. The impostor was hiding in the crowd, but he would constantly change his appearance. Hiding in the crowd was the safest option. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place was the safest place. In fact, it was also a kind of reverse psychology. For Qin Shao now, Yuan had always been by his side, so there was naturally no problem. Since entering the chaos space, Yuan had never left his sight for a moment, so there was no problem with Yuan at all. Brother Pure should also be no problem. Last time, he had tested Brother Pure and confirmed that there was no problem. Later on, they had been together all the time, so Qin Shao did not notice any problem. Therefore, as far as the current situation was concerned, Qin Shao could only trust Yuan and Brother Pure. Other than them, he could not easily trust anyone else. Even if he saw the woodcutter again, he had to be careful. After all, the impostor's means were really too brilliant. Even the people closest to him could not detect his disguise. For example, last time when Qin Shao saw Gu Lingyue, he did not notice anything at all and was deceived in the end. Of course, if Qin Shao met her again, he would definitely be able to tell the difference. It was just that this kind of discrimination was based on a very, very familiar situation. In the chaos space, except for Yuan and Brother Pure, Qin Shao was most familiar with Gu Lingyue. Everyone else was unfamiliar to him. Therefore, there was no way for him to distinguish the impostor from the others. In short, he had to be careful in everything he did. There were still more than 80 million years before he could get out of the chaos space. For Qin Shao, this was a relatively long time. What should he do in such a long time? This was also a question Qin Shao was thinking about now. Of course, finding the impostor was naturally the first task, and it was also the deciding factor whether he could get out of the chaos space alive or not. However, to find the impersonator, it was not effective to search blindly. If he could not find the key method, it would probably be ineffective. But how could he effectively distinguish the impersonator and catch the impersonator? Qin Shao did not have an idea for a while. This matter could not be rushed for the time being, so he could only think about it slowly. For the time being, he was not in a hurry. So, what was the thing that needed to be done now? Searching for the power crystal was one option, but the power crystal was too rare. It was too difficult to find one. What else could he do? Cultivation? Qin Shao thought of cultivation. But in the primal chaos space, there were no laws or great Tao's. How could one cultivate? It seemed that there was no way to cultivate. However, Qin Shao had some ideas. Over the years in the chaos space, he had been enlightened and touched. Although the power of the Great Tao and the Great Tao in the chaos space were completely blocked and did not exist at all, there was his own power in the chaos space. It seemed that there was also a set of his own operation, which could be called the Great Tao. It seemed that this could also be used for cultivation, right? There were differences in strength, right? In terms of strength, application, and technique, there should be some differences, right? This was something Qin Shao had been thinking about before, but he had not calmed down to study it properly and try it out. So for now, he did not know whether it was feasible or not. However, no matter whether it was feasible or not, he would only know after trying. Now that he was in the chaos space, if he couldn't find the imposter in the end, then the only way to save his life was to rely on his own strength. If he had absolute strength, he might not be able to fight against the people of the 6 regions by himself, but as long as he could survive in front of the people of the 6 regions, it would be possible. As long as he was strong enough to kill a few people, it should be a strong deterrent effect, and the others would not dare to act rashly. In this way, there might be a chance for a turn for the better. Even if the people of the 6 regions gathered together, they seemed to be mighty and terrifying on the surface. But in fact, they were still scattered, and everyone had their own selfish motives. It was impossible for people who had nothing to do with this matter to be really willing to risk their lives for it. It was precisely because of this that the power of the 6 regions was actually far from being as strong as imagined. That was why Qin Shao thought of this path. She had to be prepared for both sides. Of course, this was also a path that he had no choice but to take. In the best-case scenario, he would naturally be able to find the imposter and prove his innocence, so that he could walk out with a clean record, instead of using his fists to solve the problem. Even if he used his fists to solve the problem, in fact, the problem was still not fundamentally solved. It only meant that he could save his life and get out. But after he got out, would this matter be over? Obviously, it was impossible, and it was obvious that there would be constant trouble. But there was no other way, and this was the only way for the time being. Let's cultivate. Qin Shao planned to give it a try at this time to see if he could cultivate in the chaotic space for a while, and if he could gain something. This was a new attempt, just like a new creation. Naturally, it was a very difficult thing. Qin Shao decided to stop cultivating first, and Yuan and Brother Pure also tried it since they had nothing to do. The 3 of them were also constantly exchanging their experiences and thoughts. They were able to glean more ideas from the exchange. Power, the power of the chaotic space. This power is different from any other power, and it is incompatible with all the powers in the Great Thousand World. It is extremely strange and incomparably powerful. It even makes people feel that the power of the chaotic space is stronger than any power in the Great Thousand World. This power has some of the characteristics of pure power, and also has the characteristics of the power blessed by the heavenly way. The strength of power does not completely depend on the power itself, but more on a kind of sublimation of the power, a kind of understanding and a kind of application of the power. This is like a mortal life without a trace of cultivation, but is born tall and strong, and has great power. Although he has great power, he is very clumsy and does not even know how to punch, and his speed is also very slow. Such a person, no matter how great his power is, it is very difficult for him to hurt others. If a person who is much weaker than him has some tricks up his sleeve, he can easily defeat this person who is much stronger than him. Just like when I was very weak, power was only a cornerstone, and the method of using power was like building bricks. Only when one's method of using power was better and stronger could one build a building on the cornerstone of power. The cornerstone of power was only a piece of land, and it could not even become a small hut, let alone a tall building. The number of cornerstones depended on the strength of the cultivator's control, understanding, and application of power. Therefore, what I need to do now is to imitate this, and use the power of the chaotic space in a clever way to strengthen my control of the power of the chaotic space. Only in this way can I erupt with greater power. In fact, in terms of this cornerstone alone, I should have an advantage over everyone. If I can upgrade the use of the power of the chaotic space, my strength will rise to a new level. I still have a power origin crystal on me, and I can use it to digest and improve my strength. The more it is like this, the more I need to equip myself with greater power. Qin Shao was immersed in the study of the use of the power of the chaotic space. This kind of cultivation was actually no different from other kinds of cultivation. It was just that this was a brand new domain, a brand new thing, and there was no experience to be found, so it was more difficult. It could be considered a pioneering act. How difficult would it be to achieve that? In terms of cultivation, 80 million years was nothing at all. Qin Shao and the other two gave up on searching for power origin crystals, and instead worked hard to cultivate. The talent and potential of the three of them were absolutely powerful, and absolutely heaven-defying. Therefore, the three of them communicated with each other, and their cultivation sped up, and they constantly made new discoveries and gains. Time passed quickly. 10 million years, 20 million years, 30 million years. Time flowed quickly. In the chaotic space, the chaos was still increasing, and new things were constantly happening. There were always some inexplicable conflicts that would cause conflicts between the 6 regions, and bloodshed would occur from time to time. There were also some evil people, such as the people of the immortal domain, who were waiting for opportunities to cause trouble and create chaos. The chaos in the chaotic space was intense, and the great thousand realms was not peaceful, and there would be turbulence from time to time. In the 6 regions, the power of darkness slowly appeared and increased. A lot of the power of darkness came to the surface. The chaos in the 6 regions had already begun before, but as time passed, it became more and more intense. The top forces of the 6 regions were also having a headache over these things, and they were actively making arrangements to guard against them. The entire great thousand realms was shrouded in dark clouds, and the atmosphere was oppressive, making people feel a little suffocated. It had lost the peace and tranquility of the past, and also lost some of the colors of the past. The Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan were also more unscrupulous. The development of the Bloodbath Alliance had already penetrated all parts of the Great Thousand Realms, and all parts of the 6 regions. Although these forces were not strong, they were everywhere, and they could still cause countless incidents, breaking the peace that the Great Thousand Realms should have, causing the 6 regions to be in turmoil, and accelerating the development of the situation. It was as if the 6 regions were gradually being dragged into a black hole. Those universes were also being attacked. Not only the 6 regions, but also the Great Thousand Secret Realms and the endless universes were not spared, and they were all involved in the terrible turmoil and the overall situation. The Dark Sanctuary and the Technological Sanctuary were probably the only ones that were relatively calm. On the surface, these 2 sanctuaries were still calm, and nothing had happened, and there were no disturbances. Such a situation also aroused everyone's suspicions. Why were only the Dark Sanctuary and the Technological Sanctuary able to escape? Many voices came out, saying that these 2 sanctuaries were actually in cahoots with the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan. These 2 sanctuaries were the power of darkness, and they were standing on the opposite side of the 6 regions. Author Kenshiang said, 8th update, I'll continue tomorrow. I won't eat or rest, I'll pay this month's debt. Chapter 3380. The winds and clouds of the world were surging endlessly. A great calamity was about to befall the Great Thousand World. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. The entire Great Thousand World was shrouded in a gloomy aura of death. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the great Tao wailed. Living fossils that were in deep slumber also walked out from the various secret realms of the Great Thousand World. Someone looked up to the sky and roared, I'm already old, and I can't enjoy my old age in slumber. Let's fight. The world is in chaos, and I'll take advantage of the situation to stir up the winds and clouds of this world. It'll be the last time I shine. There were also people who frowned and pondered deeply. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. After a long time, they shook their heads and turned to hide. There were also people who sighed, "Alas, I've been hiding here for countless years. I don't care about the affairs of the world, and I don't fight with the world. Now that the world is in turmoil, how can I sit here peacefully? Forget it, forget it. I've been quiet for so long, it's time for me to go out and move around. I'm afraid that no one remembers me, right?" There were also people who were ecstatic, "Ha ha ha, damned heavens, in order to survive, I've been hiding in this endless darkness for countless years. Now I can finally kill my way out and I can finally hold my head high. So many people wanted to kill me back then. This time, I'll settle the score with you one by one." On the other side, in the chaotic space, Qin Shao and the others were still immersed in cultivation. This time, 60 million years had passed unknowingly. This was also the longest time Qin Shao had cultivated since he was born. Qin Zhao's power origin crystal had been completely digested by him. After 60 million years of cultivation, Qin Shao had gained a lot. The power of the chaotic space could indeed be used in a way. After 60 million years, Qin Shao finally had a big breakthrough, and he had gained a lot in the use of the power of the chaotic space. In fact, to put it simply, the power of the chaotic space could be regarded as a high-level law, which was more profound than the laws and great Tao that existed in the Great Thousand World. It was a law and great Tao, and it could be said that there was experience to be found in cultivation. However, it was completely different and even fundamentally different. There were at least some roots between the 8 great cultivation paths and the 5 fundamental laws. However, the power of the chaotic space was completely different from the great Tao of the Great Thousand World, and there was no similarity at all. This was a great Tao and it was a great Tao of laws. 60 million years of focused cultivation and the communication between Yuan and Brother Chuanjia had helped each other to improve. It was also because of the inspiration and guidance of the mass origin crystal that Qin Shao was able to reap great benefits and achieve a breakthrough. Qin Zhao's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, Qin Zhao's inner world was very strong, and his foundation was very strong. Now that Qin Shao was able to use the power of chaos space, he naturally became more powerful and experienced, which made Qin Shao more confident. He had been cultivating for 60 million years in the use of the power of the chaotic space. For the time being, he could only do so much. It would not be easy to improve. Therefore, cultivation was temporarily put aside. Now, if he wanted to improve his strength, he would have to start from the foundation. If he could improve the power of the chaotic space, he would naturally be able to improve his strength. But this required the power of the chaotic space. The preciousness of the power of the chaotic space was also reflected at this moment. This reminded Qin Shao of the 3 power crystals that the impostor had swindled him out of. If he had those 3 power crystals, his strength would have increased by quite a bit. However, the matter was in the past, and there was no way to pursue it. He could only stop thinking about it. It was indeed very depressing to think about it. He shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts in his heart. Now, there were only 20 million years left. It seemed that there was still a lot of time, but he could not waste any more. Now, he must seize the time to find a way to find out the identity of the chaotic space. Although he did not have any clues, he would take one step at a time and think of a way to find some clues. There was no way, no matter how difficult it was, there had to be a beginning. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, he would do it first. And at this moment, Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand in front of Qin Shao. 2 power of the chaotic space appeared in her hand. These were the power of the chaotic space that Yuan had. She had obtained them previously. Seeing the power of the chaotic space, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He looked at Yuan. He naturally knew what Yuan meant, but Qin Shao immediately shook his head and said, "No, I won't take your power of the chaotic space. Quickly keep it. Why don't you use this power of the chaotic space? It will be very helpful for your strength to improve. Every power of the chaotic space is invaluable. It will be of great help to your divine body and other aspects of strength." However, Yuan shook her head and said with a determined face, "Brother Qin Shao, I don't need any strength. I have never craved for strength, and I won't think too much about it. No matter how strong you are, it is useless to me. Moreover, my strength is not weak. That is enough." These two power of the chaotic space are useless to Yuan. Now, Brother Qin Shao, you need strength the most, so these two power of the chaotic space are for you. You can absorb these two power of the chaotic space and improve your strength a lot. Yuan also knows that it is very difficult to find out the identity of the chaotic space. So, as long as Brother Qin Shao is strong enough, you will be able to protect your life. Only then will there be hope. Yuan doesn't want to see Brother Qin Shao. Do you know that there is something wrong with you? So, if you don't want these two power of the chaotic space, then Yuan will throw them away. Anyway, Yuan won't take them. It was the first time that Qin Shao realized that Yuan could be a little stubborn. He felt helpless for a moment. Alas, there was no other way. Since Yuan had said so, Qin Shao also believed that Yuan would really do such a thing. So, he could only accept it. "Okay, then I will accept it," Qin Shao said helplessly. Seeing that Qin Shao was willing to accept her two power of the chaotic space, Yuan suddenly smiled happily and danced with joy. This girl was just so innocent and pure. Happiness and sadness were written directly on her face. She never hid or pretended to be happy. She was cute from the inside out, even deep in her bones. Such a woman really made people want to protect her for life. Ahem, Yuan, you are so generous? You're making things difficult for Brother Chuanjia. I'm not as generous as you are. But since you have taken action, I have no reason to not take action. Brother Pure smacked his lips and took out a power of the chaotic space. He said to Qin Shao with a pained look, "Brother, I am not as rich as Yuan. I only have one power of the chaotic space left. Come on, take it. One more power of the chaotic space will be of great help to your strength." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No need, Brother Pure. You should keep it for yourself. Yuan doesn't care about strength. You don't care either. Why are you imitating Yuan for no reason? Look at your pained expression. I feel embarrassed just looking at it." Brother Pure grinned and said, "You are right. Why should I copy Yuan? She likes you and I don't like you. She doesn't care about strength, but I care a lot. How can I not feel pained? I only have one power of the chaotic space left. How can I bear to take it out? But I am too prideful. I saw Yuan take action. If I don't take action, it will be so embarrassing. Forget it. Let it be. It will be over soon. Since I have already taken it out, you can keep it." With that, Brother Pure directly stuffed the power of the chaotic space into Qin Shao's hands. He said again, "Let's not talk so much nonsense. We don't need to play with such pleasantries. I have taken it out. Just take it. You don't need to say anything else." Chapter 3381. After digesting the 3 power crystals, Qin Shao and the other 2 finally left the place. Fortunately, no one came to disturb Qin Shao in the past 60 million years. After traveling for 10,000 years, they finally saw a strange light flashing in the distance. When they got closer, Qin Shao and the other 2 saw that there was indeed a big situation ahead. There were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meteorite-like objects, forming a huge sphere, hovering over there, looking extremely strange. The visual effect was also amazing. Now that they saw so many meteorite-like objects, they were naturally shocked and surprised. Most of the people who were still alive in the chaotic space were probably here. They were all familiar figures. It was another large gathering of people from the 6 regions. Qin Shao and the other 2 also quickly went over there. Many people cast strange looks at Qin Shao, who had disappeared for 60 million years. Although they had not seen each other for 60 million years, Huashun's hatred for Qin Shao did not diminish at all. Instead, it seemed to have increased a little. However, other than Vulcan, the other people didn't look at Qin Shao with that much resentment. Anyway, Huashun had always been incompatible with Qin Shao. They had always been at odds with each other, and had always been in a hostile relationship. The deadline was not up yet, so everyone did not say anything about Qin Shao. Even Huashun did not say anything. He just looked at Qin Shao coldly, but did not say anything. This huge sphere was a huge space formed by millions or even more meteorite-like objects. The meteorite-like things that they had encountered earlier were like meteorite. They were like shooting stars that would move around and flicker incessantly. They were like sacred guardians guarding this space. What was in this space? Everyone gathered here, as if they were thinking about this matter, but they did not seem to have a clue. Qin Shao came to the side of the old woodcutter. The old woodcutter glanced at Qin Shao with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Qin Shao, it seems that you have been cultivating in seclusion all these years. There has been no news of your whereabouts, the old woodcutter said. Although Qin Shao respected the old woodcutter very much, he also remembered the old woodcutter's words in his heart. He could not trust anyone easily. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not trust him easily. He only said that his strength had increased by digesting a few power crystals. He did not say that his strength had increased by comprehending and cultivating the power of the chaotic space. The old woodcutter frowned slightly and said, "This old man does not know, and he has not figured it out for the time being. Some people have tried to go in there, but they were directly smashed into pieces by the meteorite-like objects and died. There are millions of meteorite-like objects here, and each of them is extremely powerful and moving at an extremely fast speed. But from what I feel, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity inside. Now, let's see who can enter this space." After saying that, the old woodcutter shook his head helplessly. In that case, the situation was indeed terrifying. If it was so terrifying, it was very likely that there was an extremely great opportunity inside. Therefore, it was time to see who would be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity inside. An ultimate opportunity was enough to make people go crazy and risk their lives for it. There were already people who tried, but they were instantly killed. This was too shocking, too terrifying. Even the victorious fighting Buddha and the Yuan annihilation god stood there with a solemn expression, staring at the space with deep eyes. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I can't see anything. I just got here and only looked for a while. Naturally, I can't see anything." Millions of meteorite-like objects are tightly packed together, forming a huge net. Layer after layer of protection, it's like an impenetrable and unbreakable wall. The lethality of these walls is extremely strong. If you dare to go over, you will most likely die within these walls. Millions of meteorite-like objects. It's really hard to imagine. In that case, it's possible to let people rush in. Such a move is obviously impractical. There's no way to be realistic. This is sending many people to their deaths in order to help others. No one is stupid enough to do such a thing. So at present, it seems that there is no other way. For the time being, Qin Shao did not have any way to speak of. Qin Shao felt that since this was the ultimate test and the ultimate opportunity, it should not be invulnerable. There should be a way to solve it. Every time one encountered a problem and felt that there was no solution, it could only be said that one had not really understood it, or that one was not strong enough. That was why one felt that way. It was just that no one had thought of it yet. To be able to pass this test and obtain this opportunity was already a very good thing. There must be a way. What they had to do now was to figure out how to find a solution. Qin Shao felt that it would not work if they relied on brute strength. Chapter 3382. Everyone was worried about this matter and fell into deep thought. The atmosphere was depressing. The ultimate land, the ultimate test, was something that everyone was thinking about carefully. Everyone wanted to obtain the ultimate opportunity. As long as they could pass the ultimate test, they would be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity. This was a fatally tempting thing for anyone. This should be the ultimate test in the chaotic space, as well as the ultimate opportunity. By the way, Senior Woodcutter, why do I feel that there are fewer people in the 6 regions? Is everyone here? Qin Shao suddenly asked. The woodcutter nodded slightly and said, Yes, there are indeed fewer people in the 6 regions. There should be about 40% fewer people. According to what I know, most of the people from the 6 regions have died. However, the strange thing is that not many people died at the hands of the impersonators. Some of them died of unknown causes, and some of them killed each other. There were also some evil people who were eliminated and died in this battle. The people from the 6 regions have suffered heavy casualties this time. Many people who are on the Heaven's Declaration and Heaven's Declaration have died in there. I don't know if all the people from the 6 regions are here. However, if it's possible, those who should be here, right? If there are still people who are not here, they could be impersonators or evil people. We have been here for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Basically, we have not seen any new people coming here. I guess those who should be here are all here. There are probably only a few people left in the 6 regions. When Qin Shao had arrived, he had realized that there were fewer people in the 6 regions. There were only about 100 people here. If this was all, it was obvious that the people from the 6 regions had sacrificed a lot. Moreover, Qin Shao did not see anyone from the land of the celestial realm. Did this mean that all of them had died in the chaotic space? If that was the case, it was good news for Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not have a good impression of the people from the land of the celestial realm. They were all evil people. All of them had died in the primal chaos space. That was what they deserved. The few people that Qin Shao had met earlier had also disappeared. They should be dead as well. If that was the case, it was a good thing. However, the 6 regions had suffered such heavy casualties this time. It was a huge loss for the 6 regions and the various top forces. The chaotic space was really messed up. Until now, it was still filled with an unpleasant atmosphere. It was as if there was a trace of gunpowder in the air. Qin Shao could clearly feel that there was a lot of resentment in the air. Many people seemed to be enemies. Such an atmosphere could be said to be extremely bad. There's also Qin Shao. The people of the 6 regions have been very angry over the past tens of millions of years. Not only are they scattered, but there are also many conflicts that have erupted. Many forces have fought with each other and there are many misunderstandings and anger. I think the people of the 6 regions are the angriest about you. Therefore, your situation can be said to be worrisome. You should think of a way to ferret out the impostor as soon as possible. Otherwise, the woodcutter couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Yuan annihilation god have already made a promise to the people of the 6 regions. At that time, if we can't find the impostor and prove your innocence, then I won't be able to intervene in this matter anymore. Qin Shao nodded heavily. Yes, I understand, Senior Woodcutter. Thank you for your concern and reminder. I've also been thinking about this matter and doing this. But for now, there really isn't much to be gained. It's too difficult to ferret out the impostor. The impostor has hidden himself too deeply, so I still need time and opportunity. I'm also anxious about this matter, but there's no other way. The woodcutter nodded and said, "Yes, there's no other way. You can't rush it even if you want to. Forget it, we can only take one step at a time. Let's not talk about this now. Now that everyone is staring at the ultimate land, let's not talk about this for now." After saying that, the old man continued to study the ultimate land. Qin Shao didn't say anything else and also began to study it. Qin Shao naturally wanted to obtain the ultimate land, the ultimate test, and the ultimate opportunity. If he could obtain it, it would be enough to save his life, right? However, Qin Shao was thinking about something else as well. Could the impostor be amongst the people from the 6 regions? According to his previous speculation, Qin Shao felt that the impostor should be among the people of the 6 regions. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. This kind of disguise was the most brilliant and least likely to be discovered. Qin Shao felt that this possibility was not small. Therefore, Qin Zhao's eyes were also looking around secretly. He also wanted to see if there was a possibility of someone being the impostor. However, who was the impostor? There was no way to detect it directly by looking or feeling. The impostor's disguise could be said to be flawless, and it was simply impossible to detect it. After secretly sizing it up a few times, Qin Shao still didn't gain anything. He didn't have a single clue. Therefore, Qin Shao could only pretend for the time being. At this moment, Canopy Marshall suddenly walked over. "Boy, how is it? You seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Could it be that there's some good progress in the matter of the impostor?" Canopy Marshall asked. Qin Shao also felt that Canopy Marshall was a little strange. When they first met, Qin Shao directly competed with Canopy Marshall, and they even fought. Moreover, he even made Canopy Marshall suffer a loss in his hands. Later, Canopy Marshall actually stood up for Qin Shao and protected Qin Zhao's life. This was a great kindness, and Qin Shao had always remembered it in his heart. Now, seeing Canopy Marshall take the initiative to walk over and care for him, Qin Zhao's heart was more or less moved. Thinking about it, it was still a little strange. When Qin Shao saw Canopy Marshall for the first time, he really felt that this person was not a good person and was not easy to reason with. But he didn't expect that Canopy Marshall was actually quite reasonable, and even helped him. This made Qin Shao feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, when he saw Canopy Marshall, Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fist. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Tianpeng. However, I'm ashamed to say that I haven't made any progress on the impersonator for the time being. In fact, I haven't been investigating the matter of the impostor all these years. So, it's been delayed." Canopy Marshall frowned and stared at Qin Shao. He said in a somewhat bad mood, "You little brat, what the hell are you doing?" "I, monkey, did my best to stand up and protect you. I fought for a chance for you to live. I, monkey bro, have been actively investigating the matter of the impostor. I haven't been idle either. These years, I've been running around to investigate the matter of the impostor. I want to find the impostor. We've been working so hard for your life, but you haven't investigated the matter of the impostor in these 60 million years? Don't you know that you'll be beaten if you talk like that?" Seeing that Canopy Marshall was a bit angry, Qin Shao immediately said, "Canopy Marshall, you're right. However, I asked Canopy Marshall to calm down. I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past 60 million years, so this matter has been delayed. It's not that I don't want to investigate this matter. I also want to find the impostor as soon as possible so that I can prove my innocence and get rid of these charges. Regarding this matter, I, Qin Shao, am definitely the most anxious. I deeply understand that this is my own matter and it concerns my life and death. So, how can I not be concerned about it? How can I not be anxious? But this matter is too difficult. But it's too difficult. No matter how anxious you are, it's useless. You have to have a certain method to be effective. Otherwise, there's nothing to be gained by investigating blindly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past 60 million years to improve my strength. It's also to prepare for many things. If you want to find out who the impostor is, you won't be able to do it without great strength. However, I, Qin Shao, am indeed a little negligent in this matter. I, Qin Shao, should be scolded for this. Chapter 3383. Anyone else could be an impostor in disguise. Marshal Tianping suddenly came over to ask him so enthusiastically. This in itself seemed a little abnormal. Qin Shao didn't say a word to Marshal Tianping previously, and Qin Shao didn't think that Marshal Tianping would appreciate him. After all, he was someone who had embarrassed Marshal Tianping before. Did Marshal Tianping really not have a trace of resentment in his heart? Now, Marshal Tianping was asking him about his thoughts. Was Marshal Tianping trying to get information from him? Qin Shao couldn't help but think in this direction. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had some thoughts in his mind, and he became a little more cautious. Naturally, Qin Shao wouldn't easily speak of his own conjectures and assumptions. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "Senior Tianping, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I just feel that the impostor is very well hidden, and it's extremely difficult to find him. I also feel that impersonators are everywhere, and there's no way to capture their existence. Moreover, I've been in seclusion for the past 60 million years, and I haven't investigated the impostor. Therefore, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I wonder if Senior Tianping has any good ideas on your side? Can you share them with Qin Shao so that Qin Shao will have more ideas in his future investigations?" Marshal Tianping nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. After all, you've been in seclusion for the past 60 million years. It's normal that you don't have any good ideas. Forget it, I'll be a good person to the end. Who asked Monkey to be so enthusiastic about helping you? There's no other way. Although I'm not very willing, I have to listen to Monkey Bro." After complaining a little, Marshal Tianping said formally, "It's like this. Monkey and I have discussed this problem many times. According to some of our investigations, based on the current situation, we all suspect that the impostor should be hiding among the people of the 6 regions. The impostor should have been hiding among us all this time, hiding in our surroundings. Only in this way can the impersonator so smoothly stir up trouble time and time again, stirring up chaos in the chaotic space, causing endless storms and heavy casualties. The impostor's methods time and time again can be said to be incomparably accurate. Moreover, no one has been able to catch his traces and discover his schemes. Every single time I've succeeded. It's definitely not an easy thing to do. The most likely possibility is that the impostor has been hiding in our 6 regions." Hearing Marshal Tianping's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. These thoughts, Marshal Tianping's thoughts were completely consistent with his previous deductions. Originally, he was a bit wary of Canopy Marshal, so he didn't say this out loud. There was no problem. Ask. Just ask. When it comes to beautiful women's questions, I have always answered them to the best of my knowledge. Let alone one question, even if you asked me 100 questions, I wouldn't have a problem. Let's not talk about ordinary questions. Even if you want to ask me if I'm married and have children, I'll tell you. Ask. Little beauty Yuan, you don't have to be polite with me. Marshal Tianping said like a pig. Marshal Tianping looked like he was asking for a beating. Brother Pure was a little annoyed. He transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Brother, this stupid pig seems to be up to no good again. What a beast. He even dares to have designs on Yuan. If he dares to mess around later, we won't be polite with him. We'll beat him up first. Brother, if you feel that it's inconvenient, leave it to me. Although I might not be able to suppress Marshal Tianpeng with my strength, I feel that I should be able to put up a fight. Qin Shao glanced at Brother Pure and knew what Brother Pure was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. Marshal Tianpeng shouldn't be such a person. Maybe he's just a little pompous. He shouldn't offend people so easily." Yuan didn't notice anything. Instead, she looked at Marshal Tianpeng curiously and asked a question that almost made Marshal Tianpeng vomit blood. "Marshal Tianpeng, you clearly look like a pig. Why did you make yourself so handsome? Are you disgusted with your own appearance? Is that why you don't dare to face it? Is that why you turned into this appearance to confuse yourself?" Pfft. Hearing this question, Qin Shao and Brother Pure almost suffered internal injuries. They really couldn't help but laugh. Marshal Tianpeng was still waiting for Yuan to ask him some questions. He didn't expect Yuan to ask such a question. It really made Marshal Tianpeng vomit blood. What kind of question was this? She shouldn't have asked such a question. This question was very awkward, okay? He, Marshal Tianpeng, hadn't been this embarrassed in a long time. Today, Yuan's question made his mouth twitch. Cough cough, Marshal Tianpeng's face was filled with embarrassment and he coughed twice. Yuan blinked and looked at Marshal Tianpeng expectantly. She was waiting for his answer. Seeing that Marshal Tianpeng didn't answer, Yuan said again, "Marshal Tianpeng, why aren't you talking? Isn't it like this? What we know shouldn't be wrong, right? Brother Qin Shao and I went to Old Gao village and saw your statue. We also heard many legends about you. Marshal Tianpeng, tell me quickly. I'm really curious. I feel like Marshal Tianpeng and Zhu Beiji are two completely different people. What's going on? It's too strange. Also, that Zhu Beiji doesn't seem to be a human. But Marshal Tianpeng, you are a human. There seems to be a lot of things that don't make sense. It really makes me puzzled." Chapter 3384. Qin Shao nodded at Canopy Marshal. Then, Qin Shao pulled Yuan and said, "Okay Yuan, this is Canopy Marshal's private matter. You don't need to ask. But, Senior Tianpeng just said that we can ask private questions. Isn't that right, Senior Tianpeng?" Yuan blinked her eyes and added. She didn't seem to be willing to give up on this question. Yuan couldn't understand other people's thoughts, so she didn't know that Canopy Marshal was embarrassed. She also didn't know that Qin Shao didn't want her to ask anymore. After being reminded by Yuan, Canopy Marshal felt even more awkward. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He shouldn't have said so much. Now, he was being forced to answer. "Okay Yuan, Canopy Marshal still has important things to do. If you really want to know, then ask next time. Let's forget about it now," Qin Shao said again. Canopy Marshal immediately nodded and said, Yes, little beauty Yuan, I remember that I still have important things to do. Let's stop here today. Let's talk about this next time." "Okay, little beauty Yuan, I'm leaving." After saying that, Canopy Marshal ran away like a wisp of smoke. He only stopped when he was very far away. After he stopped, people who were close to him could see that Canopy Marshal was secretly wiping his cold sweat. It seemed that he was badly frightened. On the other side, seeing Canopy Marshal run away, Yuan pouted. However, Yuan didn't say anything. She just felt a little disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted. Ah! Brother Pure finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. He laughed very happily. He was still unhappy with the way Canopy Marshal was looking at Yuan with shining eyes. "Brother, I'm also curious about this matter. Aren't you curious?" Brother Pure said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao glared at Brother Pure and said, "There's nothing to be curious about. Everyone has their own history. It's obvious that Senior Tianpeng doesn't want to talk about it. Why do we have to poke at his sore spot? That's very unreasonable. You too, don't be so nosy. Brother Pure shrugged. He was not a gossipy person. However, at this time, a man suddenly walked over and laughed at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw this person walking over inexplicably. He sized the person up with some vigilance. Qin Shao didn't know this person, nor had he seen him before. He didn't show up last time. From the looks of it, he should be someone from the Great Path Sacred Realm. The man looked back at Canopy Marshall. After confirming that Canopy Marshall was far away, he felt relieved. He said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao and fellow Taoist Pure seem to be interested in Canopy Marshall. Don't you know about this matter? This isn't a very mysterious matter. Many people know about it. How can you not know?" Chang'e is known as the #1 beauty in the immortal realm. Even the Heavenly Emperor fell in love with her. That's why Canopy Marshall is naturally attracted to Chang'e. However, due to Chang'e's special identity, Canopy Marshall could only suppress his love in his heart and didn't dare to show it. But love is a poison. The deeper it goes, the scarier it is. After a long time, some problems will naturally arise. Finally, one day, Canopy Marshall received some provocation and was in a bad mood. He borrowed the strength of alcohol and directly went to Chang'e's residence, the Moon Palace. Finally, in a moment of impulse, Canopy Marshall wanted to fight Chang'e. In the end, he caused a big mess and made a big mistake. The Heavenly Emperor was furious and directly sent Canopy Marshall into the cycle of reincarnation. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, Canopy Marshall was unlucky and threw himself into the body of a pig. Originally, Canopy Marshall's reincarnation in this life could be considered as basically crippled. However, fortunately, Canopy Marshall stayed in the heavenly court for so long and made many friends. Therefore, someone secretly helped Canopy Marshall, allowing him to slowly recover his strength. What was even more fortunate was that Canopy Marshall met Tang Xuanzang, Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and Little White Dragon by chance. So the 5 of them formed a group and wandered the Great Thousand World. They made a name for themselves in the Great Thousand World. At that time, they were also regarded as a legend and were very popular for a time. In this there are many. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. He was about to start talking non-stop. Without waiting for the man to continue, Yuan interrupted him. "So, Zhu Beiji is actually one of Canopy Marshall's reincarnations?" Canopy Marshall was sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the Heavenly Emperor and then awakened the memories of his previous life. In the end, he returned to Canopy Marshall and continued to control the heavenly courts, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals, right? The man nodded and said, "Yes, that's basically it." Oh, so it's like that." Yuan nodded and felt relieved. The man was about to continue talking when Brother Pure interrupted him. Okay, brother, that's enough. We understand everything you said. We also know everything we want to know. That's enough. As for the rest, there's no need to say anything more. We're not interested. Okay, you can leave. Thank you. The man still wanted to say something, but he felt that Brother Chuanjie wasn't very friendly. So, he gave up and left, feeling a little bored. After sending the man off, Brother Pure smacked his lips and said, "Canopy Marshall is really interesting. There's such a legend there. No wonder Canopy Marshall is from the heavenly court and the victorious fighting Buddha is from Buddhism." Chapter 3385. Qin Shao also began to study the space seriously, thinking about how to enter it, pass the ultimate test, and obtain the ultimate opportunity. Everyone was silent. Everyone was fighting for their own camp. The ultimate opportunity might be enough to change everything. If the victorious fighting Buddha and the others obtained it, it was very likely that they would be able to take a step further and reach the level of reincarnation supremacy. This might not be impossible. Qin Shao stared at the space. Those meteorite-like objects were constantly flashing in his eyes, like dazzling meteors. Those flashing lights looked dazzling, but in fact, they had the power to destroy everything and devour mountains and rivers. Qin Shao had also fought with those meteorite-like objects. Naturally, he knew the power of those meteorite-like objects. They were absolutely not to be underestimated. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Wealth comes from danger. How can one obtain an opportunity without going through hardships and dangers? I don't think there will be a good way. No matter what the method is, it will definitely be extremely dangerous. First of all, I guess I have to enter that space. If I don't face those meteorite-like objects directly, I won't be able to find a feasible way. But if I want to enter that space, I will have to bear great risk. If I can't handle it, I will be doomed eternally. There might not even be room for maneuver. Is there enough room for maneuver with my current strength? Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter in his heart, weighing the pros and cons of this matter. This was a path that couldn't be taken easily. After all, once he took the first step, it was very likely that there was no turning back. Once he took the first step, it might be the abyss of death. Life and death could be decided with a single thought. Naturally, he had to be very careful in making a decision on such an important matter. He wasn't afraid of risking his life. What he was afraid of was that even if he risked his life, there was no chance of success. If there was a possibility, he would more or less have a trace of confidence in his heart before going all out. Then, he would be duty-bound and determined. For Qin Shao now, everything in front of him was still unknown. How could he face the unknown? She didn't know. For the time being, Qin Shao hadn't figured out a reason. She was still thinking hard, studying, and pondering. Yuan also seemed to be lost in thought. Occasionally, her jade-like eyes would flicker with light. From time to time, he would blink his eyes as if he had thought of something. From time to time, he would frown slightly, as if he was very puzzled. Yuan seemed to have an innate perception power towards primal chaos space. From the moment she entered the primal chaos space, she had a special ability to sense the primal chaos space. As soon as she entered, she could easily absorb the power of the chaotic space to quickly improve herself. Now, she seemed to have gained some ability to sense this space. However, for the time being, there didn't seem to be any good conclusions. There were many questions that troubled Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't figure them out. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood out. It was Saint Sun Tian. His heroic spirit reached the clouds, and his aura overflowed the sky. He stood there as if he was a great sin that could fight against all eternity. His sharpness was revealed, and it was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Saint Sun Tian was the number 1 on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. He had always been the number 1 on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. There was no doubt that he was powerful. He was recognized in the Great Thousand World as the number 1 person in the ancient saint realm. He had occupied the number 1 throne for countless years, and no one had been able to shake him in the slightest. This was enough to show how powerful Saint Sun Tian was. At this moment, he was standing there, shaking the heavens with his strength. How domineering was that? How powerful was that? How shocking was that? He was weak, but he could suppress the endless heavens. It was as if the entire space was trembling because of him. Everyone's gaze quickly fell on Saint Sun Tian. When they saw his actions, they knew that he was going to try to make a move. Since Saint Sun Tian had stood out, it naturally made everyone look forward to it. They wanted to see if Saint Sun Tian could rush in. Saint Sun Tian stood there, releasing his aura, but he didn't make a move for the time being. Everyone was silently looking at Tian Xingzi. "Brother, do you think Saint Sun Tian can succeed?" He won't be able to take the initiative, right? Brother Pure asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't know. Since Saint Sun Tian dares to make a move, he must have some confidence in himself. As for whether he can succeed or not, it depends on Saint Sun Tian himself. If he can really enter the space smoothly, it won't be a big deal. There's no such thing as taking the initiative. It's fair to compete. It just depends on whether he dares to try first. Saint Sun Tian is taking a huge risk by taking the initiative to try first. Well, that's true. Brother Pure nodded and said. After waiting for a while, Saint Sun Tian finally made a move. His whole body released rays of shocking light, which was like a sacred divine light, and fiercely rushed into the space. He charged forward heavily, and a strong shock wave burst out. As soon as Saint Sun Tian entered the space, those meteorite-like things suddenly became incomparably turbulent. Millions of meteorite-like objects began to surge violently, as if they had triggered a grand formation. Originally, the stone-like objects were rapidly flying in the space. Now that the heaven's holy sun had entered, the speed of the meteorite-like objects became even more turbulent, and their speed increased by a lot. Layers of meteorite-like things formed a protective barrier, forming an energy wall, blocking everything. The meteorite-like things ruthlessly smashed toward Saint Sun Tian, as if they were going to directly smash him into pieces. Such a situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Everyone who saw it was shaken to the core. In the face of such a powerful siege, it was really hard to imagine what kind of power would be needed to block it. Therefore, this scene made many people feel anxious for Tianxingzi. Saint Sun Tian's face was solemn, and his expression was incomparably cold. He had also expected this situation, so as soon as he came in, he burst out with all his strength. His figure was a little strange, and he wanted to use a clever method to rush through. Such a move had really achieved a miraculous effect. Saint Sun Tian did not meet those meteorite-like things head-on. Instead, he used an exquisite calculation to pass through the gaps of those meteorite-like things. Such a move really made people cry out in surprise. To be able to do such a thing, it was really amazing. However, Saint Sun Tian only broke through the first obstacle, and was quickly blocked by the second obstacle. The second wall was much more densely packed than the first wall. Therefore, Saint Sun Tian had no way to break through the second wall. Using the same method, it was useless in front of the second wall. In the end, there was no other way. The Heaven Saint Child was forced to fight these meteorites head-on. But with Saint Sun Tian's strength, how could he fight so many meteorite-like things head-on? After a confrontation, he naturally fell into a disadvantage. He was directly hit by a meteorite-like thing, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Such a scene caused many people to be shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. In their hearts, they were really nervous. Looking at the situation, Saint Child Tian was going to die in there. This was too terrifying. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Saint Sun Tian's strength was not enough to fight against so many meteorite-like things, and there was no way for him to escape. Therefore, he could only fight head-on. However, if he fought head-on, only death would await him. There was no need to think about it. Even if he wanted to retreat now, there was no way for him to do so. The situation could be said to be precarious. Many people were speechless, and they did not know what to say. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating. But all in all, the Heaven's Holy Sun's prestige in the 6 regions was extremely high. After all, he was the person who ranked first on the Heaven's Declarations Saint list. For countless years, he had been famous and was respected by many people. Chapter 3386. The people of the 6 regions gasped when they saw that Tianxingzi had suffered a crushing defeat and almost died in there. How terrifying! It was simply too terrifying. Tian Xingzi was so powerful, yet he had almost died in there. If he couldn't even break through, was there still a need to try? If he wanted to try, he would be courting death. Not everyone was like Tian Xingzi, who was not only strong, but also had a primordial spirit that was willing to risk everything to save him. Tian Xingzi's failure naturally made many people beat a retreat. Some people still had some fantasies in their hearts, but after seeing this, they completely dispelled those thoughts. It was a very dangerous thing to have any fantasies at this point in time. The slightest carelessness could really lead to death. Naturally, no one was willing to think about something that was completely hopeless. Therefore, many people gave up completely. Forget it, forget it. I have no fate with this ultimate opportunity. I'd better give up. It's not easy to stay alive. Forget it, I also give up. I don't want to think about this anymore. All in all, I've gained quite a lot in the primal chaos space. It's a pretty good opportunity. Well, there's nothing to think about purely throwing away one's life. Be content with what you have. Many people gave up directly. Such a terrifying situation did not give many people the courage to try. However, there were still some people who did not give up. However, the fact that Tian Xingzi and Yuan Yan had no way of succeeding made people even more cautious. The atmosphere became even more eerie. What kind of ultimate opportunity is this? It's a little too scary. It's not intended for anyone to get it at all. Brother Pure smacked his lips and complained. Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. It's a little too scary. The possibility of getting it is indeed very small. Therefore, I estimate that at most, only one person can get it. It's even possible that no one can get it. It's hard to say, hard to say. Although it was dangerous and difficult, whether one could get it or not depended on the person. Qin Shao had always had a bit of faith in his heart. He still firmly believed that there was a possibility of success. However, it was still up to them to find this path. Since Tian Xingzi and Yuan Yan had no way of breaking through, it seemed that just relying on brute strength was obviously not enough. The Heaven Saint Child had passed through the first wall, which could be considered a small success. It also gave people some enlightenment. There should be some skill involved in this. Tian Xingzi had used ingenious control to pass through the gaps of those meteorite-like things. He had calculated everything and passed through with extreme precision, so he did not have to face those meteorite-like things. If they were to clash head-on, who would have the strength to resist millions of meteorite-like objects? Therefore, a head-on clash would definitely not solve any problems. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of technique. However, this skill wasn't just limited to movement techniques. From the outside, one could see that there were a total of 3 walls. It was unknown whether there were more inside. Just by looking at the 3 layers of barriers and walls, Holy Sun Tian was only able to break through one of them. He had almost died on the second one. Yuan Yenshen could not do it either. How could one break through the second and third walls? Every time one went inside, the degree of horror would not just multiply, but increase exponentially. Just thinking about it made one feel scared. How was he going to break through these 3 walls? Qin Shao had been thinking deeply about this question. He made inferences based on the current situation, but he still had no clue. After all, what he saw was only superficial and superficial. He could not see what was deep inside. He was afraid that he would have to try it himself in order to gain a deeper understanding of it. Therefore, Qin Shao also thought that it seemed that he had to give it a try first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to think of a reason just by standing here and thinking out of thin air. Only by making some attempts, summarizing the situation from failure, and comprehending the situation, would there be a better effect, right? Qin Shao quickly came to a decision regarding this matter. No matter what, he could not give up so easily. He could not back down just because Tian Xingzi and Yuan Yan had failed, right? At the very least, He had to try and see the specific situation before making other plans. This was the ultimate opportunity. How could he give it up so easily? Yes, he had to give it a try. After making up his mind, Qin Shao made the final preparations. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha suddenly spoke. Yuan Yen, what do you think of the situation inside? Yuan Yen looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and frowned. He shook his head and said, the situation is worse than I imagined. The first wall is still okay. We can use tricks to get through it, and we should be able to break through it by force. But the second wall is too scary. I don't think I can break through it. The second wall can be said to be almost invulnerable. I can't find any flaw at all. It's difficult to pass through it. But if you break through it by force, it's too scary. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of meteorite-like things will come crashing at you at the same time. The power contained in it is indeed too terrifying. It's enough to destroy everything. If you meet this terrifying power head-on, you might be destroyed and devoured in an instant. At that time, I felt great danger and the aura of death. So, I didn't dare to fight at all. I pulled Tian Xingzi and retreated in a panic. I'm afraid it's difficult to enter it. At the end, Yuan Yen shook his head as if he was about to give up. The victorious fighting Buddha couldn't help but frown deeply. His fiery golden eyes emitted a strange light as he stared deeply into the space. However, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't back down because of this. Soon, he stood up again. I, old son, have never believed in the supernatural. I've never been afraid of anything. I can even break through the sky. I don't think these meteorite-like things can stop my Jingu Bang. Yuan Yen, since you can't do it, let me give it a try. Watch me. I'll definitely poke a big hole in it. The victorious fighting Buddha's words were extremely domineering. However, he did have the right to say such domineering word. He was the existence closest to the reincarnation supremacy in the Great Thousand World. He was the number one person on the Heavens Declaration. He was the undisputed king. Who knew how many world deities had died in his hands? The victorious fighting Buddha had monstrous combat strength. He was known as the Great Sage, Heaven's equal. The victorious fighting Buddha fought against everything and could win. He was the only true Buddha after Shakyamuni. The victorious fighting Buddha's move instantly made everyone excited. They all looked over, eager to see the exciting performance of the victorious fighting Buddha. Naturally, no one doubted the strength of the victorious fighting Buddha. When the Heaven's Saint failed, Yuan Yen also said that it was extremely dangerous. He didn't dare to try again. Therefore, it seemed like the victorious fighting Buddha was the only one who could succeed. For the others, they had basically given up. Now, it all depended on the victorious fighting Buddha. Under everyone's gaze and anticipation, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't hesitate and quickly made his move. The moment he made his move, it was shocking. The moment the Jingu Bang was thrown out, it shook the ancient times and caused the ancient times to ring. The heaven and earth shook as if the chaotic space was about to collapse. It was a shocking sight. Golden light surged out and destroyed the space. It was extremely terrifying. If they didn't know that it was the victorious fighting Buddha who had made his move, they would have been scared out of their wits. Many people had never seen the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. Now that they saw it, they were indeed shocked. Quite a number of people were deeply shocked by this scene. This was also the first time that Qin Shao had seen the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. He was slightly moved. No wonder the victorious fighting Buddha was the number one person on the Heavens Declaration. No wonder he was the existence closest to the reincarnation supremacy. The moment the victorious fighting Buddha made his move, it was indeed extraordinary. There are still more than 20 million years left. Let's just wait here. Anyway, I've already gained a lot. I can't be bothered to care about other things. At this moment, the thought of giving up quickly spread and enveloped everyone's heart. If we can't even beat the battling Buddha, then there's no need for us to think about fighting. Let's give up. Yeah, this is the ultimate opportunity. No one can obtain it. It's far too difficult. I feel like we can only succeed if we give all of our power origin crystals to the victorious fighting Buddha and allow him to absorb them and increase his strength to a large extent. TSK, what kind of rotten idea is that? If you want to give it to him, then give it to him. Let's not talk about how I don't have any power origin crystals. I won't give it away. Cough, don't be agitated. I'm just giving an example. I don't have any power origin crystals either. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's just wait for the deadline and leave this place. I've had enough of this place. Yeah, I've had enough. I've long wanted to leave. If I don't leave now, I feel that I might die here. The fire god's eyes flickered with a strange light. He suddenly walked out, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Everyone, please listen to me first. Perhaps there was some unhappiness in the past, but it's all in the past. We shouldn't dwell on this matter and be immersed in anger. I think everyone is very clear that we have entered the primal chaos space for a great opportunity. The opportunities one obtained along the way were not bad. However, I think that compared to this ultimate opportunity, they are not worth mentioning. Now, this ultimate opportunity is right in front of us. Are we really going to give it up just like that? Are we really going to give up this great opportunity that can change our fate? The reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions allowed us to enter the chaotic space because they wanted us to obtain the ultimate opportunity. It's very likely that we can create a reincarnation supremacy. When the calamity of the Great Thousand World is about to arrive, it'll be of great significance to the 6 regions if we can produce a reincarnation supremacy. The reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions did not hesitate to send us in because of this consideration. Over the past 70 million years, nearly 40% of the people of the 6 regions have died in the chaotic space. It can be said that our 6 regions have paid far too much blood and sacrificed far too much for the sake of this ultimate opportunity. If we give up now, how can we face the people of the 6 regions? How can we face the reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions? How can we face the people of the 6 regions who have died for us? Therefore, we can't give up so easily. We absolutely can't. The fire god's words stirred up the hearts of the people. In this regard, the fire god seemed to be well versed in it. Moreover, his words were spoken at a very high level, which was even more touching. Fire god, since you're saying this, do you have a good idea? If you have a good idea, why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to say so much? Who doesn't understand this logic? Everyone here is a top-notch existence in the Great Thousand World. Is there a need for you, Fire God, to speak so righteously about such a small matter? A man asked. Many people's gazes fell on Vulcan. They were very curious if Vulcan had any good ideas or something like that. If the Fire God had a good idea or something, they would be willing to listen to it. The Fire God continued, "It's not that there's no way. However, the premise of my idea is that everyone needs to work together. If everyone can't work together, it'll be in vain. Therefore, as people of the 6 regions, we should let go of some of our previous unhappiness and face this problem together. Let's seize this ultimate opportunity together. We're not only doing this for ourselves but also for the 6 regions and the entire Great Thousand World." Many people knew about the Fire God's character. Therefore, many people were naturally disdainful when they heard the Fire God's words. He sounded so sanctimonious, but no one knew what sinister thoughts he was hiding in his heart. They might as well believe in ghosts rather than the Fire God. The man who had asked the question earlier chuckled and asked again, "Fire God, Don't beat around the bush. Just say what you have to say. I'm afraid everyone knows what you're thinking. What are you hiding? Just say it openly. Don't make it seem so mysterious. The fire god looked at everyone and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll say it. It's like this. Just now, everyone saw the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. Although the victorious fighting Buddha didn't manage to break through the second wall, he was close. He almost broke through the second wall. In other words, given the victorious fighting Buddha's strength, he could almost break through the second wall. In that case, can we make a bold inference? As long as we're strong enough, we can break through the 3 walls? If we combine our strength, I believe it should be easy to do this, right? In other words, there's no need for all of us to step forward. As long as half of us step forward, that would be enough. Therefore, I, the fire god, volunteered to step forward and take the lead. Who is willing to fight with me, the god of fire? Step forward. As long as half of us are here, we'll definitely be able to break through the 3 walls, pass the ultimate test, and obtain the ultimate opportunity. We'll open the path together, and whoever gets the opportunity in the end will depend on their own abilities. This is very fair. What do you all think? Author, Cruel Death, the 8th update is the last day. Friends who still have fresh flowers, please send them. Thank you. How could he not know that everyone was thinking of this method? However, no one dared to mention it. Since no one dared to do it, then Fire God would do it. Vulcan glanced at everyone and continued, "That's right. Everyone is right. I have to admit it. However, everyone, please think about it carefully. How can there be gains without sacrifice? The greater the gain, the greater the sacrifice. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. One can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. This is a principle that has never changed since ancient times. If we want to get it, we naturally have to pay a price and bear a great risk. This is the ultimate opportunity. If it was so easy to obtain, would it still be called the ultimate opportunity? Such an opportunity naturally requires one to risk their lives for it. If everyone values their lives like gold and is unwilling to risk their lives, then how can they obtain such an ultimate opportunity? Therefore, please think about it seriously. What is the meaning of our lives? For cultivators like us who have cultivated for countless years, which one of us doesn't want to stand at the peak? Which one of us doesn't want to become the reincarnation supremacy? Now, I'm afraid this is our only hope, our only chance. If everyone is afraid of death and gives up, then there will never be a chance. Moreover, the calamity of the great wide world is coming, and the great wide world has already begun to shake. If we don't seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now and see if it is possible to obtain the ultimate opportunity, then we might die in the chaos when we go out. Instead of that, why don't we go all out now? Maybe we can still have a chance to live. In fact, we might even be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity. Let's all attack together and have a fair and just battle. Let's all agree that no one should be selfish and rush over together. In the end, life and death are up to fate. What's wrong with being fair and just? I always feel that if I die, I will be working for others. With such thoughts, I will naturally be timid and cowardly. Naturally, I won't be able to achieve anything. Therefore, whether or not you want to fight with me and take this opportunity depends on what you think. Do you want to continue being timid and cowardly, or do you want to fight vigorously now? The fire deity's words felt like he was interrogating one's soul. Every word was sharp and powerful, striking directly into the depths of one's soul. One had to admit that the fire deity was very good at manipulating people's emotions. His methods were very brilliant. He grasped the key points and then exaggerated them without restraint to arouse the fighting spirit of others. These words caused many people to be greatly moved, and their blood began to boil. However, victorious Fighting Buddha, Heaven's holy son, and the others ignored the fire deity and couldn't be bothered to interfere. Chapter 3390. Qian, everyone, listen to my command. Kill! Under Fire God's command, the 30 of them charged towards the space at the same time. A huge formation formed by 30 people charged towards the first wall ferociously. With an unparalleled tyrannical aura, they charged towards the first wall in a majestic manner. Boundless energy surged out in an instant, enough to destroy everything in its path. After all, it was a group of 30 people. When they attacked with all their might, the power they unleashed was undeniably strong. Naturally, it was much stronger than the victorious Fighting Buddha. Under such a powerful force, the first wall was easily opened. Everyone rushed towards the second wall. The victorious Fighting Buddha was so close to opening the second wall. He was so close. Now, Fire God and the other 30 of them had joined forces and combined their strength into a rope. Therefore, the 30 of them could unleash an unprecedented amount of power. Under this unprecedented amount of power, the 30 of them launched a fierce attack on the second wall. Would they be able to break through the second wall? Judging from the powerful aura that these 30 people exuded, it was possible for them to do so. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. They were waiting for the eruption of the 30 of them. Everyone, we must hold on. We must combine our strength. We will succeed. We can do it. Fire God said loudly, encouraging the crowd and stirring up their passion and strength. As long as everyone worked together and combined their strength, they would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force. Fire God and the other 30 of them came with the same purpose. They came with the determination to fight with their lives on the line. At this time, they were burning with all their strength. Naturally, they were able to unleash a powerful combat strength. Gathering all their combat strength together, they were naturally able to unleash a monstrous combat strength. Although the second wall's hindrance was extremely strong, under the cooperation of everyone, they were finally able to tear open a big hole. However, under the impact of those meteorite-like objects, 5 of them were accidentally hit and sacrificed on the spot. After sacrificing 5 people, they managed to tear a hole in the second wall. However, the hole was not big. Although the hole was opened, everyone rushed in and triggered those meteorite-like objects again. At the same time, the meteorite-like objects on the third wall exploded. Thousands upon thousands of meteorite-like objects surged toward them like a torrential rain, whistling through the air. The destructive power was like Mount Tai pressing down on them. Heavy attacks and destructive blows were enough to destroy everything. Not good. Retreat, retreat. It's over. How can this be? How can it be so terrifying? This. No, I don't want to die. Facing the third blockade, everyone panicked. All of them were at a loss for what to do and were terrified. Everyone was trying to escape, but it wasn't that easy to do so. Those meteorite-like objects, Fire God and the rest. The meteorite-like objects. The battle formation was instantly broken. How can this be? How can this be? Damn it. How can this? I broke through the second wall, but I still lost to the third wall. I can't accept this. Vulcan roared like a madman in his heart. He had thought that this time, he would be able to break through the 3 tests and obtain the ultimate opportunity. However, he did not expect that he would be blocked by the third wall. There was no way to break through it. Looking at the third wall, he was in despair. He did not have the courage to continue moving forward, because he knew in his heart that moving forward meant death. As long as he dared to take a step forward, or even if he retreated a step later, he would die. There was no room for negotiation. This was too scary, too scary. Vulcan had never faced such a terrifying situation before, and it scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, he escaped quickly and grasped the opportunity well. So, he managed to escape in time. After he escaped, the opening in the second wall closed. There were still more than 20 people who did not come out. They were completely trapped. Thousands of meteorite-like objects surrounded those people, making them like turtles in a jar. Naturally, their fates were tragic. There was no way to survive. One by one, they died miserably. Such a scene was enough to shock anyone who saw it. The battle outside was also very fierce and cruel. In the end, only the fire god and the strength god managed to escape. The rest of them had all died inside. A total of 28 people, all of whom had died in there. Quite a number of people from various forces were completely annihilated this time. Everyone who saw this was extremely shocked, and they all sighed with emotion. Fire god and strength god escaped, but they were still in shock. They stood there with stiff and cold expressions, as if they were scared out of their wits. They did not speak for a long time. Such a blow to them was also very, very big. The onlookers were also extremely shocked. Terrifying, this was simply too terrifying. 28 people died in there just like that. These 28 people were all at the top of the Great Thousand World. They were the leaders of the various forces. Many of them were supreme existences on the Heavens Declaration. They were the absolute elites of the 6 regions, the absolute core figures. It was a pity that so many people had died in such a short time. As a result, more than half of the people from the 6 regions had been killed or injured. I knew it. How can this motley crew accomplish anything? Chapter 3391. Qin Shao continued his research. Many people from the 6 regions had already given up. Many of them even sat on the ground and drank. There were also groups of 3 to 5 people chatting. There were also some people who were still unwilling to give up. Perhaps they were bored and continued their research. For example, the Fighting Immortal Buddha, Yuan Yen, Heavenly Sage, Profound Theory Old Man, and the Woodcutter Old Man had not given up and were still researching. It's already like this. You still don't want to give up? Really? Brother Pure waved his hand. Although that was what he said, his hands were not honest. He was also researching from time to time. It would be difficult for him to make any progress if he purely relied on his own research. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that he could communicate with the Woodcutter Old Man, the Fighting Immortal Buddha, and the others. However, this was everyone's little secret. Probably no one would be willing to share it with others. Communicating with others was akin to sharing one's comprehension without tasting it. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Qin Shao thought of the Woodcutter Old Man. For now, only the Woodcutter Old Man could make Qin Shao confident of giving it a try. Perhaps the Fighting Immortal Buddha could also give it a try. As for the others, Qin Shao naturally would not ask for a rebuff. Qin Shao came to the Woodcutter Old Man's side. The Woodcutter Old Man glanced at Qin Shao. This time, he did not say anything and continued his research. Senior, have you come up with anything? I have some insights, but they are very fragmented and I can't piece them together. Therefore, I don't have any specific ideas for now. Therefore, I came here shamelessly to see if I can exchange some insights with Senior Woodcutter Old Man and exchange some insights. Of course, my insights are definitely not as much as the Woodcutter Old Man's, Qin Shao said with a sincere expression. He directly expressed his intentions. The Woodcutter Old Man looked at Qin Shao and frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, let's exchange some insights then. In any case, this old man's head is still full of fog. I haven't been able to figure out anything. If this continues, it won't be of any use. Perhaps, if we can learn from everyone's strengths, we can gain something." Hearing the woodcutter agree, Qin Shao smiled happily. In order to show his sincerity, Qin Shao immediately explained some of his comprehensions. Although it was very messy and scattered and couldn't be pieced together, it was still some comprehension after all. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't right. The old man carefully listened to Qin Zhao's insights and carefully analyzed them. He obtained some useful information, which gave the old man new ideas in certain aspects. Chapter 3392. Yuan waved her hand, and suddenly a ray of light shot out from her palm, forming a strange image in the air. As for this image, it was demonstrating one thing. Qin Shao looked at this strange image seriously, and at first glance, he was greatly shocked. In an instant, all eyes were completely attracted, and they were completely immersed in it. Although the image was very short, and disappeared in half a day, it touched Qin Shao greatly, and made Qin Zhao's heart tremble. So, it can be like this, it can be like this, it can actually be like this. Yes, 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 the law of chaotic space power, the law is a line, a surface, and countless points. Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. With the stimulation of the image just now, Qin Shao had many thoughts in his mind. And these ideas were very likely to help Qin Shao find this path. So naturally, Qin Shao was wild with joy. At this time, in Qin Zhao's mind, there were many ideas. Many ideas made Qin Shao see the path ahead more and more clearly, and the fog and dark clouds were dispersed a lot. It could even be said that Qin Shao already had a rough model in his heart. He only needed to take one more step to construct that path. Yuan, you are really amazing. Thank you so much. Qin Shao said to Yuan with a happy face. He couldn't help but admire Yuan. It seemed that she really had an extraordinary perception of the law of chaotic space power. No wonder she could easily absorb the chaotic space power from the beginning when she first entered it. Some people's talent was really innate, and this was something that couldn't be envied. Yuan's talent in this area was a happy thing. Being praised by Qin Shao, Yuan suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Brother Qin Shao, you are too polite. You don't have to thank me, I am your sister. It's good that I can help you, Brother Qin Shao. Anyway, I have no interest in this. I don't want to take the ultimate test. It seems that I am scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to take this risk, Yuan said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled. He didn't need to be so polite with Yuan. With Yuan's help, Qin Shao felt that he could quickly find a way out, so he immediately fell into deep thought and continued to study and comprehend. What Qin Shao and Yuan didn't notice was that a pair of eyes in the distance looked in their direction from time to time, and there seemed to be a trace of endless resentment in those eyes. Those eyes naturally belonged to none other than Gu Lingyue. Sigh, Sister Lingyue, are you really still not over him? Holy Sovereign Minghua sighed and asked. She had a lot of helplessness, and she also felt sorry for Gu Lingyue. She had watched Gu Lingyue grow up, so she knew how much Gu Lingyue had suffered since she was young, and how many responsibilities she had shouldered. Chapter 3393. There was originally no path in this world, but when many people walked on it, a path would appear. Therefore, a path, in a broad sense, was created by many people. When many people walked on it, it naturally formed something that everyone recognized, and this thing was called a path. But what Qin Shao wanted to do now was to walk on a path that no one had ever walked on before. Moreover, he wanted to create a path. This was to use one's will to influence everyone and make them believe in him. The act of creating something new was very difficult. In Qin Zhao's mind, thoughts and ideas constantly emerged and collided with each other, constantly creating fierce sparks. This was a collision of ideas, a collision of ideas. Amidst the intense collisions and the flickering sparks, there were many roads that appeared. There were countless possible paths, and Qin Shao had to consider them one by one to see which one was feasible and could be walked on. Thoughts, ideas, laws of power, paths, these endless thoughts exploded in Qin Zhao's mind with a bang. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Qin Shao used his powerful will to control everything and absorb all these things. Just absorbing them wasn't enough. He had to create them. This was the difficult part. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 5,000,000 years had passed. Apart from the victorious fighting Buddha, Yuan Yen, Heaven's holy son, profound theory old man, and the woodcutter old man, who were still persisting, everyone else had given up. They were all waiting for the deadline to arrive and leave the chaotic space. The victorious fighting Buddha and the others didn't seem to have any clues. Their faces were solemn, sometimes frowning, sometimes pondering, sometimes shaking their heads, and sometimes showing some helplessness. After 5,000,000 years of comprehension, Qin Shao had completely integrated all the information in his mind and analyzed it comprehensively. Finally, there was a path. Qin Shao repeatedly confirmed this path in his mind. After confirming that it was feasible, he made a decision. Since it was feasible, he would give it a try. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light burst out from them. He finally moved and walked over to that side. After so many years, someone finally made a move. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Brother Pure suddenly seemed to be startled. He was speechless and said, "Damn, brother, are you really going to break through?" Brother Qin Shao, Yuan was also a little worried. After all, this was not child's play. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would die inside. Qin Shao smiled confidently and said, "Yes, I'm going to give it a try. You don't have to worry about me. I'm confident. Don't worry, even if it doesn't work, I won't necessarily die in there." Didn't Tianxingzi, Fire God, and the others make it out alive? The victorious fighting Buddha easily retreated as well. "I was only going to give it a try. If it really doesn't work, then it won't be too late for me to retreat. It might not be dangerous. So, you don't have to worry about me. After cultivating diligently for 5,000,000 years, I still have some confidence and confidence." Brother Pure clicked his tongue and said with a look of support, "Good brother, hee, I didn't stop you from going. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to you going. As your brother, I'll definitely support you with both hands. Go, break through this ultimate test. Ha, I'm also looking forward to you getting the ultimate opportunity. You're the savior in the prophecy of the ancient desolate tribe. I believe you can do it, you definitely can. If you can't do it, then no one in this world can. So, no matter what, do your best. Yuan and I will be here waiting for your good news." Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. "Brother Pure, why don't you go with me? The prophecy of the ancient desolate tribe also said that you're the savior. Both of us are. Maybe the two of us share the same fate. If you go with me, I think the possibility of success will be greater." "Ahem," Brother Pure coughed and immediately shook his head. "Forget it, brother, please forgive me. I'm very clear about my own capabilities," Lin Feng said. "I'm feeling very weak. I don't have any confidence at all. If you want me to do this, why don't you just kill me?" No, I'm definitely not going." Qin Shao was just joking with Brother Pure. Naturally, he knew that Brother Pure would definitely not go. So, this time, he could only go alone. Qin Shao was somewhat confident in his strength. With this ambition, he wanted to give it a try. Qin Shao quickly walked to the front of the first wall and was ready to start. At this moment, numerous gazes landed on Qin Shao, casting incomparably astonished gazes. This Qin Shao, has he gone mad? No one has dared to try again in 5 million years, but Qin Shao dares to stand up alone? Is he courting death? Another person who's overconfident. Even the warring immortal Buddha had been defeated. Qin Shao dared to challenge it? He really thinks too highly of himself. He's young and impetuous. Does he really think that he's the #1 genius of the great wide world? Let him go to his death. Anyway, it's his business if he dies. What does it have to do with us? I hope he dies inside. That way, we don't have to do anything. That's right, he hasn't settled the score with the 6 regions yet. Impersonator? How can there be an impersonator? It's clearly Qin Shao who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. Everyone, don't forget that the people of the 6 regions were slaughtered. Seeing that Qin Shao was going to go through the ultimate test, many people were surprised, and many people began to mock and ridicule him. On the other side, Vulcan and the others had secretly made preparations and were waiting for an opportunity to act. When Qin Shao wanted to retreat, they would quickly block Qin Zhao's retreat and let Qin Shao die inside. It was much easier to kill with the help of those meteorite-like things. As long as they could hold off Qin Shao for a while, Qin Shao would definitely die. At this time, he was attacking the second wall. Qin Shao didn't know how many people outside were scheming against him. He didn't bother to think about these things. Now, he was fully focused on how to get through the second wall. Soon, Qin Shao rushed to the second wall. While using the nomological body movement, Qin Shao also held the sky-splitting sword and attacked fiercely. While using his body movement, he attacked fiercely and used his powerful strength to split those meteorite-like things. The 2 paths moved together, and soon a path was opened. After opening this path, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately went through it. In this way, Qin Shao broke through the second wall. It seemed that it wasn't too difficult for him. He also broke through the second wall easily and smoothly. Such a scene caused many people to cry out in surprise again. Qin Shao had passed through the first and second walls so easily. Could it be that he, Qin Shao, would really be able to pass this final test? Thinking about it, they felt that it was too unbelievable. Tian Xingzi and Yuan Yan only broke through the first wall, Victorious Fighting Buddha only broke through the first wall, and Vulcan and the other 30 people only broke through the second wall. Vulcan and the others had joined forces with a total of 30 people, but they had sacrificed a total of 28 people just to break through the second wall. This was the result of blood and lives. It was an extremely tragic result. However, Qin Shao was actually able to break through the second wall so easily. It was truly a sight that made everyone's eyes widen in shock. How did Qin Shao do it? With his own strength, he easily passed through the second wall. It was too heaven-defying. Those who were gloating and hoping that Qin Shao would die inside were speechless at this time. They were greatly shocked. This situation was obviously not what they wanted to see. However, this was the reality. What could they do? Fire God wanted to vomit blood. He was prepared to make sure that Qin Shao would die this time. If Qin Shao died in the ultimate test, it would be the best thing. If Qin Shao had a chance to escape, he would definitely not let him escape. He had secretly contacted some people and formed an alliance to kill Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao dared to come out, he would definitely kill Qin Shao. Of course, Vulcan naturally hoped that Qin Shao would die in the ultimate test. That would save him a lot of trouble. It would save him a lot of trouble. Although he didn't attempt the ultimate test alone, he had fought against it when he saved the heaven's holy Son. Therefore, Yuan Yen was well aware of how powerful the ultimate test was. The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and said, "Yes, he will definitely be able to. I believe in Qin Shao." Oh! Yuan Yen raised his brows and took a deep look at the victorious fighting Buddha. After a long while, he said, "Only because you believe in him?" The victorious fighting Buddha bared his teeth and said, "Yes, only because I believe in him. Isn't that enough? What else could it be? What else could it be? We all know how dangerous the ultimate test is. However, we don't know how strong Qin Shao is. Therefore, this is an unknown in itself. To anyone, including Qin Shao himself, this is an unknown. In the face of the unknown, why do we need to make a definite answer? Believing in him is enough." "Yes." Yuan Yen nodded in agreement. "That's right, it's enough as long as I believe him." However, how rare was it to believe in someone? For two people who weren't familiar with each other, he believed that this was the greatest kind of friendship. Perhaps Qin Shao was worth it. On the other side, Qin Shao had already hit the third wall. He had already expected this. The third wall would definitely be several times more terrifying than the second wall. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shao hit the third wall, he immediately felt the aura of death surging towards him. A wave that could devour everything rushed towards him. It was incomparably terrifying and destructive. How terrifying! It was too powerful. It was no wonder that Vulcan and the others turned pale with fright and fled as soon as they came into contact with the wall. This third wall was indeed too terrifying, causing Qin Zhao's heart to involuntarily tremble. However, he had already prepared for everything. He also expected that it would be so dangerous and terrifying. For him, this was an extremely terrifying test. It was a battle of life and death. If he failed, he would die trying. Qin Zhao's belief was still extremely firm at this moment. He didn't flinch at all. He only had the determination to move forward bravely. The path of the law of power, open up. Qin Zhao's thoughts surged. His hands quickly struck out with a strange force. The strange force was like a silk ribbon, softly flying out. Now was the time to test the results of his 5 million years of cultivation. Success would depend on this move. Qin Shao had bet everything on it. If he failed, the possibility of him escaping was not high. If a person stood at the foot of the mountain and faced the dense rolling boulders, it would be a dead end. There was no way to avoid it. It looked like an unsolvable situation. What was the path that Qin Shao had comprehended? It was to use the means of the law of strength to create a racetrack. Then Qin Shao arranged all these racetracks around himself. When the boulders rolled down, they would enter the racetrack that Qin Shao had set up. And the racetrack would cause the rolling boulders to change their direction. Instead of smashing towards Qin Shao, they would fly in another direction. In this way, the boulders could be completely led to one side, reducing the danger to the greatest extent. Of course, there might be some scattered boulders. At this time, Qin Zhao's powerful strength was needed to completely destroy those scattered boulders. So at this time, Qin Shao was probably in this state. On the one hand, he used the means of the law of strength to lead those meteorite-like things away from himself and change their trajectories so that they couldn't attack him. On the other side, Qin Shao used his full strength to deal with the scattered meteorite-like things. With his powerful strength, he completely shattered those scattered meteorite-like things. Qin Zhao's strength was still very strong now. It was enough to deal with those meteorite-like things. Not to mention one or two scattered meteorite-like things. Even if dozens of meteorite-like things came at once, Qin Shao could still easily deal with them. In such a case, those meteorite-like things still couldn't hurt Qin Shao at all, no matter how crazy they were. Under Qin Zhao's powerful strength, those meteorite-like things all retreated from Qin Shao. In the eyes of outsiders, this phenomenon was very strange. It was like those meteorite-like things had their own intelligence and spirituality. It seemed that they were really afraid of Qin Shao. After seeing Qin Shao one by one, they all chose to retreat. Some of them who were not afraid of death rushed towards Qin Shao, but they were all directly smashed by Qin Zhao's powerful strength. Such a domineering move immediately aroused a burst of exclamations. Many people widened their eyes in shock and looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. Am I hallucinating? Ahem, I don't think so. This is too scary, isn't it? Yeah, what's going on? Are those meteorite-like things all retreating as if they have seen a devil? Why are they all avoiding Qin Shao? Shouldn't they hit him hard? It's weird, too weird. What magic did Qin Shao use on Earth? Why are those meteorite-like things avoiding him? It can't be that Qin Shao can really pass this ultimate test, right? Judging from the situation, it's really possible. It's too scary to think about, isn't it? Many people felt that it was very scary. It was too scary. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was a very incredible thing. Chapter 3396. Haha, victorious fighting Buddha, it seems like we've all lost. Well done. This kid is terrifying. I have to admire him. Yuan Yen smiled and said to the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha bared his teeth and said, Yes, I admire him. I really admire him. This time we've all lost. We've lost completely. We've lost to a brat who's still wet behind the ears. I'm convinced. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation. Qin Shao is not bad. He's also a good person. Very good, very good. It's a good thing that he's passed the ultimate test. It's a good thing for everyone. Yes, it's indeed a good thing. Fortunately, Qin Shao did what we couldn't do. This is an extremely meaningful matter for our 6 regions, and even our entire vast thousand world, Yuan Yen said with a nod. The two chatted for a while before Yuan Yen suddenly asked, Do you want to try again? In any case, I don't want to try anymore. I'd better know my limits and give up on my own accord. There's no point in trying again. It's simply impossible to accomplish. So, I'd better not embarrass myself. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, Forget it. Since you've already given up, there's no reason for me to persist. I won't try again. I've already tried once before. I couldn't even pass the second wall. Moreover, you saw how terrifying and turbulent the situation was when Qin Shao triggered the third wall. It was probably about 10 times stronger than the second wall. If I can't even pass the second wall, how can I pass the third wall? Qin Zhao's method should be an application of the laws of strength. He has comprehended a way to resolve this, but I have no way of comprehending this way. So, I know my limit. There's no need to try again. If I can't comprehend this path and just rely on my own strength, I'll probably only be able to pass through the second wall this time. Once is enough for me to embarrass myself. If you do it again, wouldn't you be looking for trouble? Yuan Yen chuckled, shook his head, and didn't say anything else. On this side, the discussion about Qin Shao became more and more intense. She thought that no one could succeed, but she didn't expect that Qin Shao would succeed. If everyone were to think of who had the highest chance of succeeding, then the battling Buddha would definitely be the first to take the blame. After the victorious fighting Buddha, the origin annihilation god should be ranked second. Third place was most likely the Sky Sage, Old Man Profound Theory. Qin Shao would definitely not be able to enter the top 3. He might not even be able to enter the top 5. However, such a quiet person was actually able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat without batting an eyelid. He directly broke through the 3 walls and was the first to complete the ultimate test. This was something that no one had expected. He also tried his best to keep calm and not to embarrass himself too much. Took him a lot of effort to calm himself down a little. Qin Shao had always been an extremely calm person. It was the first time he was so agitated. There was no other way. The power crystals were really too precious. The value of each of them couldn't be measured by numbers. With so many power crystals, he didn't know how much benefit it would bring to him. It was impossible to measure. Moreover, this ultimate great opportunity was also obtained by Qin Shao at the risk of his life. It was a path that he came up with after 5 million years of meditation and cultivation. Then he fought with his life. Before this, Qin Shao had already planned for the worst. He had also thought that he might die in it. But Qin Shao still went in without hesitation. He risked his life and came in. Fortunately, he succeeded. This was a reward that he exchanged with his life. Therefore, it was even more precious. After a while, Qin Shao calmed down. After calming down, Qin Shao walked over. Soon, Qin Shao came in front of the power crystals. He didn't encounter any obstacles, which made Qin Shao completely relieved. Qin Shao originally thought that he might encounter some obstacles. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Without the slightest obstruction, Qin Shao casually grabbed a power yuan crystal and held it in his hand. Looking at the power crystal in his hand, Qin Shao was overjoyed. It was a power crystal. How difficult was it to get one in the outside world? For the sake of one power origin crystal, it was enough to cause 2 people to fight to the death. But in this place, he could easily take the power crystals as if they were free. He could take them as he wished. This kind of feeling was really indescribable. It was too good, too good. After living for so long, it was probably the first time he felt so good. Every time he grabbed a handful, he would get a power crystal that couldn't be measured by its value. It was a treasure that could make 2 of the top existences in the great 1,000-world fight to the death. How could there be any adjectives to describe this feeling? Qin Shao harvested without restraint. Soon, he got more than 100 power crystals. Looking at the large number of power crystals in his hand, Qin Zhao's joy began to numb. But after feeling numb, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. Something's not right, that's right. Something doesn't seem right. What was going on? Something was not right. How could there be such an easy thing? Wasn't this a little too easy? He had obtained so many power crystals all of a sudden. Moreover, he had obtained them so easily. There was no resistance at all. There must be something wrong. This was an unchanging truth. He had obtained it too easily. Indeed, it made him feel uneasy. In fact, it was not easy. After all, Qin Shao also broke through the 3 walls and passed the ultimate test. However, the biggest problem was that there were simply too many power crystals. There were over 1,000 power origin crystals, and there was no resistance at all. He could pick them up as he wished, just like picking up beans. He could pick them up as he pleased. There seemed to be no problem. After all, it was possible for the ultimate opportunity to be bigger. But, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao still felt uneasy. He felt that there was something wrong. Something was not right. Could it be illusion technique or something? It's still too early for me to be happy. I still need to confirm whether there is a problem with these power crystals. Often, failure on the verge of success is due to the last moment of complacency. It should be that I can't be too happy at any time. I must control my emotions and think of all possibilities. I don't know if this ultimate test is completely over. Once I am confused by the appearance, it is very likely to be the beginning of my death. Don't die here because of a moment of carelessness at the last step. It was terrifying to think about it. After analyzing it in his heart, Qin Shao felt a sense of lingering fear. This time, he was indeed overjoyed and excited. He had never been like this in the past. The attraction of these power crystals was one aspect. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that there might be another factor. Logically speaking, his emotions shouldn't be so easily agitated. Today, he was too agitated. Thinking about it, he felt that he was too agitated. This in itself was something that was not quite right. After analyzing it carefully, Qin Shao felt more and more that something was not quite right. He felt that there were many things that were still suspicious. Therefore, Qin Shao analyzed it more seriously. He quickly and completely calmed himself down. He was no longer attracted by these power crystals and affected his feelings and thoughts. The more it was like this, the more he had to abandon all the factors. He had to be calm, absolutely calm. Author Ken Shang said, 9th update. Chapter 3397. Only with absolute calmness could he see through the problem thoroughly. The problem in front of him seemed to be very clear, but Qin Shao felt that it might not be clear enough. Therefore, Qin Shao needed to be absolutely calm and study this problem carefully. Qin Shao looked around carefully, not missing any details. He carefully checked those power origin crystals and found that there seemed to be no problem. Everything seemed to be normal. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Was there really no problem? Or was he thinking too much? However, it was always better to be safe than sorry. It was always a good thing to be careful in this matter. In such a matter, a little carelessness might lead to eternal damnation. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be careless at all. He would rather be more careful. There was no harm in that. After carefully inspecting it and sizing it up, he indeed didn't find any problems. However, Qin Shao was still not at ease. For some reason, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that this matter didn't seem to be so simple. The appearance was too good, so good that it was almost perfect. However, the more perfect something was, the more terrible it was. The more perfect it was, the more likely it was to be fake. It was precisely because of this consideration that Qin Shao was still not at ease and still didn't give up. There was no problem on the surface, and he couldn't feel that it was an illusion. If that was the case, then it could only mean that it was too brilliant. Even Qin Shao had no way of detecting whether it was real or fake. It was also possible. Qin Shao carefully reviewed all the situations after he came in. He didn't miss a single detail. He had to analyze it again. From the overall situation, after careful analysis, Qin Shao did find some problems. There are indeed some strange points, although the strange points are very, very small. If I didn't detect it in the room, I wouldn't have found it at all. But if I think about it carefully, I feel that these points are real. These power origin crystals feel real, and they don't seem to be fake. If everything in front of me is fake, isn't it too terrible? This chaotic space, can it really do this? Even my perception can be completely deceived? But Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of the impostor. Since there were impostors in this world, why couldn't such a situation happen? It was also possible that some of the power origin crystals were fake. Yes, fake. Qin Zhao's heart jolted once again. It was as if he had touched something, causing Qin Shao to catch a ray of light. Yes, fake. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on those power origin crystals again, and this bold idea came to him. That's right. Was it possible that some of these power origin crystals were fake? What if some of them weren't real strength origin crystals at all, but were in disguise? Qin Shao walked around this strange space for a long time, but there was no way out. He also tried. No matter how strong he was, there was no way to tear open a hole. There was no way to get out of this place. There was no automatic guidance, no door, no way to tear open this strange space. It was strange. There was no way to leave this place? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. If he had passed through the ultimate test and obtained the ultimate opportunity, there should have been a door that would allow him to leave this strange space. But in fact, there was no such situation. Therefore, Qin Zhao's face darkened. A thought came to his mind. It's coming. It seems like my premonition is right. This matter is not as simple as it seems. The test might not be completely over yet. I haven't truly obtained this ultimate great opportunity. I think it's impossible to bring these over 1,000 power origin crystals out of here so easily. Then what's going on? What's the problem? Qin Zhao frowned deeply as he thought about this matter. However, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. He couldn't think of a reason. After thinking carefully, Qin Zhao's train of thought returned to its original position. Could it be that there's really a disguise among these power origin crystals? Does it mean that this invisible test is for me to find the real origin crystals among these power origin crystals? As soon as this bold idea came to his mind, Qin Zhao felt that he was too daring. But it seemed that except for this idea, he couldn't think of any other idea. There was still some logic to this idea. There was still some possibility. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao dared to think about it. Qin Zhao had also carefully analyzed this idea. He felt that the possibility was not small. But was this really the case? If the direction was wrong, there was no way to succeed at all. Therefore, the direction was indeed very important. Qin Zhao now also needed to determine the right direction. Then, it would be much easier to study and analyze along this direction. In this direction, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be 100% sure immediately. He still needed to think about it and do some analysis. After carefully analyzing and thinking for a while, Qin Zhao finally felt that this was the only direction he could think of based on the current situation. He still felt that this possibility still existed, and it shouldn't be small. Therefore, Qin Zhao was willing to give it a try. He was willing to gamble. He was willing to fight for this direction. No matter what, he had to give it a try to know whether the direction was right or wrong, right? This step had to be taken sooner or later. No matter how serious the consequences would be if he made a mistake, Qin Zhao was mentally prepared. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He immediately took out all the power origin crystals and returned them to their original positions. After all the power origin crystals were returned to their original positions, Qin Zhao began to study these power origin crystals. Each power origin crystal was almost the same. They were no different from the power origin crystals Qin Zhao had seen before. Every single one of them looked real. Whether in terms of appearance or aura, they were all real. Therefore, there was no way to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake just by looking at them. In terms of feeling, each of them was real. If that was the case, it would prove that his own thoughts were wrong. No, if this idea was wrong, then he couldn't think of other possibilities. Therefore, there was still a possibility that this idea could be true. He should continue to study it. Qin Zhao didn't give up this idea. He continued to study it. Maybe he didn't have a deep understanding of the power origin crystals, or, yes, if these power origin crystals were similar to the disguise origin crystals of the impostor, then there was no way to distinguish them from the real ones, whether in terms of appearance or feeling. Impersonators were capable of passing off the fake as the real thing. The disguise origin crystals could do the same. Therefore, it was normal for him to be unable to detect any problems at the moment. It would be abnormal if he could detect them so easily. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Zhao felt inexplicably excited in his heart. He had always wanted to find the impostor, but he couldn't think of a good way. This time, it gave him a lot of inspiration. If he could find the disguise origin crystals, then when he went out, He should be able to find the impostor, right? Author, Cruel Death said. The 10th month, the crazy July is over. In August, let's continue the battle. In advance, I'll ask for the flowers for next month. After midnight, we can send them. Please continue to support Cruel Death. Also, Cruel Death's new book is also being updated at the same time. The word count is still low, so you can bookmark it first. The title of the book is Special Madman's Wife. You can search for it and have a look. Please continue to support Cruel Death. Chapter 3399. Time continued to fly by. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10,000,000 years wasn't that fast. Unknowingly, 15,000,000 years had passed. There were only 6,000,000 years left before the time limit was up. No one else tried again. Even the Yuan Miasma Heaven's Saint's son and the others had given up one after another. The others had long given up. The victorious fighting Buddha tried again, but it still ended in failure. He only managed to pass the second wall and was defeated on the third wall. This time, it was fortunate that the victorious fighting Buddha had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he might have died inside. The victorious fighting Buddha, who managed to escape, was seriously injured. Such a scene was enough to make one's heart tremble. Previously, when they saw Qin Shao pass the ultimate test without much difficulty, they didn't have a very direct feeling about it. Although they felt that it was very dangerous, they did not know how dangerous it was. Now that the victorious fighting Buddha had been defeated and escaped with serious injuries, everyone had a very direct comparison. They could deeply understand how terrifying and dangerous it was inside. They could not help but admire Qin Zhao's methods and strength. It was truly heaven-defying. However, 15,000,000 years had passed, and there was still no movement from inside. This made everyone very suspicious. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? Could it be that something has happened? I don't know. We can only see the situation on the third wall. We can't see the situation on the other side at all. No one knows what's going on inside. It's been so long, but Qin Shao still hasn't come out. I'm afraid something might have happened to him, right? Ba, you jinx. You don't have to be so vicious, right? Qin Shao is the only one from our 6 regions who has entered. If he can return victorious, it will be a good thing for our 6 regions. Do you want him to die in there? Then I really want him to die in there. Many voices of discussion rang out. Yuan did not seem to be worried. Her pair of jade-like eyes were fixed on the other side without blinking. It was as if she did not feel tired at all. While the discussions outside were lively, Qin Shao, who was in that strange space, was still immersed in the cultivation of the chaotic space's nomological laws. He had to cultivate faster and improve his understanding of the chaotic space's nomological laws as soon as possible so that he could break that invisible force. After 15,000,000 years of meditation and cultivation, Qin Zhao's improvement naturally benefited a lot. In terms of the chaotic space's nomological laws, Qin Shao had obviously gained a lot and improved. At this moment, Qin Zhao's eyes were looking at those power origin crystals. Chapter 3400. Qin Shao was knocked back to his original spot and barely managed to stabilize himself. This made Qin Zhao's face turn extremely ugly. What's going on? What's going on? Qin Zhao's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the other side. He had no idea what was going on. Why did the great opportunity fly away when it was already in my hands? It doesn't make sense. Isn't this a joke? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense at all. No, it shouldn't be. Qin Shao furrowed his brows deeply as he thought about this matter. He truly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He had a feeling that the situation here was not simple. Therefore, Qin Shao fell into deep thought. He stared at the other side, trying to figure out what was going on over there. Qin Shao still couldn't believe that the great opportunity that he had obtained with great difficulty flew away just like that. After watching for a while, Qin Shao found some clues. His heavy heart was slightly relieved. Qin Shao discovered that the power origin crystals on the other side were not swallowed away. Instead, they were fused together under that strange power. They were originally small power origin crystals. Now, they were all broken and fused together to form a sphere. The power origin crystals were originally a kind of crystallization of the chaotic space's power. They were turned into a sphere by special means. Now, this strange force had turned those power origin crystals back to their original state and turned them into a gas. Therefore, soon, a mass of gas of the chaotic space's power appeared. Qin Shao witnessed the whole process of those power origin crystals being refined and turned into this mass of gas. Therefore, Qin Shao was very sure that this mass of gas was the chaotic space's power. After the mass of gas was formed, the whole space became calm again. The strange force also disappeared and returned to its original state. The only difference was that the more than 100 power origin crystals had turned into a mass of gas of the chaotic space's power. This made Qin Shao a little puzzled. That's strange. Can't I absorb energy crystals too? Isn't it the same? But why do they have to turn these crystals into gas? The 6 power origin crystals that I grabbed in a moment of desperation were saved. They didn't turn into gas and are still in my hands. If I didn't grab them in time, these 6 crystals would have turned into gas. Why is this strange space doing this? This question was indeed a little strange. Wasn't it superfluous? But obviously that was not the case. Qin Shao had every reason to believe that there must be a reason for doing so. It couldn't be an unnecessary move. The primal chaos space was extremely brilliant. It was filled with supreme wisdom. So, how could there be such a superfluous thing? Then what was it for? After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao came to a conclusion. With the help of these many ideas, Qin Zhao's creation of the cultivation path this time was obviously much easier. It was no longer like before, when every step was extremely difficult. It was too difficult to take a step forward. This time it was much easier. He could take many steps in one go. The things that had troubled Qin Shao for a long time before could be easily solved now. The law of the power of the chaotic space was a brand new thing. The cultivation process, from knowing nothing to mastering, was actually a kind of creation process from nothing. It was just that, relatively speaking, such a creation would be much simpler. But in fact, there was no reference at all, and there was no guidance in any cultivation method. It was also a kind of cultivation that started from nothing. Now, for the cultivation system of the inner world, what Qin Shao wanted to build was to let people cultivate the Tao of the inner world from nothing. He wanted to create a complete cultivation system. As long as this complete cultivation system was created, the Tao of the inner world would basically be created. This was a main line. Without this main line, there would be no Tao of the inner world. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao now used all his thoughts and skills to create the cultivation system of the inner world. He used all his efforts on this main line. Only when this main line was completed, then everything would be done. Now, Qin Shao had many ideas to build this main line. One by one, these thoughts gushed out like a fountain. It was a very strange and magical feeling. It could even be said that Qin Shao didn't need to think too much at all, and they jumped out naturally. Perhaps the preparatory work in the early stage had caused a butterfly effect. Therefore, a lot of things naturally jumped out and entered Qin Zhao's mind. This main line was becoming more and more mature, clearer, and stronger. A main line was vaguely taking shape. It was about to be completely constructed. Moreover, this main line had begun to sprout branches and branches had also begun to appear slowly. A main line, and then there were countless branches on it, and finally a complete system was formed. This process was like a seed, from the seed to the germination, then to the sapling, then to the slow growth, and finally to the towering tree. Now, what Qin Shao needed to do was this process. Now, what appeared in front of Qin Shao was that this main line had appeared and was about to take shape completely. Once the main line was fully formed, it would begin to sprout branches and start to move towards a complete system. This was also what Qin Shao had been working hard on before, but there were so many obstacles that Qin Shao had no way to get to this point. Unexpectedly, he could finally get to this point today, and it was so easy to get to this point. She was so happy that she danced and almost jumped on Qin Shao directly. At this time, Yuan smiled like a blooming flower. Ha ha ha, brother, you finally came out. Good job, I knew you would be fine. You would definitely come out alive. You are worthy of being Brother Pure's brother. You are really excellent. Brother Pure laughed out loud. In fact, over the years, he had been more worried than Yuan. But how could he say it out loud at this time? Qin Shao gave Brother Pure a bear hug and said with a smile, "Of course. With such an excellent brother like Brother Pure, I have to be excellent." Ha ha ha, I like you to be honest. Brother Pure continued to be shameless. Qin Zhao's appearance completely attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, Gu Lingyue's eyes flickered, and the stone in her heart was finally lifted. All these years, her heart had always been in a knot. Qin Shao had disappeared behind the third wall for almost 20 million years. How could she not be worried? Fortunately, Qin Shao came out alive and unscathed. And it seemed that his aura was much stronger. It seemed that he had really succeeded and returned. He should have obtained the ultimate great opportunity. Good, it was really good. She was also very happy for Qin Shao. Although she didn't gain much from this trip, seeing Qin Zhao's huge gains and achievements, Gu Lingyue felt that it was enough, really enough. Everyone stared at Qin Shao with their eyes wide open. Some were envious, some were surprised, and some were unhappy. Crack, crack. Fire God's fist was about to be crushed by him. He was unhappy, very unhappy. He had always thought that Qin Shao would die inside, and he had always hoped that Qin Shao would die inside. But he did not expect that Qin Shao would be able to come out alive. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Shao should have obtained the ultimate great opportunity inside. This guy not only did not die inside, but also obtained the ultimate great opportunity inside. How could Fire God not be angry? Hee, I respect Canopy Marshall very much, so I can't do such a thing. TSK, I don't believe you. Canopy Marshall waved his hand. However, he was just joking. He didn't really want to pry into Qin Zhao's secret. Victorious Fighting Buddha looked at Qin Shao with admiration and said, "Qin Shao, I really admire you. I, old son, have never admired anyone in my life. Today, I really admire you, Qin Shao." If it was in the past, I, old son, would probably want to become sworn brothers with you. But now that I'm old, I, old son, no longer have the passion of the past. I can't play with you anymore. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior son, you flatter me. I have always admired you very much. But I don't dare to address Senior son as my brother. I'll just continue being Senior son's worshipper. Victorious Fighting Buddha grinned and said, If you want to be my admirer, then I, old son, can't accept it. Don't worry, I, old son, may not be your opponent now. I, old son, will worship you in the future. Qin Shao smiled awkwardly. However, Victorious Fighting Buddha's words were really possible. Qin Shao was indeed very confident in his strength now. He also felt that his current strength was estimated to be able to fight against the existence of Reincarnation Sovereign. In terms of Saint Body alone, Qin Shao was now extremely powerful. He was estimated to be comparable to the existence of Reincarnation Sovereign. How strong was the power of his inner world? Qin Shao didn't know. It was not easy to say. He only knew that it was extremely strong. Previously, Qin Zhao's inner world's power was enough to fight against the existence of the world god realm. Now, the power of his inner world was more than 100 times stronger than before. How terrifying would it be if it was more than 100 times stronger? Qin Shao didn't know. He had to try to find out. Moreover, with the addition of the enormous power of the chaotic space and the initial formation of the inner world Dao, Qin Shao was extremely powerful. How powerful would it be if all of these powers were added together? Qin Shao didn't know. He didn't think so. Based on his previous strength, he was ranked 5th on the Heavens Declaration. His actual strength should be ranked 4th. Even if he was on the Heavens Declaration Divine List, he might be ranked in the top 10. His current strength was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than before. The extent of the increase was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't estimate his current strength. However, Qin Shao was extremely confident. If he were to fight with the Fighting Buddha now, he should be able to defeat him. However, if he could defeat the Fighting Buddha, wouldn't it mean that Qin Zhao's current strength had reached the level of Reincarnation Sovereign? There had always been a rumor that the Fighting Buddha was the existence closest to Reincarnation Sovereign. It was obvious that Sagely was in a very good mood. To be able to make Master so happy, Qin Zhao's heart was more or less relieved. There should be some credit for this. Qin Zhao, you've really shone brightly this time. You've also made me stand out in front of the reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions. It's also my first time in the limelight. In terms of seniority, I'm the one with the lowest seniority among the reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions. But so what? I have such an outstanding disciple like you, Qin Zhao. You've suppressed everything and shone brightly in the sky. You've helped me win glory. Ha ha ha, this is great. It's really great. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Good job, Qin Zhao. Not only have you won glory for me, but you've also won glory for our Langya heaven. Moreover, you've also proven yourself in front of the people of the 6 regions. This is the beginning of your journey to the top. It's also the beginning of your rise to the top. You're the savior in the prophecy of the Xianbei tribe. The prophecies of the Xianbei tribe have never been wrong. I've always believed in this. Therefore, your current strong rise is also in line with the prophecy of the Xianbei tribe. This is your destiny. This is a responsibility that you can't escape from. This is your sacred mission. Therefore, whether you're willing or not, you must be mentally prepared to welcome the era that belongs to you and your sacred mission. Sage Li's words were very solemn and sacred. It was as if an elder, a relative, was speaking to his juniors in a serious tone. Qin Zhao had never planned to escape this fate. For this matter, he would do everything within his power without hesitation. Qin Zhao wouldn't think too much about other things. He just needed to have a clear conscience. As for being the savior, he wouldn't think about it. Was it important whether he was the savior or not? To him, it wasn't important. He worked hard to cultivate, not to be the savior of the world, but for himself, for his family and friends. He just needed to work hard. He didn't need to carry any burden on his shoulders. That would only make it seem heavier. I'll work hard, Master. Qin Zhao nodded solemnly. Yes, I believe you will. Sagely nodded with relief and patted Qin Zhao on the shoulder to show his encouragement. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Begging for flowers.